Yeah, brother Marquise. Yeah, they kicked me off. The link was stopped. Give me a second right here, real quick, because we gonna finish this off. I had to create a whole new link, brother. You know what I mean? That's what happened when we deal with that truth like that, brother. You feel me? You have cats up here talking that note, but they know. Let me tell you something, brother. These people know what the real is, man. They know what the real truth is. That's why they gone so far to try to shadow ban my channel, brother. You know what I mean? And the shadow banning, despite me not having a lot of people on my channel, they know it's the truth, brother. So it's their duty to make sure that people don't get this. You see what I'm saying? But we stubborn, so you can do all that you want to. We gonna come back until you destroy this whole apparatus. You understand? So we going in, brother. We gonna finish this measure up. Now you ain't gonna stop my measure like that right there. And if they stop it again, you just stay on the panel. That way, when I come back, the channel will still be live. I didn't even know I was shut off, good brother. So I gotta pay real attention to my camera light. Because when the camera light go off, that let me know I go off. I was still going the whole while I was off and didn't even know it. So we gonna pick back up where we were. And what that does when it shut off like that, our other family don't know what's going on. You know what I mean? And they just going on about their business because they may think I shut down. But hopefully they'll go back in here, man. These people, they still be they trying to they don't like this truth, bro. Even though we demonstrating the truth that ain't even coming at wrong, we telling our people what they need to do to get their minds right, and that's more of a threat than them than anything. You understand? You don't hear us up here demonstrating radical, talking about tear up Rome and all that type of foolishness there. You understand? But this information is more of a threat than what they have on the apparatus, bro. We know how they get down. It is what it is. I drop the guard for what I stand on. And that ain't no issue. So the thing is, when it come down to dealing with these people, they trying to keep our people from getting the truth, bro. You know what I mean? And notice they did it while I was reading out of the book because I ain't paying attention to the computer screen. You know what I mean? My head in the book reading, I can't really see what's there and read out of the book at the same time. So I ended up reading a portion out of the Exhuming of a Nation, and it had gone off. So hopefully our family will end up getting the new link, and seeing it. And those who are here, we can finish this off because it wasn't going to be a long, drawn out measure. But what it is, this measure is so powerful right here. You know what I mean? To where they don't want nobody to get this. You understand? I ain't even got a whole lot of I don't even have a whole lot of no tabs really open up here. That's why I know that was done purposely. You feel me? So that's why I say we got to start hitting that share, that like, that subscribe, and getting this information out here so we can break through the algorithm. And it won't matter once we get more people online to hear the truth. So I'm gonna pick up real quick on what his demonstration throwed me off at. Just give me a second here. Yeah, Islam. So let me share this demonstration again, and go back up here. you know, where we was stopped at on this particular droid. So yeah, that's all it is, brother. They trying to cut the wisdom. We demonstrating it from on high. And it's a lot of demonic frequency out here that don't want our people to hear this truth. So we're gonna pick up again, and if it shut down, what I do is I pick back up. You know, just sit right there, cause I'm watching this light. Every time it go down, I'm gonna come back in here. You know what I mean? We're gonna pick back up. So, as I was stating, family, you know, when we get into this special information, we went on and it says there are many components to mental slavery. As a study, post-traumatic slave syndrome was researched and revealed by Dr. Joy Groy Leary in her 2005 book by the same title, right? And this career work by Dr. J.D. Leary is recommended by this author as with the highest honor. You know, it says to be read by conscious Moors everywhere. The psychological traumas encountered by Moors during their centuries of slavery in the United States are rarely, if ever, mentioned when the topic of slavery is spoken. But make no mistake about it, slavery forced upon any people is a trauma. In fact, it would be the furthest stretch of one's imagination to find a more man-made catastrophic event that this psychological residue from chattel slavery. It says it is the maximums of mental terrorism to alter a person's natural status of freedom and force their minds to a much lesser circumference. Life-threatening, and again, picking up from the Book of Fire. Like I said, I'm going to be up and down with this demonstration because if they try it again, I'll come right back on. All I have to do is refresh. Y'all just stay there. We got a working effort up here. So anyway, it says, it went on to say restrained environment. Although this chapter addresses this traumatic conditioning of the mind, there's still a hidden degree of mental slavery, unbeknownst to the majority of its victims, because it rarely experienced by the criminal perpetrators. Never allow the criminal to describe the crime, because they will never take the victim's value into account. And see, this is the problem. We got criminals trying to describe the crime, and they won't allow those who have been victimized to explain exactly what it is that happened to them. You know, this is the time we living in, family. The truth is an assault to them. The truth is a threat to them. You'll never hear us talk about bombs and guns and we gonna do this. That ain't how we demonstrate. But this truth is so powerful to where it's still cutting them. It's cutting them, family, because it's too plain as to showing exactly what they've been demonstrating. We exposing this manufactured mind that has been created under the auspices of mental slavery. So it says, never allow the criminal to describe the crime because they will never take the victim's value into account. It is in the nature of the mind to become what it thinks. Even when the mind has been traumatized, disallowed to think freely, the mind has the ability to shrink. Its capacities of willing, thinking, reasoning, understanding are merely shut down completely in the avoidance of present or future trauma. This is real talk, family. It says today, many schools of psychology teach about the subtle and manipulative mental behavior of a person or a group under extreme conditions of stress. But since the European chattel enslavement of free American nationals is a taboo topic to discuss, no school compares post-traumatic stress as to the mentality of the NBCs it produced. See, they don't want to talk about this post-traumatic slave syndrome like they talk about post-traumatic stress syndrome. You know, that's supposed to come as a result of people being on the battlefield. They don't want to talk about the battlefield within the hearts and minds of our people and how they have become traumatized. They don't want this to be known as such. So it says, nevertheless, this is a clear and present psychological trauma suffered by virtually every Negro, Black, colored person. African American, and generation to descendants of slaves to this day. This mental illness exists and flourishes because the symptoms, although prevalent in each of their generation, every day since the abolishment of slavery have never been diagnosed, treated, or cured. So all the things that we've been through, family, there has been no diagnosis. There has been no treatment. There has been no cure from this special form, of post-traumatic slave syndrome that we've been suffering on. Let me try to get this link up here too, family, to do a reshare while we demonstrating as well. Because they definitely trying to block, what it is. This should let our people know, brother Marquise, that we demonstrating that truth over here. And they threatened by it. You understand? They feel threatened by it. It's their duty to try to block it at all costs. And then think about it, good brother. Think about it from this aspect. Think about it from this aspect. Look at the time that we live right now. This is after hours. This is after hours right here. This is after hours now. And they up here in the late night library session trying to regulate. Hold up. And it ain't even sharing the link as it should share it either. Give me 1 second here, brother. All right, there we go. Yes, sir. This is how we get out. Let me put this link over here. Okay. So people can see it. I just put part 2 up there so that they can get it. And I correct all the other pictures later. Okay, let me share this, to my different groups up here real quick. I got to do this manually right now. And then once I get done with this, we'll finish our reading. And y'all can do it too. You can share the live link, to different areas to let it be known that we live. So we still on the manifest because we gonna finish it. It ain't a long bill. I'm actually almost at the end of it. But you know how Rome is. They ain't never built nothing to last, especially when they got the opportunity to cut it off. So let me get back over here and get back to the reading as we reading this from the Book of Fire, because in the PDF it was cut off. So I'm gonna put this back up here at this point and we'll pick up because we almost done with the reading over here. So it goes on, it says, there are volumes of unsung traumas embedded in the souls of West Africans born in America. No one looks into their minds to see the estimated 9 million of them which perished during the Middle Passage. Deep in their psyche rests 184 years of Britain, Spain, colonial slavery, 86 years of constitutional slavery, and 132 years of extended years of post-abolish assumable slavery signed into law by the U.S. Congress. It says, this combined era of 1595 to 2007 totals 402 years of trauma to a once free African nationals. Today, most Americans pay little attention to efforts of post-slavery trauma imposed upon the great grandchildren of slaves, e.g., segregation, voting rights, disparities, Katrina victimizations or Katrina victimizations, judicial terrorism, racial profiling, women empowerments versus men imprisonments, redlining, etc. Customarily, most slave governments vary their laws to justify their systems of slavery. Here, the corporate United States, who has never been without a staple of slaves, remains true to this legal history. These modern victims have developed a cognitive dissonance in a matter of survival to balance their perception and judgment under the onslaught of constant oppression. From the online encyclopedia, Wikipedia, it says, we read a Western description of Noble Drew Ali's mental slavery, which the Moors have now, except this time the reader is asked to read this from the hearts and minds of an enslaved people. The author has placed in italic those who fear invoking conditions in the institution of slavery, extending post-slavery in the making and sustaining of the NBC from Wikipedia. It says psychological trauma is a type of damage to the psyche that occurs as a result of traumatic event. A traumatic event involves a singular experience, an enduring event, or events that completely overwhelm the individual's ability to cope or integrate the ideas and emotions involved with that experience. Trauma can be caused by a wide variety of events, but there are a few common aspects. It usually involves a complete feeling of helplessness in the face of a real or subjective threat to life, bodily or bodily self-integrity or sanity. There's frequent violation of the person's familiar ideas about the world, putting the person in a state of extreme confusion and insecurity. This is often seen when people or institutions depend on for survival to violate or betray a person in some unforeseen way. Psychological trauma may accompany physical trauma or exist independently of it. Typical causes of psychological trauma are abuse, violence, the threat of either, or the witnessing of either, particularly in childhood. Catastrophic events such as earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, war, or other mass violence can also cause childhood psychological trauma. Long-term exposure to situations such as extreme poverty or milder forms of abuse such as verbal abuse, right? It says can be traumatic, though verbal abuse can also potentially be traumatic as a single event. In some cases, even a person's own actions, such as committing rape, can be traumatic for the offender as well as the victim, especially if the offender feels helpless to control the urge to commit such crimes. However, different people will react differently to similar events. It says there are many legal reasons why the European will not allow the above description be applicable to slavery. The main one is these tactics for trauma are also used to bring about brainwashing. But oops, only the military can use PT as a defense military court. Oh well, maybe they are suggesting only soldiers and not slaves have brains. Symptoms are external signs diagnostic from the abnormal changes in one's behavior or physical constitution. One can easily recognize the injured parties of psychological trauma by their behavior symptoms, especially among the mass pockets of victims labeled Negro, Blacks, colored people. Some symptoms are self-imposed and others are stigmatized. Stigmatized symptoms are noted when NBC people are called racist, when they have no power to force their beliefs on others, or committing black on black crimes when being certified as black itself is a national and international crime of denationalization. Other social symptoms of manifested altered behavior resulting directly from mental slavery can be noted in the list below. You know, and this list that we have in front of us, family, And before we go into this, we want to apologize, to our beloved brothers and sisters, out here viewing this is special demonstration because, like we say, we got Rome trying to work against us. And I'm closing out all these other apparatuses up here. Not in that form. Okay, and so we're going to pick back up on the PDF now. So the symptoms of post-traumatic slave disorder, it goes here, it says flashbacks of the traumatic event, a lack of trust. This we most definitely have conflict with based on the way that people have betrayed us in the past, determine whether or not we trust people. And most of us, when we meet our people, we already have that lack of trust based upon what we've been through, or if it's something that reminds us of that situation that caused us to lack trust. This is one of the symptoms of that post-traumatic slave disorder. Also, when we deal with short visionary future, our people can't see beyond their present condition and their present concern. So they can't visualize us having a visionary display of us being a nation of people. And this comes as a result of so many different foilings of what it is that we have tried to build in the past, to where our people now have the mindset of saying, well, what's the use of trying to do it? So this is when a state of hopelessness sets in. So when you see this personality, and when some people verbally state it, we ain't gonna never get together. We can't never unite. All that is part of the symptom of post-traumatic slave syndrome or slave disorder in our thinking. Learned helplessness. And learned helplessness, it goes right back to what we talking about. Because there are those who have taught us to think this particular way because they have not been able to obtain a thing. And so now they have begun to teach this to the people. And now it has become a part of the philosophy that we pass on generation after generation. Self-hatred. We already know what self-hatred is. Everybody know about self-hatred, but they don't know that this self-hatred is a result of the symptoms of post-traumatic slave disorder. You see what I'm saying? Accepted oppression. When one accepts being oppressed, and they just accept that and say, all right, that's the way it is, and they make excuses for being oppressed by other men. Don't talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. They look at it as negativity. To even hear you addressing these things, that's post-traumatic slave syndrome. And we need to start calling this out as it is and call it out by name when we see our people behaving in this type of way. Just like they have let other different terminology like pseudo become, prevalent, and become known as the term to use to somebody that they disagree with. We need to identify those who are demonstrating the symptoms of post-traumatic slave syndrome as being victims of post-traumatic slave syndrome and tell them that that's what they're dealing with. When we see any of the things on this list surface, when we are engaging our people, see what I'm saying? Addictions, people turning to drugs, that's all a part of post-traumatic slave syndrome. We live in the most drugged out and hyped up, drugged out community, era that has ever been on the manifest. And what they telling you that the drugs is the solution. When they saying this foolishness, this is all post-traumatic slave syndrome. Helplessness. We addressed that already. What about disorganized speech? When we speaking on a particular subject matter, we talking about apples and oranges and somebody want to bring some nuts and bolts. They don't have the ability to articulate themselves according to what it is that they are receiving. So they'll go all the way around, the world, so to speak. Their attention span, doesn't allow them to grasp much of what's being said. They can only think of how to respond to what's being said, as opposed to really listening to what's being said and making it applicable to the self. They automatically have a victim syndrome to where they seek to attack what is being brought to them, even if it's for the good of them. All of these things, our young generation, and the old generation and the middle age generation has been and is being and will continue to be suffering under until we as doctors of divinity come forth to aid and assist them with the knowledge that we have, right knowledge. Mood disorders. 1 minute your people all right with you, 1 minute, they want to see you out get took off the count. See, we know personally, I'm gonna be honest with you, I know it ain't no doubt in my mind that it's individuals that's going in opposition to me, that's reporting my channel, falsely, bogusly. You see what I'm saying? So we already know what's going on. We got people that's looking in and they low-key agent provocateurs, and they basically reporting my channel, on some bogusness. And that's why what's going on is going on with it. You see what I'm saying? But they don't even know I done already set up another apparatus, for a whole nother drawer. We're going to keep doing this right here, family. You can't hide the truth. So anyway, aggressive behavior. This too is a symptom of post-traumatic slave disorder, slave syndrome. All that aggression you see in the youth, all that aggression you see in different brothers, aggression in sisters, in the way they communicate with each other. They can't even have a civil conversation without going to gunplay or getting into a civilizational, not a civil, a situation to where they fighting each other. Putting hands on each other. Depression. Schizophrenia. All of these are signs and symptoms of post-traumatic slave disorder, family. So we got to find a way to engage our people when we see these symptoms surfacing. Stress, is another symptom of that. All of these things also are not just bad for the thought process, but they're bad for your health. Stress basically will inhibit any type of healing that you're trying to do to yourself. I don't care how much you change your diet, or how you eat, or how much good you put in you when it comes to the physical. If you are bound down by stress, that stress becomes an inhibitor or a blocker that actually aids in a further decline of your health. Male inferiority, where ones always feel like they got to be in a state of exercising their ego. They have an inferiority complex. When they come in the presence of another man, they feel like they got to assert their manhood. All of that is part of post-traumatic slave disorder, stress disorder. You see? Slave syndrome, personality disorders. When you see a lot of this stuff, where our people, seem like they're delirious or they suffering from grandiose, and just foolish. Post-traumatic slave syndrome or slave disorder. A phobia of freedom and love. When you have somebody that has a phobia, a phobia is often a feeling, of not belonging. They have a phobia of freedom because all they know was slavery. So when they get in the midst of some real freedom, they don't know how to act. When they get around real love, they don't know how to act. You understand? This is post-traumatic slave disorder, family. Eating disorders, the way we eat. All of that is based upon what we have inherited, as a result of our enslavement. Remember, we started out eating slop to survive. So, all they did is pretty much repackage a lot of the slop, and make it seem more, delicious, so to speak. And we continue in that slave diet, which will take us off the count, not just eating physically, but what we put into our minds, what we eat mentally. Remember, you are what you think you are. As a man think, it's so easy. Sexual dissatisfaction. All that deals with post-traumatic slave disorder. Sexual dysfunction, slave disorder. Same thing. When a woman becomes dissatisfied with a man becomes dissatisfied with a woman, and they start turning toward each other, that's PTSS, family. Or PTSD. You see? Dissociative disorder. You always want to disassociate yourself because you can't work as a group. You can't work as a people, so you rather tear something down or you wouldn't want to be a part of it. That's a symptom of post-traumatic slave disorder. Social abuse. You know, when you begin to cuss people out and talk to people any type of way, you don't have any type of respect for each other. You don't know how to engage in an intellectual conversation. When you become eloquent in your own ignorance, refusing to hear truth because you didn't get it from your slave maker, slave breaker, slave catcher, slave holder. This is all a symptom of post-traumatic slave disorder. Justifying your wrongdoings when you know you're wrong, when you know you're out of order, when you know you're out of law. This is post-traumatic slave syndrome. Non-conformity disorders, when you don't know how to conform to what everybody else is demonstrating. That's one of the main important things that we have fell victim to. We have non-conformity disorders. We don't know how to come together and do good, for an ample amount of time before we ready to, go somewhere else and start doing something else because we want to do it ourselves. We think that we know best. And then when left alone, you end up become dormant in your thinking. You begin to become mentally paralyzed. So all that you was doing to try to not conform with what was going on, now what you doing? You done turn back to your old ways. You ain't doing nothing. So really, you was just trying to tear unity down. You didn't want to see the people unite, so you want to tear that down. And then once you tear it down, you go on back into being a slave. Self-imposed crimes. Now who does that? Most of our people do. When we commit crimes upon each other and ourselves. Dysfunctional families. All of this come from post-traumatic slave disorder. We're going to have to address these things, as a community. We're going to have to make this a part of our curriculum, before we can talk about anything else that is great. Before we can talk about, economic, stimulus and, financial literacy. We can't do nothing with that type of information if we still suffering from these traits that I just mentioned, because they're going to hinder us from being able to become more financially literate, or those who are able to demonstrate creating an economic system that will get them to the next level in their future. We thinking along the line of how we can finesse and get what we can get from Rome instead of trying to build our own, And so again, these same symptoms, are the characteristics, that are holding us back, so to speak. Then we got Stockholm syndrome, suffering from that as well. Sleeping difficulties, gender instabilities. And you already know what that is. These are the things that have been attacking us, family. These are the adversaries. These are the ones that have been, and there are many more that we haven't even mentioned here. This is just a few of a slew of disorders that we have been suffering from that have kept us stagnant and dormant as a people. This is a manufactured mindset. It has been deeply embedded into our constitutional behavior, and so we lack the knowledge of how to act right. How people say, man, you don't know how to act. We have literally lost our minds, people. So in closing here, it goes on and says, the most lasting thing about instituting a trauma, its inevitability, it says, to have reoccurring effects upon the memory. Professors call these flashbacks, based upon the human mind inability to forget. You can't forget what has been done to you. Even though we have come up out of many situations, I know that coming into consciousness, sometimes your mind flash back to certain things that you came up out of, family. I know I do sometimes. So anyway, it says flashbacks are stored minor and major traumas which are subject to recall by sounds, contact, smells, or visions of endured sufferings. For one thing, the mind is not equipped to heal itself from a standing trauma. It can only adjust or adapt to the damage that occurs as a result of a traumatic event. Secondly, no trauma can be healed while it is ongoing. The trauma must have been brought to a convincing halt or the victim removed from its aggression to their satisfaction before the healing can be effective. No slave or ex-slave, individual or group has ever been treated for symptoms of this epidemic post-traumatic stress slave syndrome, PTSS. There's never been a national recovery program set aside to address the diseases of mental slavery among the NBC hoi polloi of the USA. That is until the advent of Noble Drew Ali, who came with a total package of holistic healings for his people through love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Meanwhile, the so-called NBC conforms, it says, complacently, as they wait for their former slave masters to treat the very PTSS who victimized them in the first place. What makes them believe the same people who hated them for 3,000 years to the point of genocide, terrorism, and enslavement would suddenly love them enough, it says, to heal them, to free them, and still give them reparations? Go figure. Western universities and trauma centers teach post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD, is a psychiatric disorder resulting from the life-threatening events such as military combat, natural disasters, series of accidents, violent personal assaults, or a form of childhood abuse. They estimate a lifetime prevalence of PTSD among adults Americans is 7.8%, with women and 10.4%, twice as likely as men, 5%, to have PTSD at some point in their lives. These statistics and educations alone have completely isolated 100% of 60 million descendants of ex-slaves from this declared normal citizenry. Nowhere in this institution of slavery in the United States it is subsequent a fallout post-traumatic slave syndrome taken into consideration. But it is this too, in right order, because those who have the power to enslave do not also have the power to free those they have enslaved. No European or his established institution has the power to teach the Moorish Americans how to be themselves. Moorish Americans. Freedom is something that must be obtained by those that remember its natural ability, or liberties, pardon self. It is for these reasons the Honorable Noble Drew Ali founded the little-known Moorish Science Temple of America. It was an institution he had set aside within the framework of the USA's Constitution to teach the Moorish Americans how to actually be Moorish Americans. In his questionnaire, he asks, how did the Prophet begin to uplift the Moorish Americans? By teaching them to be themselves, Moorish Americans. He taught this because his nationality is Moorish American and their nationality is Moorish American, also Moorish American. As it takes a Korean to teach a Korean how to be a Korean, and a Vietnamese to teach another Vietnamese how to be a Vietnamese, so is it the only natural path for Moorish Americans to follow. The reason the MST of A is not so well known is because its officials have not followed Drew Ali's basic founding fundamentals of who to teach, what to teach them, and the resolution of why they were to teach their people their nationality. See the Moorish Science Temple. This fact is not fault-finding, but a diagnosis of the problem. So, what I'm going to do, I'm going to stop right there, and we'll pick up on the rest of it at another time. So I'm going to stop sharing this. Okay. There we go. So, yeah, our other family probably went back and started watching the other video, but this is most definitely, family, a crazy situation, when it comes to dealing with the state that our people were found in. And like I said, as you can see it, I'm going to put our banner back up here. Let it scroll across the bottom. And if any one of our brothers may want to come on here just to engage for a bit, All is well. Let me hit this here. If not, we'll close it out and pick up on our next demonstration. We're gonna do a little bit more addressing, our youth too. You know, and we're gonna go further into this information. I'm gonna probably start going into the gospel of hip hop and use that as a foundation. Now I probably do that in the daytime hours, and start touching on some of these things that's taking place with the young generation and try to follow them, and give them encouragement. We don't want the young babies, to think we trying to, judge them or none of that. We want to give them a platform, to be able to express themselves, so to speak. So I just dropped the link in there if it's a brother that may want to come on, just to address what it is that we went over. I'm gonna go and edit the other portion and cut off that little piece that was pretty much not dark. What the portion that was dark, they go our brother Marquis. We give honors to you, brother, for supporting us. Peace and love, good brother.
Islam, Islam.
Islam, how you been, brother?
Just got off work. Um, I just got one thing on my mind. I don't know why it's so hard for our people to understand it. Ain't nothing lost, nothing is hidden.
Mm-hmm.
It's our people. We hiding it from ourselves. We
How?
so we so distracted.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I think we more distracted. I don't be want to say it, but I think we more distracted of just being comfortable. You
Hmm.
know, we very, very comfortable and not seeing the future of what our people are in.
Wow,
Cause
that's crazy.
the technology is leaving us, you
Hmm.
know, and we still stuck in a state of mind that is all about fashion and what girl you finna do it to and I don't want to blame the money because we need the money,
That's right.
but it's a big distraction on what the truth is.
That's
I'm
right.
not I'm not a genius. I'm not gonna say I know it all. I don't know it all, but we're very distracted, and it's not that we are the makers of the distraction.
That's right.
People are distracting us on purpose. And I can see it up and down my Facebook. I can see it up and down Instagram. It's a distraction. They throwing stuff in your face, but you won't see the truth. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying?
Hmm.
And one thing I was very shocked at Unc and Garfield. I
Hmm.
couldn't do nothing but give honest to them brothers.
Hmm.
Cause you said it yesterday that people been saying it for years. And I guess they finally had to pick up a book or realize like this is that don't make sense calling ourselves black. And I can see it right here and I can see it right there. And some people can see it. I don't want to say his name, but some people can see it
Hmm.
and just be like, I don't care. I'm comfortable where I'm at. And sometimes I don't want to give them too much credit and say that. I
Hmm.
believe some certain people are just agents, man. Just agents. They
Hmm.
don't want to. They don't want to see our people do better.
Hmm.
Cause they comfortable.
Hmm.
Or some of them are just being financially benefiting off our people ignorance. Because some people don't have that intelligence to war with them intellectually. So they just like, I'ma just, if they love it, I like it. As long as I'm getting money out of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and they ain't getting as much money as you think they may be getting either, brother. They trying to, but we gonna have a discussion on that too. I want you to stay on here when I shut down, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
but yeah, that is a factor though.
Mhm.
Um, and you said something that's powerful, brother. You know, you said how we getting left behind, and it made me
Mhm.
think. And I said, man, because you know everybody talking about automation now, right?
Mhm.
This is what's going to actually separate the wheat from the chaff, good brother. When
Mhm.
everything go automation, everybody that's out here been trying to push like they've been so intellectually inclined gonna be found to know nothing, and they're gonna be in bad situations. And this
Mhm.
automation is gonna bring about the enslavement of everybody that's ignorant.
Mhm.
So that's the new
And
wave of slavery now. You know,
and I don't want. I
go ahead.
don't be want to think. I don't be want to think
You
like
don't
that.
want to think like that. That's right, brother. We don't want to think
But
like that, but that we know that's what's gonna happen.
but
Because remember,
but
some
some.
people don't like computers anyway.
Mhm.
They don't want to
Mhm.
be computer literate, and that's what's gonna do it. So if you don't
Yeah.
want to be computer literate, and we got to use these things, just like money has been made a thing, and now they're trying to shift from the paper dollar to the digital
Mhm.
dollar, and they trying to
Mhm.
market corner off that market now. Remember
Mhm.
you don't even see Bitcoin machines like you used to in certain places.
Mhm.
You can't even mine on the go no more. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Because people was
Mhm.
running their mouth out here when they could have been low key doing what they did, but they did the same thing the Moors did when they started going up in there challenging the jurisdiction of the European. They began to
Mhm.
educate them, and so now they know how to deal with you. Now they know how to thwart anything you do. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm. And I believe some of our people, man, we I think we I think our people think they ain't gonna say it, but I really believe some of our people think these Europeans are very smart and they got all the answers, and they don't. And if they do, they're not gonna tell you.
They ain't gonna tell you. In fact,
They ain't gonna
they gonna
if they
use
ain't
they.
gonna
Go ahead, brother.
no, go ahead, go ahead.
Now I'm finna say they gonna use their knowledge that they had that they won't tell us to oppress us.
Exactly.
It ain't gonna benefit us at all. Trust me. At this time, they put it like this. You see what happened over there right now with the war in the Middle East, right?
Mm-hmm.
You see how they done completely wiped the people off their land, right?
Exactly.
Now put us in the same situation, whether people know it or not. This is the same thing we've been pretty much arguing about us being here, this being our land, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now they can't do the same thing that them people done did because the people look at them, it's people waiting for them to get a reason where they can really demonize the US. They just learn the way how to finesse it and make it look so good to where they can create the illusion like it ain't being done over here.
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
believe you me, they have a more sinister plot and aggressive way of getting rid of us as well, brother.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
this is what our people ain't understanding.
They comfortable, and I
They
don't think we
comfortable,
should
brother.
be. I don't think we should be that comfortable. You
You know
know.
what Noble Drew Ali called that, brother Marquise? He says sleeping within the arms of death.
Mm-mm-mm.
That's a powerful statement, ain't it, brother?
Mm-hmm.
He
Mm-hmm.
said they sleep within the arms of death, so I come as the Prince of Peace, because the Prince of Peace must first be the Prince of Strife. He
Mm-hmm.
got to stir up the ethers, because everything rises to the top if we can stir up the ethers. Like he said, get our people to thinking. But some of our people, man, like the prophet say, he said it's only gonna be a few of us left. He said he can count on fingers and still have some left. So boy, it's terrible. And that's why I'm so urgent. That's why I was going hard like I was in the beginning. And you look at the title, like I said, the hate you gave left infants fatherless,
Mm-hmm.
enraged. This is where the
Mhm.
thug life come from. So don't criticize the babies for being the way they is. I tell brothers all the time. I used to say this years ago. When I was young, brother, I used to say, man, they're young, they think I'm something. Wait till them one come after me. I used to say that
Mhm.
all the time. I was 14 years old saying that, bro. You feel
Mhm.
me? I used to say that way then. And so I say, okay, if the ones coming behind us act the way they do, we deserve every bit of opposition we get from them if we don't teach them right. So all the
Mhm.
brothers you see that hating the youth, in opposition to the youth, and you got the youth in opposition to them, all of this is coming as a result of us hating each other in our
But,
eras and not passing what down we should have passed to them. Because we were so
but
caught up in the show, we lost sight of the reality. Go ahead, brother.
how far I have been in my research and my experience of going through this research, I think certain people just can't handle the truth. The truth hurts. You know what I'm saying? Like you were saying that we ain't talking about shooting them up and gun banging and all of that and fighting with the white man and wrong. We ain't talking about that. But certain people, I believe, if they knew the truth, they're gonna be on that. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I believe people don't want the truth, because the truth is a scary thing. You know what
I
I'm
see what
saying?
you said. It makes some people become reactionary as opposed to proactionary.
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
and that's why I take brothers like me and yourself, brother. They go our brother creator of the boundless universe. It's gonna take brother like all us done been there, brother. Don't make no
Mhm.
mistake about it. I can guarantee you all of us done been on both sides of that fight. You understand?
Mhm.
But the thing
Mhm.
is about it, that's why it's gonna take us to reach that young and not yet born, because they ain't gonna listen to somebody, but they can feel that came through that same vibration they come through. See,
Mhm.
they thinking that it's about their era because they living in it at the moment, but they don't
Mhm.
know it's some of us who went through it, and we seen half our generation get lost, just like they
Mhm.
watching half of their generation get lost. And it's gonna
Mhm.
come a time some of them gonna unfold into wisdom, and some of them that survive gonna be looking at the next generation like we see them. You know
Mhm.
what I mean? So it's a self-refueling cycle. So to stop that reaction area mindset, that's why I say the things I had up there earlier, that's what we got to address. This post-traumatic slave syndrome.
Mhm.
Before we can get into any talk of real serious building and coming together, we got to identify these elements, because those are the true enemies of our people. These are
Mhm.
the phantom thinking that had to do with our own mind. Enemies
Mhm.
that we often form and make into something outside of the self because of our being oppressed under our own thoughts that have been embedded in us as a result of this enslavement, brother. So yeah, you got
And
some people definitely become reactionary, so that's
mhm.
we got to try to heal them with the truth. Go ahead, good brother.
And you know that saying, the saying they always say, you miss a good thing when it's gone.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Noble Jew Ali, he might be gone in the physical, but he's still here in the spirit.
Still
And we
here,
should,
working from the plane of
and,
soul.
and we really should cherish all our scholars.
All of them.
But but to me, I believe Noble Jew Ali was probably the best scholar we probably ever had, especially listening to these scholars, so-called scholars we hear today.
Facts.
We, uh, dude drop some powerful jewels. He gave you the train tracks. All you need to do is get on the train.
Get on it. That's right. That's right.
And and dude was powerful, man. I try to debunk him for years. I can't. Every time I study and go hard and go in different languages, trying to study their definitions, and dude was a beast. I'm not
Yeah.
saying it like that, but dude was cold.
Yeah, I know where you're
Dude.
coming from, and that's the thing. We can see that, but see that what make brother like me and you unassailable, because we done seen the arguments that everybody done tried to bring, and you seen just me dealing with them. They don't even want to address nothing about the Moors no more. Not when I'm on the manifest, because they already know they can't get around me with it with that foolishness.
Mm-hmm.
So we done put it out there now. That the
Mm-hmm.
Moors is definitely who they say they are. And they ain't seen nothing yet, because like you say, the prophet's still working from the plane of soul, brother. And when we
Mm-hmm.
get through putting these works, because that's what I'm focused on now, brother, putting these works in book form. You know what I mean? So we can have structured measures that people can come into and read on their own, and they can grow as well, and then come up with their individuality as a result of that. But they'll definitely have what is rightfully there. And so, I went and dug high and low, dealing with proofs, and
Mm-hmm.
we dealing with a lot of the scientific aspects of things. We always dealt with that because we more scientists.
Mm-hmm.
That's one thing about our teaching. We have the scientific approach in it. Every other belief system can't claim that. We
Mm-hmm.
study the scientific approach, and we study all of the books. We respect all of the masterminds, so we ain't in that conflict that everybody else got. Talking about
Mm-hmm.
religion cause, no, that's y'all that don't understand it. No, but you Ali showed us we can demonstrate
Exactly.
one truth in
Exactly.
harmony. Everything else is just titles. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
So
Cause
yeah,
half
bro.
of these, cause
Go ahead.
half of these people that are dealing with religion,
Yep.
so-called religion.
Yep.
It's not really religion. They not understanding nothing. They not even going to other languages and trying to figure out what these words mean.
Facts.
This English that we speaking is trash.
Straight
It's it's it's
bastardized language. Real talk.
it's, it's trash. Cause you go in these other languages, it's thinking out the definition, and you will understand what it all means. Just a simple word, spirit. It just means breath.
That's right.
If y'all don't understand that and keep going by this English definition, you're going to be lost.
That's right.
And they
That's right.
and they and they know that. You know what I'm saying? So.
Yeah, we trying to raise them up out of it right now. And we definitely own it. Especially you get it. I think you be seeing us sometime on Sunday morning when we do our language. We dealing with the Arabic right now. But
Mhm.
all language is connected when you go beyond
Mhm.
the English. And
Mhm.
that's what we showing our people. And they don't know they had a form of what is called Moorish Arabic,
Mhm.
Mauritanian Arabic, so
Mhm.
we got a lot of stuff. We even have it structured our own language, that we getting ready to introduce to the people. So we
Mhm.
got a lot coming, and I'm putting more energy in that now instead of going back and forth over a bunch of
Mhm.
nothing, because it's a waste of time. You know what I mean?
I don't agree with everything. I don't like his character. I don't like what's told out there.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. York,
Right,
but he
right.
was right. He was right one thing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We had to make up our own language
Got to make their
and
own language.
put the right definitions where they are supposed to be.
That's
Now I
right.
agree with him on that,
Mm-hmm. Well,
and
that's what they were saying in Willie Lynch. If you shade
mhm,
the language off of their head, then we got them. But we got to destroy their language in order to destroy their ability to communicate. See, that's what they've been
mhm,
doing.
mhm.
That's how they got us. You
See,
know.
The European part understand his own language. You know
Mm-hmm.
everything. You know what I'm saying? We don't.
We don't.
We
That's
don't.
right.
We don't know the etymology to these words.
Yep. We
You
don't know
know.
all of the
So
etymology. That's right.
yeah.
That's right, brother. So yeah, you think it mean one thing. They say that in the protocols of Zion, though. In the they say they have their own political meaning. When you think it mean one thing, it means something else.
Mhm.
So yeah, let's see what our brother,
Mhm.
creator of the boundless universe, got to say real quick. What's going on, good brother?
Islam, Islam, Islam.
What's
Islam.
Oh man, give rise and praise to the Almighty Allah and to His noble prophet Drew Ali. Man, um, I had, I ain't really been to sleep since last night when
I
you
need
was
to
on,
get some.
and I've been catnapping,
me
and I
too?
took me a little day trip today on the train and caught me a little catnap, and I was about to lay it down, and I seen you came on, and then when I clicked on there, I seen they went on and shut you down. And I just was looking again. You came back on, so I said, let me go ahead and see what's happening. But man,
Before you get in the groove, I'm gonna step down, y'all.
no, you stay. Don't go nowhere because it's got
I'm
some.
not going nowhere, but I'm just gonna step down. Go
Okay,
ahead.
okay,
If you want me to
yeah,
stay
it's
up,
got
I'll
something
stay
to
up.
do. Got
Whatever.
something to do with what you were saying about the youth and what's going on, man. You know, to whom much is given, much is required. And
Mhm.
when you have been given the truth, whether it hurts or not, it's something that starts, whether you deny it or not, that requires you to act upon it.
Mhm.
And we have been taught not to be responsible. Part of the
Mhm.
part of the slave mentality is to be reliant upon your oppressor. Okay, so we are sitting at the table waiting on those people to give us something.
Mhm.
That's another form of idol worship because you should
Mhm.
be waiting on Allah and working with Allah in unison, and all things will be provided to you. See what I'm saying? In your path.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? So um a lot of the youth, man, I be hearing people talk about the youth, and you know, I got considerable age on me. I ain't never had a problem with no young person disrespecting me,
Mhm.
calling me out my name, or none of that. You know what I mean?
Cause the youth, cause the youth looking for respect too. You know what I'm saying? They
They
can't.
looking
We
they looking for
we can't.
respect, but they looking for guidance, and
Exactly.
they feel abandoned. They feel like their mothers, their fathers, the society has abandoned them. So when
Mhm.
they acting out doing all these things they doing, it's a way for them to be recognized. We here. Why y'all ain't paying attention to us?
Mhm.
That's a lot what they doing because you know they done created their own little society amongst their own little peer group, and
Mhm.
they feel like nobody paying attention to them. So let's make some
And
noise.
and they and they and they want to be responsive, like me and Kamisha was talking about. They really want to be responsive. You
Yeah,
know, they want to see some action go down.
yeah.
You
But
know, and
it's
they
not.
kind of
It's
like they probably upset with us. You know what I'm saying? I'm
yeah,
saying us. You
yeah.
know,
In the
they got
general,
to.
yeah.
They,
They it's they feel like it's nothing for them. They don't
mhm.
the brother talked about hopelessness. Hopelessness
Mhm.
is something that's been projected upon them, telling them they don't have a future but to go in the penal system. That's what it's telling them. You know what I mean? That's the what they call it sublingual messages that's being sent to them. They don't have nothing to do. They don't have no way out. So it's a sense of hopelessness. You know what I mean? It's just it's sad, man, and I'm gonna have to say I came through that day and time where you had what you called crack babies in the 80s, where the parents were just abandoning their children because they was out here doing what they was doing, and put them on the grandparents or the aunts and the uncles and or the cut or whoever, and they raised
Mhm.
now. Now you got those children that then had children.
Mhm.
So that thing ain't never left their mind. That then filtered down into the next generation. Now you coming into the 90s, early 2000s, it's filtered down again. See what I'm
Mhm.
saying? So you got this third, fourth generation of children that's still feeling the hate from those children back in the 80s. And it then
Mhm.
intensified. You know what I mean? And so it's like the public school system don't offer them nothing. Man, it's just sad, man, that it's sad but it's true. I'm gonna say it like that. and
Mhm.
we gotta have some type of something to get them out of this. And far as the AI stuff y'all was talking about and the IT thing, I was with a brother the other day, and he's an IT in the IT field. They getting terminated. They
Mm.
terminating them people because most of them work under contracts, and when the contracts is ending, they get ready to have, like you say, they get ready to have automation, the robots doing all that stuff.
Mhm.
So now you don't even need the with AI. I mean, IT was being promoted as one of the biggest industries back in the late '80s and '90s, the fastest growing industry. That's not the industry no more. The industry
Mhm.
has become the AI because now I can get the robot. I can put the human mindset in the robot.
Mhm.
The robot can think for itself and rationalize.
Mhm.
The robot don't get tired.
Mhm.
It don't have to take off. It
Mhm.
can work 24 hours a day.
And that's pushing our youth into wanna be rappers and drug dealers, cause they ain't gonna know how to function in a minute. You know what I'm saying? Cause all these computers will take over everything.
Right, right.
Um, it ain't gonna be them certain jobs, some little low jobs where you just boxing up certain stuff or moving this with your hands. That's not gonna be here that long. You know what
That's
I'm saying?
that's right. That's right.
And
Have you seen the
and
movie called The Creator?
no, no, no.
Okay, it's a movie out called The Creator, and it's a brother that was a robotics engineer, AI.
Mhm,
He made a woman, but what he did, he put a human essence in the woman and created her to where he could. She became his woman,
I
and
think I seen that movie.
he
I
had
think I seen
he had a child with her.
Mhm,
So we talk about what they call cyborgs,
mhm,
okay? But cyborgs been told about way back for I don't know how long. From Star
mhm,
Trek, the original Star Trek days, they
mhm,
had cyborgs. That's the
mhm,
late 60s and 70s. So all this stuff is just becoming manifest. And what they do, they introduce it to us. A guy used to say, man, why you always quote movies? I said, because Hollywood is telling you what the agenda is.
mhm,
They just desensitize you to what's going on as they slide it in on you very easy and subtly.
mhm,
See what I'm
mhm,
saying? So that Arnold Schwarzenegger, all that stuff, I Robot with Will Smith, all that, they've been telling you this is coming. Where the
mhm,
robot is going to find that the man and woman are imperfect, and they've been programmed to be perfectionists. And they're gonna start turning on the man and woman.
mhm,
That's they're gonna take control. But in a way, that's not nothing to be scared about. The thing about it is to get on top of it and learn how to deal with that type of stuff, like you said,
mhm,
and then you be able to deal with it. You know what I mean?
mhm,
I don't think it's bad to have that technology. I just think that because we're gonna be so far out of place and out of tune with it, like you say, that's gonna be our detriment. You know what I
mhm,
mean? And it's just it is what it is. What it is. I'm probably not gonna say it correctly, but Noble Ali told us about the age of technology
mm,
was coming. You know what I mean? And the age of technology was gonna be used to further spread what he had to say and get the
mhm,
message out. You know what I'm saying? And so um it's wild, man. And like you say, you always gonna have agent provocateurs. You always
mhm,
gonna have what you so called the house Negro, the
mhm,
handkerchief head Negro, all
mhm,
them people. You know what I mean? It's just it's bad. I used the term last night on it. They call them straw bosses. They was put
Mm-hmm.
in place by the slave master on the plantation to keep the other slaves in line.
Mm-hmm.
That was Steven and Django. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying?
And it's a lot of street brothers
Oh
are some
yeah.
coons out here too.
Oh
You
yeah.
know, they work. They doing a damn good job for the white man. They
Oh
killing
yeah.
each other. We
Oh yeah.
destroying the neighborhoods. Well, we calling it gangster, but really it's cooning. You
Well,
cooning, brother.
snitching became acceptable. At one point in time, that wasn't acceptable behavior.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And so now that's acceptable. You can do that and still come out and stand around the people that you told on and be accepted.
Mm-hmm.
It's acceptable. You know what I'm saying? So that means you can sell them out. I
Mm-hmm.
say snitching. Let's use the word sellout. Same comparable thing. You know what I'm saying? You can sell your own people out. You can be right in there infiltrated in. That's the agent provocateur. That's why I was telling
Mm-hmm.
the brother all them platforms and all that so-called debating and all, man, them jokers ain't doing nothing, man. They stepping and fetching.
My opinion with the debating, you not learning anything. Only thing you going by is is this guy got a better argument. That don't mean he's dropping any truth. You know
Right,
what I'm saying?
right,
He sounded good. He cussed him out. He did this. He said that.
right.
But what if the man that's losing the argument is telling nothing but truth? You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
it ain't really whether a win or lose, like you
Mm-hmm.
say, is who can present their information the best. They
Mm-hmm.
even tell you that in law.
Yep.
When you go in law, it's not about what's right or wrong. It's about
Mm-hmm.
who can present their argument the best to convince the 12 people in the box.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's what
That's
it's
what
about.
that's what going on right now. Literally with
Right
my
now.
son. My son, I lost him. And we getting ready to go through some mediation. That's what our lawyer keeps stressing, which we know that. Like, he like our lawyer, saying, in law, the truth don't matter, it's what can be proved. You see what I'm saying? Like we
Mm-hmm.
already know that's the linguistic, but that's the way Rome put it out there. But like
Hmm.
y'all
Mm-hmm.
was saying though, and then go right there into the platform. The one say a well organized lie will always beat and overthrow a disorganized truth.
Hmm.
And so that's basically they letting you know that they got an organized lie. But when
Hmm.
they come up against the truth that they can't refute, that's when it's
Mm-hmm.
a conflict. We want to give honors to our brother. The brother gave me a call, brother Saab. He gave me
Mm-hmm.
a call today, because one reached out to him. Another brother reached out to him that be on our platform and let him know what was going on. He was like, brother, he said, I never go in opposition against you, bro. And he was like, them ones scared of you. Same thing he be saying publicly, he like they scared of you, brother. Anytime you want to present, you can present. But you send me the information, I'll take that demonstration now.
Mm-hmm.
That's basically what he was saying. So, it's in our teaching still one inclined toward peace, then we do the same. But the thing is, we know that certain people just ain't got the best interest of our people at heart when it comes
Mm-hmm.
with being in that environment. And even when he tried to clean it up, a lot of them ones going in opposition to him. You see what I'm saying? They don't
Hmm.
care. But it's the main
See,
thing is
see.
the key of what are people there for? You know
Mm-hmm.
what I mean? What
It's nothing wrong with debating. It's certain people don't know what a debate is.
they don't know what it is. You got to come to a conclusion of agreement. Okay, we
Mm-hmm.
disagree. Oh, okay, so now can we build upon this fact right here? You know,
Mm-hmm.
that's what's going on. A lot of people ain't coming to no conclusion. It's like, well, he won. Ooh, he had the better argument, and then nine
Mm-hmm.
people still messed up. And then
Mm-hmm.
think about the people that ain't as knowledgeable as we are, that can disseminate information. We can go through it. They like, man, these Negro crazy. Why I
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
want to become a part of that? They acting
I
Mhm.
worse
could
than us.
I could look at a debate and say, oh, that was a good argument. He won that, but dude was dropping nothing but facts right there. I
Mm-hmm.
can do that. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? But
Mm-hmm.
some people they hear a debate and say, oh, he, he told the truth and nothing but the truth. No, he just won the debate.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? That don't mean he dropped nothing but truth.
Think about it. We can go up there and have a whole bunch of information. Y'all done seen me do it a couple of times. And I'm showing you literal sources. And these fools go to holler, you ain't showed the source or what to show it. She gave you the source, the page number and everything. And you still
Hmm.
saying you and this cat over here running his mouth ain't showed nothing. But you talking about,
Hmm.
boy, he showed going in. That's why I be like, yeah, these people playing.
Yeah, man.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
These people
Hmm.
playing, man. They crazy, bro. That's why I say ain't nobody for the. The elders used to say when I used to mess around. Everybody got a group of elders that play chess in every city. I know y'all know some, right?
Mhm.
And when
Yep.
they get
Yep.
on that board, they be talking cash jump, bro. You know,
Hmm.
if you done got up against a real elder, he'd be like, "Boy, the more I teach you, the dumber you get."
Hmm.
You know, that's
Hmm.
how they be talking. So
Uh-huh.
every
Hmm.
time I move, you move. You know
Mhm.
what I
Hmm.
mean? Don't let me get that
And,
rook over there now.
and he can be he can be losing, but he can take you off your game, talking shit to you.
Yeah,
Mhm.
because he
Yeah.
see you focus. And then while
Hmm.
he doing that, you know what I mean? Sometimes he'll flank you, because he know
Sorry
you
for
gonna
cursing,
come
y'all.
through.
Sorry for cursing.
Well,
Yeah,
you all
no,
right, bro?
you're all right. You're all right. All is well. You ain't put no spell on us.
Though.
No,
Mhm.
but yeah, man, they be going to look and ones know when you make a certain move, they don't know when all three moves away from it. Okay, I'm gonna force you into making this move. So when you
Mhm.
Hmm.
make that move, I'm gonna hit you here, there, and just jump all over your board.
Mhm.
Take
Hmm.
your king and queen if you ain't careful. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
Hmm.
so when we deal with a lot of our people, they ain't thinking along the lines of rules of engagement. They don't have a moralistic aspect. It's really how much I can dog you. If I can't beat you with the information, then I want to become the best comedian it is.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Be the class clown. So I'm
Hmm.
make them laugh their way out of seeing what it is that you presented. And
That'll
then
do it.
you made me feel good today. So much so what people in the chat be trying to spark that type of
Right.
demonstration up.
Right.
Hmm.
Trying to be playful and
Mhm.
things go over your head. What
Mhm.
did he say,
Hmm.
y'all? The only reason you don't understand what I said is because you so ignorant you want to play going back and forth in the chat.
Mhm.
Instead
Hmm.
of listening to what did he say, y'all? Like, come on, man, we got to stop that. Like, what's the purpose of going live 3-4 hours a day? That's a waste of time.
And
Mhm.
and half of the chat don't do no research. They just
Ain't
going by the conversation. They
yeah,
going by they don't do no research.
That's what I call the peanut gallery.
yeah.
That's
That's exactly what it
that's
is.
the peanut gallery because you know you got a lot of people, man. They just want to be associated
Yep,
with a lot of stuff because it's
yep,
popular.
yep,
It's a popular subject that everybody talking about it,
yep.
so they want to be associated with it. And if
Yeah.
you just look at some of the comments that they be making, you be like, "How did you get that out of what he said?"
What's being said? Just like
And what's the name of is master of that boy? He is cold.
uh
Mm,
I tell you one that always jump around in the chat and make a whole he spam the chat. The guy they call BLS. Y'all know who I'm talking about.
mm,
You
Hmm.
know, and so he get in there every time. And I look at this brother channel, I'm like, brother, you only got 53 people on your YouTube and ain't went live now time. But every
Hmm.
time you see me on here giving a presentation, you wanna, commission is pseudo, commission is da 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 da. Then you got a couple of more of them jump on the bandwagon, right? And so I said,
Hmm.
well, all y'all got to do is get in the ring.
right.
And now one of them want to get in there and have no discussion because it got to be structured.
Hmm.
That's just like that last conversation we had with that guy, running around talking about be like Osiris. The book he done come out with this blackness.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
He
the toilet tissue book.
yeah. And he done got mad because the brother let me get up there and expose them Ptolemies and show y'all who they really was. He like, nah, you don't let him get up on there. You don't supposed to let him do that. so that he
Mm-hmm.
can put that before the world. It's the truth though. But
Mm-hmm.
you didn't think nobody knowed that. So now I put out there who name on the Rosetta Stone, who the people really is. That sure enough
Mm-hmm.
gonna kill you. Ain't nobody never pointed that out. Y'all know it too. They know that. You can believe
Mm-hmm.
they know who them people is. They done did the research, but they
Mm-hmm.
didn't think nobody ever called them on that.
And Ptolemy built over a lot of stuff. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
they all he
So
did is
the old
the
you looking for the first dynasty. The first dynasty is under rocks and rebel. You know what
yeah,
I'm saying?
yeah. They done
So
took pieces of the temple and added it to other pieces that it didn't even belong to.
exactly.
And so you can see it where they done did that. And so that alone is enough to kill the knout that they got. I keep telling them, I give them an open window, so to speak. I'm like, look, bro, okay, we can accept the fact that what y'all doing is under Champollion, right? But I'm just trying to get y'all to see that it ain't connected to the ancestors. What
Hmm.
did they do before Champollion created his methodology? Because that's
These
his.
white people took them damn definitions and put
Yeah,
Greek definitions in there.
put Greek definitions on them.
They is not finna give you the truth. If that's the case, they will tell you, nigga, you ain't black.
There you go. And that's a whole nother. Even though they say
Bro.
he was dealing with Coptic, right? Come to find
Hmm.
out, Champollion wasn't dealing with nothing but the Greek.
Right.
Hmm.
And then the Demotic that's on there came later, so that didn't even exist during the time of ancient Egypt. Then we find out that the hieroglyphics on it is pseudo hieroglyphics. They decorative hieroglyph. The only thing on there that translate to they little Greek words is the Ptolemy word that they put in the cartouche in the mix of it. So they
Hmm.
put it in the mix of decorative hieroglyphs. Other stuff
Hmm.
don't mean nothing, but this one little portion they put in there mean what they have it meaning in the Greek. And so now that's to make you think that the whole thing is, man, come on, man. They done
See,
bamboozled these
so
people.
see, when we say
It's
they
crazy.
didn't decipher the Melanetia, I'm saying they didn't decipher the Melanetia right.
Facts.
They didn't give you they didn't give you the right definitions.
And they
They
couldn't.
probably whatever they seen black, everything they seen with more on it, they put black there. You
There
feel
you
what
go.
I'm saying?
There you go. And
So
they couldn't. The
they
thing, the thing is, good brother, all their transliteration is coming from Greek. And the rest
mm-hmm,
of it they lying about. That's what I'm
mm-hmm,
saying. When I went and did my investigation on the Rosetta Stone, I put this out there on measure about 3 or 4 weeks ago. The actual glyphs that's on there, you can see where they went in there and doctored that stuff in there. And the only
mm-hmm,
thing that's in there with the Ptolemy name is, like I said, that little Greek cartouche they created. But all them
mm-hmm,
other symbols in there, bro, they don't even mean nothing.
mm-hmm.
You understand? Because there's a such thing as what they call Egyptomania. You heard
These
God.
people, these people wasn't smart, man, at all, man. They put a little masonry in it
There you go.
and
There
and
you go.
and and, and put their little language in there and confused you. And they kind of
Confuse the people.
sloppy. They real sloppy. They real
Sloppy,
sloppy because the truth is out there.
sloppy
You
as
know.
ever, brother. And we got
Yeah.
three other people, and this is what the brother he said he want me to present. This is what I'm gonna present if I ever present again recently, in a recent manner. It's three people from three different languages, bro, that have went against Champollion, right? That people don't know about. They think I'm the only one doing this. Now their
Mm,
methodology is different from mine. But we
mm-hmm.
got a person from India that's wrote a book because they seen a lot of the Kemetic words that exist in their language. Now
Mm-hmm.
I know why all of these people seeing this is because Kemet influenced everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So though
Mm-hmm.
they trying to look at it and say, see, the words of Kemet come from us, in India, it's really that they have loan words that came to them through Kemet. Because we know the
Mm-hmm.
people of India come from the Kushite civilization. Just
Mm-hmm.
like you deal with the Kushite civilization, it's a lot of Kemetic words in their language. So only
Mm-hmm.
thing they really doing is serving as a purpose of verification. Just like in the
Mm-hmm.
Somali culture, you'll see a lot of Kemetic words in their language, but it would be
Mm-hmm.
false to say that the Kemetic language came from Somalia. No, these are people that borrowed loan words from this place. And so we
Mm-hmm.
also have a Hebrew book Well, these people
Mhm.
saying that the Hebrews were the true Egyptians. You see what I'm saying? And that
Mhm.
Champollion was wrong. So everybody coming to the same conclusion that Champollion was wrong, but a lot of these people are claiming Kemet as coming from them. Kemet couldn't come
Mhm.
from everybody. You know what I mean? It
Mhm.
could be, it could
Mhm.
come from Egypt, and then come from India, and then come from the Hebrews too. And then we got this other individual just wrote a book, Hieroglyphics, and this was coming from German. You know, and
Mhm.
man, they done wrote a whole book breaking down and going at Champollion decipherment, tearing him
And
up.
people don't and people don't understand the
Everything was
Hebrews
coming from them. You see what I'm
and
saying?
people don't and people don't understand Hebrews was some traveling brothers. So
Yeah,
they spin on everybody's culture.
everything they
So
went through, they adopted it
every
into their own. That's real talk.
exactly they never stayed in one spot. So
Mm-hmm.
they've been to India, they've been to China. I believe they even came from America.
They
You
did. They
know,
went all over the place, bro.
yes,
And
because they got a mountain that's called the Moabite Mountain over here in America. And
yeah,
and and
see,
and, and,
see, see,
and, and
that's a whole nother degree right there. You know, and
yeah.
that's something that we've been talking about lately. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? Because we dealing with land. You know what
And
I mean?
Utah and the
Moab,
etymology mean Judah.
that's
So
right. Jehuda, right? That's right.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we
So
know where you at. Yes, sir.
yeah.
You know, and that's right. And if you look at it in the way that it looks, oh man,
Hmm.
that's crazy. All the
Hmm.
mountains and everything up in there, the river that flow up through there that they got down there now. And a lot of
Hmm.
that is unclaimed territory too, bro.
Hmm.
That's why
And
our
and
people
the
be trying to get on the business. Go ahead, bro.
and the Israelites and the Moabites were surrounded by Berbers. See, so we was Phoenicians at the time. The Berbers was right there. You know what I'm saying? So
Well,
people
you
just
know,
not really doing they not doing they research. They ain't doing their due diligence. That's all.
yeah, a lot of people don't know that a lot of people don't know the same people called Phoenicians were the so-called Berbers.
Right. They
They
don't
don't
Mhm.
know.
know that.
Mhm.
They don't know
Mhm.
that as we migrated, our names changed. But the
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
one name that
There you
always
go.
stayed
There you
amongst
go.
all them groups, they all had a root that went to their
Mhm.
civilization that dealt with that M
Mhm.
and R. You
Mhm.
Right.
know, whether you was in Sumeria dealing with the Amaru, or whether
Mhm.
you was in India dealing with the Mauryan Empire established by Ashoka,
Mhm.
who were known as Moors, or whether you go into Kemet and you deal with, the Mir, a
Mhm.
Meru, which was along the lines of dealing with the Cushites, or whether you
Mhm.
deal with the Mari, which was found in the area where the Phoenicians or the Carthaginians had settled, or then you go into Mauritania, which you deal with the
Mhm.
Mari and their migration there, or
Mhm.
even into Senegal, where you deal with the Mari that was among those people. They don't
Can me
understand it traveled
can
all
me
across all them places. Go ahead, brother.
Kamisha, you know about Pharaoh Shishak, don't you?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Yes,
So
sir.
you know
Very
what I'm
familiar
talking
with.
about.
Yeah, yeah. And that's
And
what I'm
he's supposed
saying. Go ahead.
and he's supposed to have been a Berber.
That's what I'm saying. And I
And
want
he
to,
was a pharaoh.
yes, sir. And I want to go
Mhm.
into that title. See, a lot of the descendants after Ramesses was pretty much the Libi or the Libiu,
Mhm.
the
Mhm.
Puttites. These were
Mhm.
also the ancestors of the Moors. You
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
see what I'm saying? A lot of people don't know that. And they
Mhm.
actually were the ones who ruled the longest after the original pharaohs fell. So the
Mhm.
Puttites ruled a couple of dynasties, and then by the time they had got done, see, a lot of people don't
Mhm.
know
Mhm.
these were the
Mhm.
same people. Their descendants were referred
Mhm.
to by G.M. James when he said that the Moors were custodians, of the wisdom of the
Mm-hmm.
priesthood. These were the actual Moors that came up out of it. It was the Puttites,
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
who their descendants went all of. Some of them settled in Somaliland on the Horn of Africa,
Mhm.
but the other ones came across North Africa into your Phoenician civilization. They were known as Punic. They spoke Punic language, which is really the same as what they call cuneiform. A
Mhm.
lot of people don't know that wrote that. That's the same language, bro.
And what I don't get about the Hebrews, they never talk about the mixed breeding they were doing with these people.
Yeah,
So
they
you
like
think
they like to
you
go
think
against that.
Right. Oh no, we just Hebrews. Yeah, we Hebrews, but we got a lot of other stuff in us. We got Egyptian in us, Moabite in us,
All that,
Hittite in us,
all that,
Jebusites in us,
all that,
Berbers in us. Why
all that.
y'all never bring up that?
But see,
because
Mm,
Hebrew was never a nationality. Hebrew just means the people that crossed over.
mm-hmm.
that's
The
all it means.
Hebrew.
Those who crossed over from one region into
That's
another.
all. That's all it means. So it was many different people from many different
And
or.
biblically, they were known as Canaanites, which is
Hmm.
what
Mm-hmm.
Nova Drew Ali identified with. But that's why
Mm-hmm.
they can't be found. I sat on
Mm-hmm.
the call with them brothers one day, and they was going back and forth trying to figure out where they was located at. And they can't prove
Mm-hmm.
it. And I'm telling them, I'm like, bro, y'all, only way y'all gonna really be found is y'all admit y'all Canaanites, but they won't admit that because of the
Mm-hmm.
narrative that was spun by the Jews who got hold to the history of Matheno and then
Mm-hmm.
said, oh, these right here people was cursed by Canaan because they didn't want our people to know that them people was the ones that were being exiled as the Hekakasu.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So what happens is they reject their Canaanite roots, and then go
Mm-hmm.
against that. If Canaan himself was cursed, that doesn't really curse the whole people. That's
Mm-hmm.
Canaan that was cursed,
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
not his line.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how they made it be. And why would the Most High curse, a whole people because somebody seen somebody naked by mistake? When we got
Mm-hmm.
Hebrews out there raping naked women,
Mm-hmm.
we got a lot more stuff going on. Like with the Moabite line, they say that Moab and Ruth slept together,
Mm-hmm.
and they were some kin. So wouldn't that be a part of the curse? And if David came through that line and Jesus came through that line, that killed y'all a whole demonstration of a bloodline of people.
Exactly.
So make
So
it make
if
sense.
if Cushite is, I mean not Cushite. So if Canaan is cursed, the Israelites is cursed because they show
Israelite.
mixed in with them.
There you go.
They show had kids by
That's what I'm trying to tell you. And so
them.
it's like selective research and cherry picking that our people do, and they don't realize,
Cherry
bro,
picking.
you taking the Jews, because that's who influenced that Israelite doctrine. Even though they got their own book, the Torah and the Tanakh, they actually
Mm-hmm.
have influence over the history of the biblical
Mm-hmm.
narrative. That's where that narrative came from with Canaan being cursed, because they same thing that they pushing now.
Mm-hmm.
Racism has always been at the root of Jewish rabbis, bro. They
Mm-hmm.
ain't got no problem telling you they the chosen and everybody else, Gentiles, is basically destined for hell.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
But that's why they reject the New Testament, because the New Testament, if you go into that book, it said the Gentiles was the branch that was grafted in that actually replaced Israel. Remember, Jesus
Mm-hmm.
told them, he said, the kingdom of heaven will be taken from you and given to a other nation that will bring
Mm-hmm.
forth fruits thereof.
They
Yeah,
but it always been like that
it
though.
always
You
been
know,
that way. Yeah,
Israelite will fall, somebody else will take
somebody
over.
else come up. But see, that's what they
Exactly.
don't get. If he told them the kingdom of heaven was going to be taken from them and given forth to a nation that will bring forth the fruits thereof, and then we read about Paul talking about the fullness of the Gentiles coming in, these are people
Mm-hmm.
that are not considered Israelites. So that means
Mm-hmm.
if they saying that and they believe that biblically, then that means you got to respect and honor those who have a way outside of that. That's
Mm-hmm.
why Jesus said, Father, I also bless those who believe on me through their doctrine. That means the doctrine that they came up under their own teachings.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if they
You
believe
know,
on
you
me,
know,
they
you
don't
know,
they don't talk about that though. Go ahead, brother.
Commissioner. I consider myself an Israelite, but I know I'm a Moor. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
nothing wrong with that. Israelite is the proper term, but
Mm-hmm.
Hebrew is not the proper term. You see what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying? Hebrew again just refers to crossing over. Israel represent who the people are, but
And
when
Mm-hmm.
we go
they
into
was
the word,
they was the 12 sons of Jacob.
they were the 12 sons of Yaqub, right? And so when you go into the word Israel, really a lot of people don't know it connects to the words and root is Ra'el.
Isis
Mm-hmm.
Rael.
That's right. And Isis Ra'el. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
So when you look at that from that standpoint, which can't be denied, and we actually got tablets, where it breaks this stuff down. And I was talking about one of those teaching where one was saying that the Hebrews were the true Egyptians, and he
Mm-hmm.
going into the proper doctrine, but it's wrong when he say the Hebrews was the original Egyptians. No, brother, the Israelites those who were amongst them became amalgamated with the Egyptians. All you got to do is go
They
to Isaiah 19,
they
and
was
they
the
called. He said,
custodian.
yeah,
They
when he
was the
said
custodians
became
of
custodians at a turn.
Egypt. Yeah.
Right. In 19, Isaiah, what he say? He said, Egypt, my people, right?
Mhm.
Assyria, the work of my hands, and Israel, my inheritance.
Mhm.
When all of them would come out as a mixed multitude, speaking the language of what? Canaan.
Mhm. Mhm.
So if you speaking a
And
Canaanite language, wouldn't your language be cursed if Canaan was cursed too?
mhm.
See what I'm saying? It
And
don't make no
and
sense.
and 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 Abraham's army, it wasn't just no Israelites. It was Hittites and everybody.
Facts.
So just don't think it was just nothing but Israelites fighting with Abraham.
Facts. Also,
No, it was.
also in Isaiah 19, and I say this because our Hebrew family like to bang on Cushites. But the Most
Mhm.
High said that Cush would be taken into bondage, but he also said, blessed be the Ethiopia, my people.
Mhm.
Blessed be Egypt, my people. He referred
Mhm.
to all of them, and he talked about them when
Mhm.
he come in for his a remnant. When he come back around, they was gonna be delivered. He
Matter of
talked
fact, the
about,
book,
you see
the
what I'm
Most
saying?
High said, that the Egyptians is his
His
people,
people.
and
That's
as
what I'm
and
talking
as
about.
and as and Assyrians gonna be
The
the
work of
hands
his
of
hands.
him,
Yeah,
and Hebrews gonna be the
his inheritance.
inheritance. That's
Yeah,
what
but he
exactly what he
mentioned
said.
and he mentioned them in that order. So
Mhm.
and then he spoke on, remember, he spoke on the remnants. When he come around to get his people again, he said that it was going to create the people of Sabah and Cush and Pathros.
They cherry picking, man. They need to
That's
stop
why
that,
I'm
man.
saying it. So if the Most High said this, then how you going to go against what he say since you follow the laws of Yahweh?
Mhm.
That's crazy. When he said
Mhm.
that he was going to smite Egypt and heal it, he even said he was going to send a savior to Egypt. We know that
Mhm.
wasn't Moses because Moses wasn't sent to say it. Now, scholars will try to say, oh, that was Alexander the Greek. Man, get out of
Mhm.
here with that nonsense. Alexander the
Mhm.
Greek is the reason why Egypt failed.
Mhm.
You know, Alexander the Greek didn't come in there saving no Egypt.
Mhm.
To me personally, I feel like that savior was really Prophet Noble Drew Ali. You know
Mhm.
what I mean? And that's just going into the aspects of making the measure applicable to now. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Because we know Egypt physically has failed. But
Mhm.
Prophet Noble Drew Ali was the first to ever talk about being an Egyptian adept before even York or anybody else came along.
Mhm.
And so it's just that we've been trying to put things back together. And a lot of our people that got the keys don't even know that he put them in their hand. When he
He
say he put
gave you
that
the,
book in
he
his
gave you the knowledge, man. He
hand,
gave
yeah.
you the knowledge, man.
He say, I brought you everything it takes to save you as a nation.
Yep.
And all you got to
Mhm.
do is take it and save yourself. That
Mm.
man
Mhm.
literally went over there and was initiated by those who felt he was the last living pharaoh.
And say the princess shall come out of Egypt, Ethiopia shall soon stretch out her
Stretch
hands
out their
unto God.
arms to me. That's right. And so all of that right there, yet people in denial, they want to hate Africa, they want to hate Kush, because the Zionists basically, Jewish Zionists told them so. So that's what they don't know how to separate the Zionism from their indoctrination, and they trying to
Mhm.
use the book and teach it under the same interpretation that the Zionist has interpreted the book, and then try to put a
Mhm.
black Hebrew Israelite label on it, and
Mhm.
that's where they going wrong at.
And,
Mhm.
And
and
you
then
see what the Zionists did to them. They was fighting the Hebrews. Y'all didn't see that video out there? How they
and look,
attacked them?
Mm-mm.
I seen a clip on the YouTube
Man, they beat
short.
the hell out of them Hebrew
What's his
Israelites.
name? What's the brother name? Kwame Ture, Stokely Carmichael.
Yeah, yeah,
He's on there talking about how the Zionists was just a political agenda
that's
that
all it
was
was.
started by a man who was an atheist.
Mein Kampf.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So he on there talking, it's just a little short, but he's talking about these people that never believe in God no way. And that's
No,
why
sir.
you see the Orthodox, you see a lot of the Orthodox rabbis
That's right.
denounce Zionism. The
They
Zionists,
denouncing Zionism.
they tell
That's
them that
right.
they tell them that they're not Jews.
That's right.
See
That's
what I'm
why a lot of
saying?
people don't know that even those same Zionists, good brother, infiltrated Morocco. And
Mm-hmm.
that's why
Mhm.
Morocco today
Mhm.
is not even
Mhm.
Morocco as it was. They
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
ran the original Moroccan people out of there. A lot of them is Mauritanians that's in Mauritania now. So
Mm-hmm.
the
Mhm.
Zionists actually have control over Morocco. People ain't paying
Mhm.
attention. When the state of Israel was created in 1948, at the same time in 1956, until they gained their so-called independence over there during that time, and the brother Turner L helped them do that.
Mhm.
Zionists had already took over Morocco,
Mhm.
just
Mhm.
like they also had infiltrated Ottoman Turkish Empire as well
Mhm.
when they overthrew the Shah in 1924.
Mhm.
See, people don't understand what's been going on. These people done usurped all over the place.
I,
Even the
I I believe they know, man. I believe some of these people are just agents, man.
yeah,
I,
that
I,
too.
I really believe that,
Well,
man.
That
we
too.
say agents. You say agents, man. You gotta realize. I said this to a brother the other day from. I think he was from Afghanistan. I be catching Uber a lot. I
Right,
said, man,
right.
there's a there's a force, there's an energy on the planet that's a
Mhm.
negative energy. You can use the connotation, say evil.
Mhm.
It's a group of people with this mentality. The object and the test of us is for us to come together. We left God. We start
Mhm.
worshiping false idols. This is the
Mhm.
penalty for that. We have to become unified. You understand? We can't
Mhm.
we just can't seem to become unified under one God. We got
And
many
some
gods.
and some of us just getting paid off, man. Like these churches on these corners.
Well,
They
yeah,
trying to do you, they trying to do some good, but they getting paid off. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
they
So.
And
can't get into politics though.
yeah, church can't get it, and that's the same thing we've been trying to tell even our MST of A family that you can't demonstrate as a religious corporation and talk political. Because they'll shut your 501c3 down. Same thing with churches.
Mhm.
That's why a lot of them
Mhm.
don't get involved. They have
Mhm.
to break off and start another type of movement to do that. But if they are
Mhm.
out there ordained in ministry and they get out there like that, and they did that, a lot of them don't understand on the Robert's rules and orders. They
Mhm.
established it that way because in the early days, they felt like if they gave the church certain powers, the church can become their own government. A nation
Mhm.
created Robert's rules of order to keep them in line.
Mhm.
People
Mhm.
don't know that.
And
All they
They
got to
don't.
do is
They
go
don't want.
read
They
chapter.
don't want no another. They don't want no another Nat Turner.
well,
Yeah,
you also got to realize too this. Now we go back to our authority.
yeah,
The Moorish
They
holy,
don't.
the Moorish Holy Temple of Science never left. That was the civic organization,
Mhm.
correct,
what they call a Rotarian complex.
correct.
Mhm.
Okay, that never left. It
Mhm.
left with those people that became grand sheiks and started running stuff because they stopped teaching government.
Mhm.
Okay, so also you got to realize that when the prophet did the incorporation of the name Moorish Science Temple of America, 501c3 was not in existence. The 501c didn't come into existence to 1950 something.
Mhm. Mhm.
So it always was a separation between church and state.
Mhm. Mhm.
So now the question that I ask when you go into these venues, these commercial venues, calling themselves courts, they got "In God We Trust"
Mhm.
on the wall somewhere in that
Mhm.
room. Now my question to them: what God are you talking about?
Government ordinance department.
Yes.
So when you get into it, a lot of people don't know that when the prophet left the body, his true governance, was taken away because they allowed his temple to be dissolved. That's the problem that the Moors are facing because they ran behind gods that they knew nothing when they started following these other leaderships like Kirkman
But
Baker, and
but
so
is they
uh
but is they wrong? Like when you
well what
said what's government and you said it's called what? Would you say God called? You said
God is called government
Government Ordinance Department.
ordinance department.
they probably not wrong because we sure need us a God in the government.
Yeah,
You know
that's
what
the
I'm
thing.
saying?
But we just saying that the God they think they serving, they ain't serving the right one.
It's
Right,
deceiving.
You know, it's
right.
deception. They talking about that Mason on that dollar bill when they say God. You know,
Mhm,
they ain't talking about the supreme being. Just like when you see the
mhm,
dollar, the eye above the pyramid. That eye
mhm.
is the eye of George Washington.
I
Not
was, I was, I was, I was saying, I'm like, who is this eye? What eye is
George
that? Who is
Washington.
that?
That's George
Mm,
Washington
mm,
because
mm,
he laid the
mm, mm,
cornerstone. But notice, why don't they have a capstone there? Because the capstone represents the cornerstone that has been rejected.
mhm,
And
Right.
once you replace that bin on top of that demonstration, it's
There
gonna
you
grind it to powder.
there you go.
You see what I'm saying? That's why they got 72 bricks in it. The 72 bricks really represent rule, and they trying to act as if they have the power of Solomon, over the 72 jinn. But
Mm-hmm.
mhm,
Solomon was given that seal, and nobody else was given Solomon's seal. They have a
mhm,
false seal that they trying to make people in them organizations that they worship in believe that they got it, but they really dealing with the Luciferian doctrine.
There it is.
mhm,
So it's like this: what Moses was given when he tossed his staff before Pharaoh, nobody has that seal. So when you have people running around talking about they got the 6 and 7 book of Moses, all that's dealing with books that's based on genealogy, not genealogy, but genealogy. Because the
mhm,
nature of a jinn is not either evil or good. It's based
mhm,
upon whoever it is that's working with the jinn. And we know that
mhm,
these people are not grand masters when it comes to dealing with these spirits because they don't have the divine seal. So when they get in
mhm,
there and go to trying to work, this magic that they be demonstrating, they conjure up Lucifer
Mm-hmm.
mhm,
because an angel would not be present with them. An angel won't be present because they trying to worship the deity of the spirit. And the jinn
mhm,
ain't gonna let you worship. Well, spirit ain't gonna let you worship them. A jinn will come right in there. A jinn will come in there like I'll be your huckleberry. Here I go. Somebody called
mhm,
me, and you think you talking to Michael, Jibril, Ariel, and all the while you dealing with a jinn, and
Right.
it ain't gonna let
mhm,
you know it till it take your soul. And so that's
mhm.
Masquerade,
why I always
masquerading as
talk about sacrifice. You feel
yeah,
me?
the gin
And all we
masquerade.
going,
That's where the blood sacrifice come in at. You
mhm.
know?
All we doing is living that lie that the devil does.
Yeah,
He's not a good liar, but if you
not a good
if you
life.
believe him,
If
if you
you believe,
believe him,
if you
hey,
believe, he got you. And that's why even
mhm,
in the Quran, when the jinn were talking, Surah 72 now, see how that number keep coming up? In Surah
mhm,
72, the jinn they say, we don't know whether Allah intend to punish us or reward us. And they talk about how they were going up there to listen in on the revelation and find themselves
mhm,
pursued by shooting
mhm,
stars or some things say scimitar. That scimitar cut they behind down because they were trying to eavesdrop.
Mm-hmm.
This is your fortune tellers and people that try to listen in, and predict the future and all that old other nonsense,
mhm,
and they end up falling by climbing. So this is who
mhm,
they working with. They got a specific group of warlocks that's
mhm,
Mm-hmm.
working with these spirits. Because
mhm.
evil is easy to conjure up, family. It ain't
And
hard
they,
because the
and
Lord
they
is naturally attached to that.
and
But
they
it's hard.
hide
Go ahead.
and they hide the truth right in our face.
They hide it right in our face.
Look at them Freemasons with that Arabic um what's called Arabian mystic order,
Yeah,
and they got that black man on top of their damn head with the
brother.
scimitar over it. They telling you right there. We
When
learned
you
in
go
all this from this black man.
when you go into the Grand Lodge or the secret lodges that they have in certain places, and you get up into the measures on different every flow, they have a different degree. But at the highest
Mhm,
flow, they got a dark melanated arm reaching down out of the heavens, pulling people up. But they deal with that in secret.
mhm, mhm,
Tell you that. You see what I'm saying? They ain't gonna tell you
mhm,
that Hiram Abiff is really the African God man.
Mm-hmm.
mhm,
They ain't gonna tell you that's us that is being talked about. And if somebody revealed that, they'll cut their tongue out their mouth. They did it to brother G.M. James. I
Mm-hmm.
keep telling, seeing a lot of the Masons, it's like your boy Reggie, he like, oh, he didn't die no Masonic death. You know, that's a lie. You know, he just disappeared out of the hospital. Fool, do you know what you just said? His body disappeared. What you think they did to him?
Right.
I don't believe nothing. I don't believe nothing Reggie say. What? It's a video when Taj asked him, Taj Tariq Bey, if y'all know him.
Mm-hmm.
He told him, "What's your nationality?" And Reggie said, "I don't have a nationality." He didn't even know what nationality was.
But see, that's what I keep
So
telling these cats. These dudes don't know what nationality is. And that's why they keep hollering, we black, we black. Okay, so if you accept it, let's say if we say, all right, we accept the physical, we know all of us ain't melanated in the black form. But if we accepted that and say, all right, we physically, descriptively black, right? Let's just say this. Well, what's your nationality then? Because you still got to have a nationality. Because black is just
Re-
describing what your
Reggie didn't.
look like.
Reggie didn't know what that was, man.
None of them do.
And and Todd said, "Game over with. I'm done. I can't talk to you."
None
You
of
know
them
what I'm
do.
saying?
None of them dudes have no idea deal of what the significance of nationality is, bro. But they get up
And he
here and
called
say,
himself a
"Oh,
doctor.
yeah," you know. And then I know his teachers, like one of the guys, Leonard Jeffries, he taught by. He come up in them frats, and he part of Mason. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? A lot of
One
them
thing I
dudes.
yeah, one thing I ain't cutting your knowledge.
Go ahead.
One thing
Go
I
ahead.
could never understand. I asked them, brothers and sisters is in the frats and sororities, talking about the
Mm-hmm.
divine nine,
Mm-hmm.
all that other stuff, right? I say, how could you want to adopt a Greek terminology or Greek alphabet to define you if you talking about divine nine? It's a
They said
contradiction.
they said that we made up black. We said that.
That's what I'm talking about. And I'm like, bro, you know, the English language didn't even exist when Kemet, the word Kemet, just call us Kemet. You know, if you want to call us that, or KMT for the matter, if that's all you can find. But stop lying saying the ancient Egyptians used the word black when the English language didn't even exist. That
Mm,
don't make no sense. And that's simple. It don't take rocket science to figure that out. You know
Hmm.
what I
mm-hmm.
mean? The word black is something that has been applied, and that wasn't even used by us.
The
That's
word
John.
No,
kadar,
we ain't gonna use Kemet. We gonna say black.
Yeah,
kadar,
That's
yeah,
crazy.
yeah.
the
That's
word
crazy.
kadar would be more closely describing it too as well.
Yeah, yeah. Qadar, and also a lot of people don't know the word Maghrib actually come from the Quran. You
Hmm.
know, Maghrib is a word that can be used as well. Also, Hama, as they call it, a Kama. So
Hmm.
the thing is, when we deal with the concept of Cam and Kemet, it corresponds in the Arabic and the Hebrew that it represents the land and not the man. So
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
this is what we call strong words. When you can find a root word that mean the same thing in all these different languages, it's best to take that as the definition as opposed to interpolating a meaning into it. And like
Hmm.
I said, if we know that your boy John Blumenbeck created the race concept and he was the first to call people black, and they was talking about Ethiopians, not even American Negroes, it make sense.
Right.
Like,
Mm-hmm.
come on, bro, y'all tripping. And they'll try to, sweep that under, like the brother talking about, yeah, all saw the perfect black. Like last night, like, come on, brother, how? All saw the perfect black, how? If you say all saw the perfect black and you say all saw didn't physically exist, how does that support your argument? If you believe that all saw didn't physically exist,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
it
The
don't
per-
make sense.
And in Sanskrit, they call what's
Krishna,
her
Lord
name?
of the perfect black.
Yeah, but
But they'll say
behind
he
that,
believe on
the definition of the black in Sanskrit means anointed.
see what I'm
The
saying?
anointed one, not
See
the
what I'm
black
saying?
one. It's the anointed one.
See what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying. And so people begin to do this, and we know what they're trying to do. But if they were to just take the fact that our ancestors are indigenous to the planet and then start looking into their aspects of the word, and if you can find a word through strong words. I always call the strong words those that link up again by definition of what we can see now. Like I was showing last night, and I was talking about the word mirror. A lot of people don't know it's so many definitions for mirror. One deal with
Mhm.
love,
Mhm.
one deal with water,
Mhm.
one deal with the land. You
Mhm.
know what I mean? One deal with the man and positions that
Mhm.
man hold. So these four
Mhm.
different degrees of dealing with that word mirror, that connects to the M and R.
Mhm.
And you can pull from any one of those and deal with the word more in the same way. But guess what? We can go into Arabic, find a word for man that deal with the M and R. We can find a word, when they say mira'at. A lot of
Mhm.
people know that mira'at, according to your boy Wallace Bud, say it means sheiks of tribes.
Mm-hmm.
We
Mhm.
know what a sheik is, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if
Mhm.
he dealing with Egyptian dictionary, dealing with the mira'at, and we know the mira'at is a term that the Sufis use.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So
Right.
when you can do that, that's a strong word. And then when you go into
Mhm.
the Hebrew, you find that the word mar or maru is used also for the same thing, a man, the land. Like, come on, bro.
Mhm.
This is strong words that show through etymology that this is a connection here. But they want to take something
Mhm.
that was made up that you can't find nowhere. You ain't gonna find in these languages where they talking about a black man. You gonna
Mhm.
find where it's talking about the land, the water, the air, and stuff like that there. Even light beings we'll find for the word Mari or
And they
Mm-hmm.
be
Mar.
like, they be
You know,
like, they believe so much of European studies. They be like, more mean black. Who
that's
said that?
that's the definition.
How? And and
Yeah.
and more means Mauritania, and Mauritania don't mean black.
And that's what I keep trying to tell them. Like I was the first person to tell these yet. I'm like, bro, the word Mari is the origin of the word more. A
Mm-hmm.
lot of
Mhm.
people don't know it. Mari was the word that these people was using themselves. And a
Mm-hmm.
lot
Mhm.
of people don't know even it was the Greeks, the Romans, and the Arabs that actually started calling them Berbers. A lot of people don't know that. But the B we know comedically is interchangeable with the letter M. We seen the word
Mhm.
murmur in the comedic
Mhm.
language, but it's still mur. It's still the M and R instead of the B. You know what I mean? And so
Mhm.
it was these other people who put these names on them, and that had
Mhm.
to become a misnomer. But the word of the actual inhabitants they used was Mari, and that word can be
Mhm.
traced all the way back to Kemet. We had a brother
Mhm.
debating Tahaka Bay, and I got the clip on my
It's
site.
called time. It's called Timeri.
Mary.
You know
That's right.
what I'm saying?
That's what I'm telling
So
you.
I don't see what they be looking at,
The
man.
word with root M and R dominate Kemet more than any other word, bro. If you go into the language, dealing with a lot of things that was most important, referring to man, land, and the waters, ships and all that, more in the boat to the dock, they all
Mm-hmm.
deal with that M and R root, bro.
Mm-hmm.
And then the word more means to moor ship to a dock. So how
Right.
do we find the same in the Kemetic language as we find in the English language, people?
And
Because go ahead, brother.
you had the European what is his name? Stanley Pool
Yeah,
Lane.
I'm familiar with it.
In his book he writes that the Moors were the stewards of the ancient higher sciences of Kemet.
The golden age of the
Mhm.
Moors. I know what you're talking about.
Mhm.
And he says that when they were in Spain, he writes about them in Spain. He says they came in robes with sashes around the robes with all the symbolism of the zodiac, the horoscope,
Mhm.
See what I'm
Mhm.
saying?
embroidered on the sashes,
See what I'm saying?
Then you
We
got,
had the best masonry ever.
well,
Them,
it's all. Look, the prophet gave you. I didn't go into it the other night when we was on the call,
Mm-hmm.
but the prophet gave it to you, man, in chapter 5.
Mm-hmm.
He gave you all the symbolism.
Yeah,
He gave you the plumb, the level, the all. He gave you all the symbolism, what it was designed to do to build character in the mind.
that's right.
He
That's
that's
right.
that's all masonry is.
That's right.
mhm.
That's
You
all what they. That's all what they are thinking that they doing by going into that organization. But like I brought out the other night, listen to this, man. The organization only started in 1717. I don't think they caught that.
they ain't got it.
Mm-mm,
That's
That's
right.
mm-mm,
only that's
mm-mm.
only in 2017. That's only 300 years old.
300 years old. And Manly P. Hall, good brother, he'll tell them in their own book, like the Lost Keys of Freemasonry. He'll
Mm-hmm.
tell you that the adepts of Egypt is who they hold in high esteem,
Right.
because that's where they teachings that they are indebted to the Egyptian adepts.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And that's why we keep trying to tell these one, when Prophet Noble Drew Ali used that language, he knew exactly what he was saying. Because
Mm-hmm.
the Egyptian adept is not an Egyptian shriner.
Right.
You understand? When you say Egyptian adept, and this a long line of history that connects to adept knowledge, bro. That's out there. Old books. And a lot of this masonry, just like a lot of people don't know the original degrees, the adept degrees that, the chairman had brought back as given to him by the Prince of Peace, our German Bey. You know, those degrees, good brother, are the same degrees that Yehoshua himself went through. I got the
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
actual degrees, and I'm getting ready to put this in book form, though. I got the actual ritual where Yehoshua is going through these degrees, bro. But you know who Yehoshua was referred to? Because it corrects who he was in this particular work. Says many people try to speak of the historical Jesus and they don't know who he is. But the real historical Jesus is Yehoshua ben Pandira,
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus, the son of the Panther.
Mm-hmm.
That's the real historical one that was killed for his teachings. He was,
Mm-mm.
but the way that they give that narrative in the Bible, that's not the same as Yehoshua Bandera.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? So Yehoshua ben Pandira went through these adept degrees, good brother, and they're the same degrees that our chairman brought us back, you know, um, through the Prince of Peace. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm working on writing a book dealing with a lot of this stuff. But those 7 degrees I wanted to mention, the European got them and they called them the Crowder Report. And in
Mm-hmm.
those particular degrees, good brother, they tell you that no one has ever been known as called the author of those degrees. But they said that degrees of masonry were founded upon those degrees, which
I'm
were
telling you, the Europeans are slow. They was dumb. They
yeah,
was
they were
Well,
slow.
Egyptian.
They still slow.
they learned from
That's
what they
what.
did. What they did, man. Listen, what they did.
It's
They
called the Order of the African Builders, is what they
yeah.
are called.
They
Them
they
degrees.
learned. They learned from us because we welcomed them into our family.
That's right. That was
Mm-hmm.
our problem,
Mm-hmm.
our love, brother. We
And
Mm-hmm.
let everybody
and
come
Mm-hmm.
in our house.
we learned they learned from us, and then they flipped the script.
Took what they
And
wanted,
Mm-hmm.
yep, and
and
used
and,
our own
and
demonstration.
so you got a book, Black Slave Owners in South Carolina in 1790.
That's
I
right.
got I got a book, Colonists for Sale, Indentured Servants in America.
That's right.
It's talking about them.
Yep.
It's not
Yeah,
talking about
see,
us.
Tim Wise
Mm-hmm.
talk about that a lot.
Yeah,
If
and
y'all
then
know the European Tim Wise, he talk about how they was indentured servants.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and
Those Slavics.
well, not even the Slavics. You had the Irish, the
Yep.
Celtics.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So, but now I just bought a book. I was in the library. They be having book sales, and I bought a little hardback book for $3, and it talks about the Picts, the
I'm
Picts.
familiar with them.
The Picts is what ancient and modern Brits, Dave McRitchie,
Yes, sir.
talks about. The Picts was the Moors
That's right.
in
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
those lands. So
That's
when I haven't read the book yet, I just opened it up and look, and the first thing it say is that the Picts, the Celts describe the Picts as pygmies.
that's right. That's right.
That's
Cause
the that's the Ptah.
that's right. The original Ireland people don't know when they be talking about Southern Europeans and all that right there. A lot of that deal with the Celts.
Right.
You know what I
See what
mean?
I'm saying?
So
So
yeah,
all that stuff, man. And then you had the Barry Feld and Leo Weiner, Harvard and I think Harvard and Princeton. They talk about in 1492 when Isabella and Ferdinand came back into power through the Catholic Church.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
They started doing the Inquisition, and they gave the Moors the option to convert to Catholicism or get out.
Get out. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
it says when they went to the ones that went to get out, they all got on their ships and they came here, which they described as the Maghreb,
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
The Maghreb.
the
That's right.
Maghreb. Here
That's
in
right.
the Americas, they describe as the Maghreb.
Yep.
And
The
ain't,
first,
ain't they some kin? Ain't they some kin to Charlemagne?
I got relation to Charlemagne. So yeah,
Mm.
in my DNA, yeah, I got some relation to Charlemagne.
Shit, we
yeah,
probably all do.
Yeah, we all do. I believe if they came like we did, because my DNA came across the Sahel from the Sudan into Senegal, through the door of no return, the car, and they was brought out of there. And then also Obama supposed to be related to me, Nelson Mandela, even Napoleon, but I strike a lot of them Europeans out of my record, man. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean?
Mm-hmm.
But they in there.
but you
You know,
got,
the
but
only
Mm-hmm.
reason
if we, if
only reason that is just cause the French, we know the Moors was enslaved under the French. So it makes sense.
right,
Mm-hmm.
That's why I see that.
you gotta be real with it though. Listen, there.
Yeah, we real with it.
If we all got one father and one mother give us suck, we're all related.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We
Now,
all related to them. They just took the negative lower carnal self of themselves
right,
and they implemented it, and that's what's being implemented in the world today.
right,
The lower
Mm-hmm.
carnal self.
and right. And that's why I say I write it off because of what they demonstrated.
Right.
Like our
Mm-hmm.
ancestors did in ancient Kemet. If you did something that was basically diabolical, man, they struck you from the records.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? And so it's the same way. I don't claim that part of me. And a lot of time people say that your boy Napoleon was actually more in the darkest sense of the word too.
Right.
So a lot of time when they say that we have this portion of Southern Europe in us, we got to remember the Moors actually dominated Southern Europe.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So we understand all of that, and you can believe our gene, even if there's an admixture of amalgamation, our gene is still the most dominant.
Right.
They
They
still the
said
recessive.
they they said Napoleon adopted Islam. He
But
converted to Islam, but it was a political game.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And he the one that actually took masonry into Egypt. I seen his movie, which was crazy. You
Mm-hmm.
I
know, it
want to
was
see it, man. I want to see
it's
it.
off the chain. They tried to make him the master of the art of war. I got a
Mm-hmm.
channel I be watching. I've been watching for years. I'm gonna be honest with you. I watch all the free movies.
Right. Right.
You
Right.
know what I mean? Because I'm talking about literally. some of them be dead clear too. Like
Mm-hmm.
it be out in the theater that day, and I be looking at them. I just
Mm-hmm.
don't burn them. You
Right.
know,
One of his generals was a Moor.
yeah, a couple of them were, and
Mm-hmm.
they showed it was crazy with how that thing went down. But he was considered the master of the art of war. Over
Mm-hmm.
there, he whooped up on a couple of people. He did some people real dirty. You know what I mean? When it come to that warfare, he had people that tried to study his method and use it against him, and he destroyed them. you
Mm-hmm.
know.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is about it is because one was driven by that passion of a war-ridden nation, he also had a
Right.
lower desire of a
Right.
passion too,
Mm-hmm.
which dominated him, which is where they go into the Napoleon complex, and
Right.
you can see where all that stuff come from, which
Mm-hmm.
represented really a complex of not his height, but his ego.
Mm-hmm.
He couldn't stand to
Mm-hmm.
be, put in a particular situation where he was conquered, especially on the art of war.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he came out of exile and tried to go back in there, and he ended up going into exile again. But yeah, man, a lot of that stuff when you get into the history of it, like I was telling our brothers and sisters, when you go and do the research search on our haplogroups and you get into the L3 gene, a lot of people don't know when they talk about the ghost gene, and a lot of
Mm-hmm.
people trying to they want to be quiet about it now. The ghost gene is the ghost gene because it can't be traced beyond a certain point. People don't know that. You know what I mean? When
Mhm.
they say ghost DNA, that mean that
Mhm.
that ancestor, they can't find the physical body of it. It's so ancient.
Mhm.
You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So they
Mhm.
can't find it. So the most common ancestor they'll talk about is Jabir Uhu, the 350,000 years ago, that was found in
Mhm.
Mauritania. That's the most modern, old hominid that they found. Anything else
Mhm.
beyond that, they talking about apes, and Australopithecus and all that stuff, which ain't got nothing to do with us, like I was showing y'all last night. When I
Mm-hmm.
went at and I showed him the strips, and I went at Cedric and showed him the strips. None of them could debunk that, showing them that our portions of the DNA sequence is different than that of the
Mhm.
chimpanzee. And so
Mhm.
what we find out when they go to talk about common ancestor, the common ancestor in all actuality represents the elemental or the biological agent, that deals with the actual protoplasm that we call speak of in our Moorish Holy Quran. That's called protoplasm, and root means first form man in his atomic
Mhm.
or elemental state. So that's
Right.
the
Mhm.
real common ancestor of everything in creation.
And
It's
the
the elements.
pyramid
Go
and the
ahead.
pyramid and the pyramids up and down the Nile in Sudan, ain't they called the Murrow, the
They're
Murrow
called
or something
mir.
like?
They're called mir.
Yeah. Yeah.
M-E-R. That's right. Mir
And
is what they're
and
called.
and and, and we often reference those, but when you go further into what is considered the north in relation to the Nile, into what they call Meroe,
Yep. Meroe.
Meroe,
Yeah. That's what I'm
Meroe,
talking
Meru.
about.
closer
Meru.
closer to Abyssinia.
Yeah, Meru is
Mhm.
actually in Abyssinia.
Yeah, they got
Mhm.
way more. They got way more
Yeah,
pyramids,
they have
just
more
not of
pyramids.
that size
Yeah,
as those
Mhm.
ones there.
they
But
have
there's
the most.
many. Right.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah, but that's why they talked about Mount Meru in Ethiopia and Abyssinia, Sudan, or what they call in the Kemetic text Nehesi. In
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
or what they call the Ta, they call them also Ta Seti. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? Those are the names that they use. But yeah, that's correct. But the main word they use for pyramid is mirror.
Mm-hmm.
You know
Mhm.
what I mean? And so that connects with the Meru. You just adding the
Mhm.
U to the mirror. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
mean? But it was also the Meru Kushites that gave birth to the Indus Kushites. So the
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Indus Kushites were Kushites that migrated from Meru Kushite, or the region they call Seba or Seba Meru, and they went
Mhm.
into India. And then you had the Mauryan dynasty that was set up over there.
Mhm.
They became later known by racists as untouchables,
Right.
Dravidians. And that's
Right.
why those dark Indians are in the South.
And
Most of the brighter skinned ones, they are in the North.
the ones with the
Mhm.
locks in their head too.
The ones with the locks in their head that people
Call them
don't even know about.
call them the untouchables.
It's a whole dark colony family across the whole of the planet. Even the further
Mhm.
you go beyond India into the region of what they call Asia, and you get
Mhm.
into dealing with
Mhm.
Southeast Asia, these are the ones they said migrated across the Bering Straits to become your so-called Indian. Because I had
You,
that in
you
my DNA too. See,
you can tell
that's
we
the paternal part.
you can tell that we've been, you can tell we can been all across the world.
Yeah,
Look at them Australian people, man. Them people black as hell.
They
that's
called
the
Damari.
Mari.
They called Damari too.
Yeah, they call Mari, but they the indigenous. A lot of people don't know them dark ones you see. They the indigenous Australians.
Mhm.
See what I'm saying? Just like when you go into Asia, those dark Asians are the indigenous Asians. That's why I
Mhm.
keep telling our people we indigenous to the planet, bro. We
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
set up shop all the way, and then these people that you see now that are there end up coming out of the amalgamation, after people came out of the north.
Mm-hmm.
If
Mhm.
you notice everything over there in the east, brother, most of the people that are bright in hue are in the northern part of the planet.
Mm-hmm.
The
Mhm.
darkest seed is in the south.
Mm-hmm.
When you
Mhm.
go all the way as further as you can go, because if you go the further you go east, you end up in the west. You
Mhm.
end up in America if you go all the way into the east. If you
Right.
keep going, you see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And so what they don't
Mhm.
know is that these same people had already navigated prior
Mhm.
to Columbus getting there. The DNA even said in
Mhm.
1453, good brothers, it said that we was actually over here in 1453. How many years that is before Christopher Columbus got here in 1492?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying? And this is by the DNA they got this stuff over here, and they came from Senegal.
And people don't see the
They went in
timeline. Like
they went into
we
Mexico.
fall in we fall in 1492 out of Spain. Christopher Columbus come over here in 1492. They don't spark nothing in your brain.
Facts. And he
So
wasn't even looking for the
Right.
United States.
Right.
mm-hmm.
He stumbled upon it, and it wasn't him that was navigating the ship. It was a
That's
Moor that was navigating the
that's
ship.
right. Out of Portugal.
Mm-hmm.
And we
Mm-hmm.
got people want to hold that against us. Yeah, Moor the one showed it to him.
Yeah.
No, the Moors were the only one had the knowledge of writing the maps. It was a Moor that actually drafted the first map. A
Mm-hmm.
lot of people don't know that.
I
And
believe he was like, "What? Go get the rest of the Moors. They
some
over
people
there. Go
say
get them."
And
some
he
people
said
say Christopher Columbus was a Moor himself.
exactly.
Unfortunately,
I read something like that.
his brother definitely they'll point out the fact that he was a Moor. So if his brother was a Moor, he had to be one too. But the thing
Mm-hmm.
is that people got to realize they had been amalgamated with the Moorish blood by then. You got
Yep.
to remember they came up out of that same area.
They come
And it
through
was only
Hannibal.
yes, sir. Now
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait to see that movie because Denzel Washington gonna be on that one.
Right.
That's gonna
That's
be
gonna be
powerful.
that's gonna be good.
And
That's gonna be
Antoine
good.
Fuqua, the one that's producing it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's so much
Mm-hmm.
history that can be told, oh brothers, by us. Like how much
Mm-hmm.
history we got out there that's done been untouched.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Just dealing with the Kushite Empire. We can make
Mm-hmm.
movies about Taharka.
Mm-hmm.
We can make movies about Queen Candace.
Mm-hmm.
We can go into many different areas, so to speak. And it
Mm-hmm.
just it ain't been touched by our people.
So, brother,
So
Mm-hmm.
the other night when I was talking to the brothers was
mhm,
on,
mhm,
and I mentioned uh the brother looking through the star window
mhm,
in Kemet.
mhm,
Now, I didn't quite remember. I want to say it was Khufu,
mhm.
but it could have been Taharka, one of them. I don't know who it was, but it shows him looking through this shaft where he could look up in the sky and see the stars, and he had a fez on.
That's Khufu.
Right, there you go.
That has the fez like headdress. It
Yeah,
is
there
definitely
you
Mm-hmm.
a fez. And I got a lot of pictures of the Meroe Kushites in their original garb.
go.
They would have the Egyptian shinty around their waist, or what
Mm-hmm.
later becomes what they call a apron now. But
Mm-hmm.
the
Mm-hmm.
shinty is what they wore. But I got pictures with the people in India, bro, with red fezzes on their head and the shinty wrapped around their waist, and that came up out of the Kushite Empire,
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
everybody else
I
followed
got I
suit.
got I
And
got some pictures of the feds all the way in Samaria.
yeah, all the
I
way
got
in
some
Samaria,
pictures.
all the way in
I got some
Samaria, and I
pictures.
showed a lot of that to them people when I
It's
went
a
in there.
lot of it's a
Go
lot of
ahead.
feds in India too and Hindu.
In
I
India,
Mm-hmm.
got some
that's what.
pictures.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Yeah, I got all them
Yeah.
pictures, bro. And so them some of the pictures that I whooped a lot of them guys up on Sarnetta channel with. Some of them same people.
People some people will say that's not a fez. That's a fez, bro.
It's a
Mm-hmm.
fez. Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
They definitely fezzes. Mine is
Mm-hmm.
doubt of contradiction, bro. That's just
I
like a
don't
lot.
care. That's all gold. So what? It's still a fez, bro.
Right, right, right.
Facts. Facts. And that's all it is. Is what they fail to realize. If people were to trace certain measures, even the brimless hat is basically what a fez represent. The hat
Mm-hmm.
with a bib itself, if we were to trace hats back, we would go back to hats that didn't have bibs. You didn't
Mm-hmm.
see
Mm-hmm.
bibs on none of them hats amongst none of them people. You know what
Mm-hmm.
I mean? It's always been just a certain shape that they had on them. A
Mm-hmm.
certain
Mm-hmm.
design. Like when you look at the Atef crown, the white crown, and then you got the red crown, and then you have the serpent coming out of the front of it. You know,
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
all of those headdresses represented different aspects of the civilization being ruled over. The white crown
Mm-hmm.
represented Upper Kemet, and the lower crown represented Lower Kemet. You know,
Mm-hmm.
the Deshret is what it's called. So when you unite the two,
Mm-hmm.
it represent a unity between Upper Kemet, Lower Kemet. From a spiritual standpoint, that represents the unity of Samai Tawi. the unity between the higher self and the lower self.
Mm-hmm.
You know what
Mhm.
I mean? That's why even in the degrees you'll hear us say we have the black Fez degree, the red Fez degree, and the white Fez degree. But the
Mm-hmm.
white Fez degree can only be given to you by the great God. And the Fez is not necessarily just something you wear on your head. It's a representation of what you have in your head. So the
Mm-hmm.
Fez is basically the storehouse of the wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
See what I'm saying? And when you
That's
get your white degree, you talking about
these
pure consciousness. Go ahead, brother.
it's you know how them wizards be having them little dunce hats on their head?
Yes, sir. That's the original.
That's a fez.
That's the original shape of the Fez before they became
Exactly.
rounded off.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
You know, they call it the Taj now. You'll see a lot of I be wearing the Taj a lot of times. But we
Right.
wrap the
Mhm.
Taj in the turban. You know
Right.
what I mean? But
Mhm.
yeah, that's exactly it came to a point. But see,
Mhm.
that's synonymous with like the white crown of Kemet. It went up to a point. You see what I'm saying?
It's
Mm-hmm.
all different type of styles of fezzes, man. I see
Yeah, our
short
people,
fezzes,
yeah,
sharp
short,
fezzes,
tall, yep,
round fezzes,
yep.
some crazy looking fezzes.
And they just named it after the institution that represented the greatest library to ever exist, Fez. You
Mhm.
know, and so when you look at it, you symbolically saying that you got some up under there.
Right.
You know, so you
Mhm.
hear us say it all the time. It ain't what's on your head, it's what's in your head.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? You can put the headdress on all the time. Then you got the tassel. We already know it swing freely, 360 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
You
Mhm.
know what I mean? We also understand that the ball that's on it rotate on the edge of the feds, just like the Earth represent a rotation around the sun, making
Mm-hmm.
this
Mhm.
complete orbit of 360 degrees. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I mean? So I mean, we can
Mhm.
go into all of that, but if our people don't know they self, they just got a bunch of information.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's
Right.
all. Like, what you gonna do with it? Like our
Right.
chairman said, the chairman said like this. He said, Morris, the prophet brought you everything it takes to save the nation. What you gonna do with it? Shoot it or dribble it? You
Right.
look good going all between your legs and behind your back like a Harlem Globetrotter, you know. But
And
what
then
happened when somebody steal that demonstration and run all the way down court
and
with it?
and then and then the prophet told you, he said, I still ain't gave you everything.
And still ain't gay because he
If
says
I
some still
I don't
wisdom.
believe he did. He
He
didn't.
said,
right,
He didn't live that long. How old was he when he
I agree.
deceased?
He said, still much wisdom to be learned by the Moors.
yeah, but he said
How
I ain't
Well,
old
giving
was
you
no Charlie when he
he was
decided when he
uh,
passed?
47.
Right.
Yeah,
He didn't give it all. He
yeah,
didn't
he
give
didn't
it
give
all.
but he say I ain't give it all to you because you'll go back to sleep.
yep, he said you'll go back to sleep. He said if I wake all y'all up, you'll tear something up.
You'll tear something up.
You know, and so yeah,
Yeah.
he also said what you don't know will build a nation.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And that's why a lot of them don't know how to build a nation. You know what I mean? Because they didn't have that knowledge. And that's why we keep trying to tell them if he said he gonna lead a European here long enough to teach the Moors how to run a government, and we
Mm-hmm.
ain't ran down yet, then
Right.
somebody been paying attention because he put the intent out here and let it
Right.
be known that he wanted us to run a government. And if the
Mm-hmm.
United
Mhm.
States with that government, then he would have said, I'm gonna leave y'all here long enough to run the United States government.
Right.
But he didn't say that. He said, I'm gonna lead a European here long enough to teach you Moors how to run a government. Because
Because the
he didn't
yeah,
mean
go ahead.
for us just to stay as a religious organization. That was to teach us.
But he
And
was
then
also showing you that the way that they implemented
the way that they do it,
that they
don't do
created
that.
their government
Don't
was
do it.
well the original structure and intent might have been based on what they learned from us. In
Yeah,
other
that
words,
too.
in other words, he's telling you he gonna use them to give you the knowledge back that they stole from you and
So
robbed
you
you and
can
never
do it.
and it wasn't passed down to you.
That's right. And
Mhm.
so you can build your own.
Right.
So when you build it, you know, a lot of people don't know. That's why you'll hear us say, a lot of people think when you say supreme laws being passed down after general law, they think that this is dealing with laws being read in a meeting. No, supreme laws being passed down in the general laws is the way that he passed it down into the consciousness of our chairman.
Mhm.
That's why he came forth, and instead of us remaining members, now we citizens. You
Mhm.
understand? Instead of us
Mhm.
being just temple, now we a government. Just
Mhm.
those two changes represent us unfolding into the supreme laws of the supreme ruler. Because
Mhm.
Prophet Noble Drew Ali is the supreme ruler, and we are the executive rulers. You
Mhm.
feel me?
Mhm.
And that's how I do it. So now you already got it, like you were saying, brother, in your structure, because the chairman put it side by side, showing
Mhm.
how the Europeans had structured their measure off of the Moorish way of
Right.
doing it.
Right.
He showed, like point by point, showed that. But the thing
Mhm.
is, a lot of the Moors went against the chairman because they wasn't ready for the wisdom that he had. Had the brother locked up in all types of stuff. You know what I mean?
Big
Go
brothers,
ahead.
big
Go
brothers.
ahead.
I'm finna stand down.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
getting
Yes, sir.
tired. I'm getting tired.
Yes,
I
sir.
see
Get you some
y'all.
rest,
I
brother.
see
Get you
y'all.
some rest.
I see y'all tomorrow. Islam, y'all.
We
Islam.
love
We
you, brother.
love you, man.
Love you too,
Man,
man. Love
Bill.
both of y'all, man.
Yes, sir.
Man, Bill, man. We finna turn it into. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, man. So
Man, that's a powerful bill, man.
yeah, man. It's
Yeah,
just it's so good, man, because uh I don't know, man. It just me being at the age I am, man, and a lot of us, man, we don't come into this information till our 30s and 40s.
that's
You
right.
know what I'm saying? And then, you initially go into that being angry mode because you say, damn,
They done held all this from us.
held all this from us all this time. We think we going to school to get a proper education. And
Mm,
all the time they was miseducating us.
yeah,
You know
that's
what I'm
crazy.
saying? So it's like then they got you pledging allegiance to something, and you find out what you was pledging allegiance to was something that was made to keep you in
Mm.
bounded. You know what I'm saying?
Pledging allegiance to your own destruction. God,
There you go. There you go. See what I'm saying? So it's just like I don't know, man. It's just interesting, man. I just never just never stop learning, man. Just got to be open to taking in information and putting it in its proper place.
that's right. That's right.
And
And we doing it, brother. We doing
yeah,
it.
you definitely doing it. You doing it, man. Like I say, I done got to the point. I'm looking for your thing where it's saying you about to come on, and you know, uh, you know, like I say, another thing, like I said one time, these hours, which people say wee hours of the morning, this is actually when the mind is most receptive.
Yes, sir.
See what I'm saying? And so people don't understand that, once the normal operations of the day go on, is so much other stuff bombarding your mind that you can't receive. You know what I mean? A lot of people can't receive. They've been
That's
trained
right.
not to receive.
That's
They
right.
so bombarded with all these other tasks and these other things going on. Uh, it's a distraction, and that's what it's intended to be.
That's right.
So these forms that you got, man, is intricate into reaching the people, man. And like, you know, it's good the brother reached out to you and all of that, man, and said what he said. But you know, me, I'ma call a spade a spade. You know what I'm saying? You do what you do, because you dealing with that whole scenario of that community. You trying to get the information out,
Yeah, I
and
know where you're coming
and
from.
you being diplomatic in what you're doing, right? But me, knowing from history and time,
Mm-hmm.
I watched the brother Sharif Aniel Bey go against Reggie in I guess in what they call the ring. You know what I'm saying?
And he got beat up then.
He got beat up then,
And before that, he got beat up.
and the brother Leonard Jeffries was there,
Watched him get beat up.
and the other brother Smalls was there.
Both of them seen him get whooped.
Right. And you
And
know,
he held a vendetta since.
he held a vendetta, but at the same time, the brother Sonetta was in the back talking about get him, Reggie, get him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, these grown men, man, they act like little children. You know what I'm saying? I ain't when I was a child, I still didn't act like no child. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know what all that is. I mean, I really do know what it is, but it's a serious thing, man, when we suffer from what they call self-hatred. Hatred of self. It's been bred into us. It all come through that Willie Lynch thing. You know what I'm saying? That whole paradigm of turning us against each other and not letting a man grow up to be a man. What um uh, Once you become a man, you put away childish things. So these men are physically in the form of grown men, but in their mentality, they still participating in childish things, and that's part of our battle. You know what I mean? If a man came to simply say, "I came to teach you how to be yourself," and you in denial about that, you know what I mean? You keep trying to find ways and pick and do this and do that to not be yourself. That's part of the mental dilemma. Those things that you identified tonight, those conditions of the post traumatic thing. See, so you know, all you can do is keep pushing it and putting it out there, and try. The main thing is to try to reach the youth. You know what I'm saying? Because this is for the young and yet unborn.
That's right.
That don't mean a chronological age.
I
That
agree
means
with
that means a
you. It has to
level
do
of
with the
consciousness.
mindset.
That's right.
It's
See
the
what I'm saying?
mindset.
So you can be 50, 60 years old.
And still
And
have a young mind.
there you go.
That's right. That's what we teach. The youth ain't really necessarily got nothing to do with age. It's
Right.
the willingness to learn, to be able to
Right.
empty your cup, so to speak.
Right. Right.
And that's one thing I stand on, as all this information I've been reading out the years, my foundation is always to know that you don't know.
Right.
And that's why I can continue to grow. And I understood that early. And it
Mm-hmm.
made me proud to be able to say that. To know
Mm-hmm.
is to know that you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Because once you go to saying you know, then
Right.
you gonna shut everything else off. You don't want to hear nothing else.
That's right. That's right.
And that's always been my foundation. That's why I always been open. And that's why I've been extensive in my research. Because even though I may understand something after researching it, I
Mm-hmm.
research it over and over and over and over again, bro.
Right.
So that
And
means I'm always open for a new perspective, even on the information I already studied.
but what you don't know, how it's a strange thing how the mind works. The more that you keep going over that same information,
With
something
master,
new. Well, you master it, but something new comes out of it
something
that you
new
didn't
come out of it.
see it before.
Yes, sir. It always become a cycle, and that's where you able to convey it better.
Mm-hmm.
That's why when certain people like they may hear me speaking of things that's real complex, I can say it in plain language because I done drilled myself in it so much to
Right.
where I can speak it, based on the terms of common things,
Mm-hmm.
as opposed to I ain't really studied that deep, and then I got to try to reach for some explanation to try to make people understand it. No, I use something that's already in your experience to
Right.
get the point across, and you will be able to, rocket science to some people, but no, it's made plain,
Right.
So that come from years of drilling myself,
Mm-hmm.
because I really want to be able to convey the message to our people so that they can get it.
Mm-hmm.
And Prophet Muhammad, according to his tradition, they say he spoke the language of many different ages. That's
Mm-hmm.
something else that stuck with me. That said, okay, well, when I put a message out here, I got to speak the language of many different ages. I got
Mm-hmm.
to know that I'm speaking to the man that ain't got it yet or got there yet. I'm speaking to
Mm-hmm.
the man that's beyond the basics. And I'm speaking to the man that's in the middle. You know what I mean? Man, woman, and child. And
Mm-hmm.
so, that's how we have to do it to reach our people.
Right.
So
That's right.
yeah, you already know, brother. But we definitely got to get on these measures and address them, that post-traumatic stress syndrome, before we can move forward in doing anything in our people. We got to let them know what they suffering from.
Yeah.
We got to let them know what the diagnosis is.
Yeah.
Because if that, they gonna think that they doing what they doing and it's all right.
Right. Right.
No, brother, you suffering from an illness. Sister, you suffering from an illness.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And we already know that the action to that is a reaction. Some people ain't gonna be able to take it.
Mm-hmm.
You know how it is when you trying to get one that medication, that antidote for their healing, they be bucking.
They be bucking. They be bucking.
You gotta hold some of them down there and knock it later.
Yeah. But that's that.
They scared of the needle of truth.
A brother showed me that term cognitive dissonance, man, and it just don't leave
Yeah,
me.
the
I,
chairman mentioned it in the book, cognitive dissonance.
cognitive
That's
dissonance.
exactly what it is.
Any
You know,
new information that's introduced into your paradigm, and it's whatever reaction, whether it be painful or you just shut down or whatever, they automatically revert right back to whatever and just block everything out that's being introduced to them. So
yeah,
it's
I
like,
can't hear it. No, I don't want that.
right, right.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? So
I
it's
hear you, but I don't want that.
there you go. There you
It's
go.
always a but coming behind what you're saying.
Right, right. You know what I'm saying? But you
Yeah,
know, but like here's another thing, man. We said it. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink.
they make them drink, brother.
You can lead a man to knowledge, but you can't make him think.
They make them think. That's
You know what I'm
right, brother.
saying? So the man, see, everything we saying like that, the prophet come right back and say, if I could just get you to think,
Yep,
you
you'll
could
say
save
yourself.
yourself.
You'll
You know
say
what I'm saying?
yourself.
So it's all when those pieces of those puzzles start to be able to be put together, man. It's a good feeling, man. And then when you go out in the world and you see people suffering from these dilemmas, like you say, you try to say things at their level to kind of make them, you know, open up or just, just, just contemplate. Just contemplate. Like I always use 17s. The woman wrote the book, the 1619 Project. Well, 60. You realize how long they've been saying we've been here 400 years in slavery? 400 years just occurred in 2019,
That's
according to
right.
her book.
That's right.
See what I'm saying? So when did the 400 years start? She's saying
When did it be?
1619.
That's right.
See what I'm saying? Same thing with the Grand Lodge thing. You got some brothers sitting in a pub drinking, getting drunk, and come up with an idea, and it took off.
Yep.
Then you had, I ain't get into it because I don't be trying to offend people, man. I be careful.
Yeah, I know you
Uh,
coming from.
uh, there's a brother named Jeff Menzies. He wrote a book called The First African Lodge. Okay, then you got to realize what they did with George Washington petitioning those people to get that first lodge and what it really was intended for. The intention of that lodge was to give those brothers that participated in the Civil War an honorable burial system. That's really what it was intended for. It was never intended to shed no knowledge on them. It was intended for them to get an honorable burial for their service in that particular conflict. You know what I mean? So I'm like, man, they just took this thing and went here and went there with it, and uh, I call it the bourgeois Negroes uh, that thought that they got something from these people. And me and my father used to sit and talk all the time. I used to say, man, how is it that you petition, not him per se, but in general, the Europeans to get knowledge about who you are originally? How you going to them to ask them permission to be chartered so that you can teach about who you are yourself? So it's like we used to sit and watch, man, on Howard University had their channel back in the '80s. Listerville Middleton, you ever heard of him?
I think
It
I
was,
might have heard
it was
Middleton. I
Listerville.
read of him sometime or
He
something like
came out of South Carolina, and he had a program that used to come on. Used to have Henry Clark, Dr. Ben, and all them on there. The brother that got killed in the plane crash, I can't think his name. Uh, uh, all historians, all brothers that research Egypt, our origin, and all that. And he used to have this program he used to come on. And me and my father used to sit there and watch it. And they showed a lot of stuff, images and things out of Kemet. And, you know, me and my dad would have discussions, man, about a lot of stuff, man. That's just why, you know, the brother was on the other night and he said a lot of stuff he learned in his house as a child. Well, that's what the principles of that lodge come from. Home bringing what they call it, home training, as they used to say. You had the proper home training at home from your parents, from the elders. That's all that is. Passing down that information from ancient times, from mouth to ear. And that's what they work to cut from us. And they talk about when those so-called slaves, those people that came here, and the mothers had babies nursing on their breasts, they would take the baby from her and put it on another mother that was producing milk at the same time. Now that changed, that broke the culture, that broke the chain being passed down from that mother to child. They did all types of stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, you know, we are in the process of regaining our culture. And it's amazing to see how many people in opposition to that. They look like you. You know what I mean? They look like you and they in opposition to you regaining your own culture. See what I'm saying? So I'm like, it's just wild, man. A lot of times I keep my mouth shut, man. I'll be honest with you, man. I don't do what I do on here, what I'm doing with you.
that.
Come
Yes,
on over to
sir.
a
We
program like
love.
this and talk like
Yep.
this and get into things like this because uh I try to do it out in my everyday walk amongst people I come across, and they be saying, "Man, you smart. You need to be a teacher." I said, "But I'm teaching now. Each one teach one. I'm talking to you. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, this is how it's passed down through your everyday travels. You know what I mean? So I'm like, it's like, it's just if you can spark it, you can spark an interest in somebody to go deeper and give them a little couple little information about certain things. They'll start to go on their own and go deeper. But you got to spark it in them because it's been killed. Uh the interest in it has been nullified, so to speak. They don't have no interest because they taught that they niggas and they happy with that. Like you said, they content with that position in life. You know what I mean? So it's something. I ain't gonna stay on here with you long. I do gotta lay it down myself because
Yeah, we give honest to you.
I'm over 24 hours.
Yeah, 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 man.
You know
Get
what
you
I
some
mean?
rest. Yeah,
Yeah,
we love that bill though. You know how we can get on it, brother.
yeah, I
You know,
know, and it's
they
gonna happen.
love this too, brother. You know that, right? Like it's
Huh?
been people complimenting us, man.
Okay,
Yeah, they
okay,
love the bills that we've been demonstrating, man. They love it. So,
okay, okay.
they was talking about how positive it was. I done had some people reach out. So,
Well, that's
you know,
good. That's
yeah,
good, man. And just hopefully more people. It's we know a lot of people they deal with their going to work and different stuff. They ain't able to be on here these hours. They have to come back and listen. But uh, it's good, man, to get people from all over different genres and areas of the country and the world to come on and listen, man, because it's a unification. The
That's
message
right.
is unifying. The message is unifying, man.
That's
And
right.
if you're against unification, then that's your position. That's where you choose to be, uh, and that's your own path. But I tell people this, and even in Islam, it says that if Allah could have made you all one nation, He would have. But He made you many nations so you could come together as one ummah. He was telling you that's the salvation, just like the prophet said. It's the salvation, is the love and the unity of nations, of people.
It's called the
Coming,
unite,
uniting
the
nation.
the uniting of.
Yeah. See what I'm
That's why I
saying?
say,
So
yes, sir.
yeah, if you ain't with that, man, then you ain't nothing wrong with you. You still do what you do. But it's people out here that want to unify,
Mm-hmm.
and why be an obstacle to it? You know what I
That's right.
mean?
That's
Why
what I
would
say.
you? Yeah, why would you want to be an obstacle to people trying to unify
That's
just
what
for
I
your
say. If you
satisfy
don't,
your own ego?
that's right. If you don't want unity, stay where you at, but don't try to get in the way of it. That's what I be saying.
But in symbology, it says that God is not the author of confusion.
That's right.
So who is that's the author of confusion?
Got to
It's
be man,
or the lower self,
the lower self.
right? See what I'm saying?
You see
Those
our family checking in from the UK, Gabri,
I see
Gabri,
him. I see him.
they always, it's a couple of them be checking in from the UK.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? So they seeing it, like you say, across the planet.
yeah. That brother from Abyssinia.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a Aramaic name.
Yeah, we got a couple of people checking in.
Yeah. So I mean, man, they dealing with a lot of stuff over there too, man. Civil war and
Oh
power
yeah, yeah,
struggles
yeah.
and
It's terrible.
all the type of stuff, man. And
And they
just like
just not long ago got their independence too over there in the Sudan.
right. But I
But it's
try to
still
I
some
try,
infighting.
but I try to tell them. I was in a vehicle with a brother yesterday from Eritrea.
Mm-hmm.
I say, man, you have to realize you got a energy or a group of people with a mindset. They playing both sides. On one end, they antagonizing. They creating a conflict within your community. And then on the other side, they stand like a beacon of light, like they are the savior. So in essence, they creating the situation, and then they presenting themselves to be there as the solution, which
Yep,
is putting you into their hands.
yep. Create the problem and bring the solution.
Right. I had brothers from that was in the Vietnam War, and they was talking a lot of stuff, and they came to the realization we wasn't here for no democratic thing. We was here to get the rubber and the oil, and that it was the people that ran the Firestone Corporation, who was of the Jewish faith, and the Rothschilds family and all of them. They was the ones that was giving the Viet Cong the Kalashnikovs, the AK-47s, come out of Russia.
Do you know that it's crazy that every time they fight a war, a new powerful corporation or a mogul system come up?
Yeah,
Ain't that
yeah,
something?
yeah. So
And they mostly be the new group that's coming on the that alliance they got.
yeah, that
To
too.
be the
But
new leaders of the measure. That's
it's that
crazy, ain't it?
it's that too. But really is that because you gotta understand you're dealing with corporations and businesses. It can be the same people. They can just change the name of it.
Facts, facts.
They can just change the name and make it look like it's something new. See what I'm saying? So it's like
Yeah.
it's 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 it's, it's positioning on a board, like you say. You know what I'm saying? Okay, well, I don't want them to know this me. Let me go create this entity and move under that entity. We still the same people, the force behind it. They don't understand that. That's why they got mad. People mad with Donald Trump when they talked about taxes. Okay? He said, well, I don't earn nothing. He said, everything that's being done with me is done through trust and corporations. And my children run it. So if he's the beneficiary of that, and he he say he a negotiator, he just somebody to go out and talk. You got to get him some clothes, get him some transportation. It's written off as a business expense. He not getting that himself,
He
so he ain't
playing
really get,
he
huh?
playing UCC is what he doing.
Well, he all of that playing the part of it. You know what I'm saying? It's
But see, they the only ones can play like that.
well, we
That's
was
for
never
their
taught.
earthly. That's for their earthly and divine salvation.
Yeah, but we was never taught that. We are. See, I had somebody give me that whole code in a three ring leaf binder, and what they put on the front of it, ancient Moorish merchant law, because we are the original merchants. We ran the seven seas and been on all four corners of the earth before any European ever built a ship. That really come the principles of all of that really come from us, but they covered it and they codified it. So we never taught that. That's part of financial literacy. We are the creditors of the United States through our labor. That's why they ask you your credit report. They run your credit report. They using your credit because they don't have none. They 30 some trillion dollars in debt. They've been in debt since they first originated. If you go back and look at the original congressional records, 1790, you see where they kept trying to appropriate a way to pay the people they was in debt to from the very beginning. So it's I don't want to talk a lot about that on here. You know what I'm saying? But we suffer from financial illiteracy. We don't understand the power that we have. And the man said we spend $1 trillion a year as a community, all outside of our community. That's the thing that those people do. Those other groups, they spend their money inside their community at least 7 times before it goes out. That's how they become self-sufficient. We take ours and we spend it all outside because we don't manufacture nothing. We don't produce nothing. We don't have our own communities with our own business. That's why the Nation of Islam was so good in the beginning parts, because they had their own stores. They're serving whiting, walking around, whiting, cases of whiting, bakery, Shabazz Bakery. They had all that stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? Go back in Tulsa, Oklahoma, Black Wall Street. But as soon as we start doing that stuff, we get infiltrated and we get tore down from inside. Because somebody jealous because they think you got more than them, or you got more material stuff than them, or you at peace. A lot of people, man, see you at peace and they mad at that because they in disruption within themselves.
Big facts. I've been experiencing that all my life.
Yeah, misery loves company.
People don't like to see you happy.
Right. That's
See?
that's something that's something that's been embedded, and you can really trace it back to that whole Willie Lynch demonstration. See what I'm saying? It's just something that's mentally been instilled, and it's programming. We really been programmed, literally. You know what I'm saying? So what's going on is a lot of Europeans is finding out that they've been programmed too. That where they thought they was different and on a higher level than us, they finding out they was getting treated no different. They just made it look like that they was treated better. That's why a lot of them angry and fighting back and raising up. See what I'm saying? So, you know, it's here's the thing, man. I say this. Allah is the best of planners. You can devise any plan you want. If it's out of accord with Allah's plan, it may look like it's winning, it may look like it's flourishing, but it's
But it
not
ain't
going to have
gonna
any
happen.
longevity. It's
It
going
ain't
down.
gonna happen.
Right. See what I'm
It ain't gonna
saying?
happen unless he
You know,
wanted to happen.
that's right. So with
I've been telling people that for years.
right. So things might operate long enough for enough people to wake up and really smell the coffee and start to make the change. See what I'm saying? And here it is. It's got to get. It's sad to say. My condolences to you about you losing your youth. I heard you say that earlier. See what I'm saying? But the whole thing about it is things got to get to a detrimental level in order for people to wake up. Not woke like they use WOKE, for them to
Good,
open their eyes and really see.
good brother. I'm
Huh?
gonna I'm gonna say this right,
Mm-hmm.
because that's what I was sitting back saying. I was like, it's gonna take something real crazy for our people to wake up. But
Mm-hmm.
when I seen them go to gunning our people down for almost 2 years straight, and our people still were gone, I say,
Mm-hmm.
boy, we lost.
Yeah.
And then I seen one thing about that European now. The difference between us and them
Mm-hmm.
is when they go out there on the battlefield, bro, they don't be playing.
Oh no, they ain't
You
playing.
can't take that from them.
No,
And I'm
no,
talking about now, I ain't talking about the one that's out there deployed.
no. You talk. I know
I'm talking about
the
the
one.
one that went out there during the time of protesting.
Yeah,
Them people was not playing.
they put their differences aside and came together on one
And
accord.
but guess what happened though?
What?
The ones that wasn't really going there, they like, wait a minute, y'all really trying to tear it up. It ain't us. I mean, y'all, it's them.
Right.
It's the white folk. So what
Mm-hmm.
you think gonna happen the next time when they come around? Ain't nobody gonna come help you this time. Cause you
Mm-hmm.
done got out there. These people really, they literally ready to tear something up.
Yep.
They ain't playing. They wasn't doing that stuff to try to be disrupted. They were doing it because they're like, we've been waiting on this. And they come out there fighting for the cause. And I'm telling you, they like, oh, they doing the agent provocateurs coming in. And what you probably had some here and there if they were trying to disrupt something peaceful. But I'm
Mm-hmm.
talking about when it came to the time when them people came in there and started trying to really get at people. They
Mm-hmm.
were like, we going all the way in. It's on.
Yeah.
And you can tell it by even after our people stood down, even the ones that was for your boy,
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Rump.
Mm-hmm.
Behind him, you see what they did?
Hey, listen.
I went up in there, bro. They were dead serious. They wasn't
Hey,
playing. They
because
were
when
trying to seize the whole state.
man, I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go here.
I'm
Man.
just saying it, but I'm gonna let you go, right? But
I'm being careful what I'm saying, but
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna
let you
go.
speak, right? You can speak, right?
Yeah,
But
go ahead. Go
I'm
ahead.
I'm saying that to say this. I'm saying that our people buck, but they ain't really bucking that far. And them people know that. So
Mm-hmm.
they don't see us as they don't see us as a factor, bro.
We've
You
been
see what I'm saying?
domesticated. We've been
Yeah,
domesticated.
they don't see us as no threat. Like they
Right.
done already seen it. They done did the
Right.
shark treatment to
Mm-hmm.
see. So they know our people ain't no threat like that.
Right.
They
Right.
know, yeah. They even get up there and talk it. All they gonna do is yeah, and go back
Right.
home. You
Right.
understand?
That's
So
right.
they ain't worried about our people.
That's right.
After what they done seen, them people is not studying us.
Right.
Unless you come up there and you really trying to get at them. Other than that,
Right.
them people looking at I like, yeah, we hear y'all, whatever.
Right.
We can send somebody through there, y'all gonna get quiet in a minute. We send a few cars over there, you know what I mean?
That's right.
So them people ain't worried about that. But that's
No,
the difference between us and the European.
that's
Them
true.
European get on that, they literally be on that.
Mm-hmm.
And I
Mm.
ain't saying that to big them up. I'm saying that
No.
because that's the truth.
Yeah.
Everybody else bucking, but they still thinking about I'm gonna lose my house, my job, and my car, and
Well,
they ain't willing to sacrifice nothing, bro.
the first thing they say, I'm gonna lose my life.
I'm gonna lose my life. That's the main one. They,
Then
they ain't willing to sacrifice.
the whole thing is this:
You're already losing your
you
life
already lost your life because you ain't standing up for it.
already.
Already, that they been took that from you.
I've been trying to figure out, brother. Like I'd be like, well, what are they scared of? Like they scared that they gonna kill them harder than they been killing us. you
Well,
know,
the thing
I'm
is,
like I mean, you can't die no harder than you been dying.
but the thing
Like,
it also all goes back to they forsake God. Because
I got
when you read in the scripture, Christ told you, if you shall die for my name, you shall receive the crown of righteousness.
that's right. It
Which
said no
means you
greater thing that a man can do than sacrifice his life for his brethren.
right. See what I'm saying? So you are you really dying or you just changing form?
Changing form.
See what I'm saying?
That
Are you
thing,
really
the thing is, you got to do it anyway.
yeah,
That's what I'm saying. So what you scared of? That's why I keep asking. I'm like, well, whether you peaceful or radical, you still get it.
right,
So I mean, what is your accomplishment?
right,
Well, I say, don't be a vain sacrifice,
right.
but let your life count for something.
Hey man.
You know what I mean? See,
We we we
that's all I'm talking about.
we lost that though, man. We lost that.
It's
You know what I'm
crazy.
saying? We lost
And we
that.
don't know that a lot don't like cowards, bro. A
That's
lot of the
right.
chastisement we get because our people have become, those who are that worshiping those whom they fear. Whether they
Right.
don't say it out loud, they are worshiping their oppressor. And the
Mm-hmm.
Most High don't like that. In the
Mm-hmm.
Bible or the Quran, the Most High don't like no coward.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And so people don't understand. That's why we under the chastisement we on.
That's right.
Because through fear, we have made fear our God.
Yes.
If you say you believe in the Most High, then why you fear this man so much? To
Mm-hmm.
where if God tell you he gonna deliver you or bring you out of a situation, but you so scared of this man, you ain't willing to walk through the door.
Right.
You saying that man power is more extended than the great God.
That's what they saying.
It's Allah's will if he choose to let one take you off the counter you live.
That's right.
We done seen people get shot in the head, point blank range, and live because it wasn't their time to go.
I watched a buddy of mine, a dude, they emptied two clips in him
See what I'm saying?
and he lived.
See what I'm saying?
Broke
And
his
then
arm, severed the bone in his arm, and all that stuff. They
and
they
he
they,
had to
le-
be
they
thinking
left
about
him.
something he
They
did.
they left him for dead. After the first joint, he was out. They put another joint in and let it off in it.
And woke him up.
While he was unconscious.
Mm-hmm.
They thought he was gone.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying? Man, dude walking around putting on roofs on houses.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. And that's why I say, if it ain't because you can get somebody get shot in the foot and
Right.
out of here.
Right.
Out of here.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That's why I say, that's why you got to look at it. Well, if the Most High is on the manifest, you know what I mean? Then he
Mm-hmm.
is the end determined. That's what I was telling about this COVID situation. I'm like, man, you can catch it, but don't mean you going nowhere.
Right.
If it meant for you to go, that's how you going. If it ain't meant for you to go, you ain't going. If it ain't meant for you to get it, you ain't gonna get it.
And what is you really catching? A bad flu or pneumonia?
Yeah. You see what I'm saying? And
Right.
so
What is you really catching? You ain't
what
catching. They ain't yet. I told somebody today, a woman, I talked to her today, she got fired from her job because she took the ivermectin route.
what
She
is
didn't.
that?
the ivermectin was an alternative treatment
Oh,
versus taking the shot that they was given.
oh, which the shot they was giving real that's is killing people now.
Right. So she took the ivermectin, and they fired her from her job. She
Wow,
she driving Uber now.
that's
See what I'm
crazy.
saying? And so and she was a European, and and we had a good little talk while I was on my little day trip today, and she gave me her number. She wanted to talk some more, and we just talking about a lot of things about being a national versus U.S. citizen and all that. They becoming hip to what the game is. See what I'm saying? And they realizing the game was being played on them too. See what I'm saying? So it's like, you know, remember, man, I always this sticks in my mind. I always went to European dominated schools, and I never really had a problem, right? With nobody calling me out my name or getting out the way disrespectful, right? So I always remember the prophets say it's gonna come a time when the European gonna be jumping on boxcars trying to swim 3,000 miles back to Europe. And then he say, when Moors, when you get back on top, treat your European brother with treat him nice, because in their hearts and their souls and their minds, they really know who we are. They know what they have done to us. You know what I'm saying? All of them people ain't just cold hearted and nasty. Even down in the South, you got some of them that's just diehards. You know what I'm saying? And if you ever notice, they only act like that when it's 20 or 30 of them. When he by himself, like you was talking about the other night, when he's by himself, he talking to you. Oh, he just is nice and respectful and converse with you. But when he get around 20 or 30 more, and they drinking Budweiser and Miller Lights, oh, now you every name in the book. He's standing with his crew now. You know what I mean? And so I look at a lot of that stuff, man. I used to always wonder why they say we all immigrants here. That's not true. And that let you know that they got a mental problem if they think that.
And they referring to their own history is what they doing.
But they trying to, yeah, they were
But they
referring to
want to
him.
make it seem like us as a whole.
Right, right,
Y'all is
right,
immigrants here.
right. That's
They're
right,
trying to tell the truth without telling. Some of them saying
right,
it because they really believe it that way.
right, right.
Because they ignorant of history. You got
Exactly.
to remember the way that they being taught a lot of their history is given based off scientific racism,
Right,
and they don't even know it's scientific racism.
right.
Because I looked at some of them doctrines, and they sound so good.
Mm-hmm.
The way they put them together, they
Yeah,
can convince a fool to believe some of that stuff,
and that's why they
which is
never
what they
want,
do with some of our people. You
and
know
they
what I
never.
mean?
That's why they don't want the critical race theory to be introduced into the public schools, because
Facts.
that's gonna wake children up to what they've been hearing, and when they actually see the information, it's going that's going to be part of changing the climate. You know what I mean? Because you ain't gonna never stop guns. That's one thing. You ain't gonna never stop it because number one, they don't want to be without no gun in their house.
Nope.
So
No,
you ain't gonna
sir.
never stop that. So
That's the only way that they feel safe.
right,
They need weapons.
they need some weapons, and you got to realize that that whole Second Amendment was designed to stop tyranny from occurring, to stop people the overrun or the overextension of what we seeing, like you some of them people was doing down there. It tells you that you have, if you see tyranny in your system, you have the right to change it by any means necessary. Now Now, how they come here and get it established? Robbed, killed, and pillaged.
Well, we know that's the reason why, they disenfranchise, our youth,
Right,
the age of 13, 14,
right,
and make them felons
right.
so that the men will always be disarmed according to their system,
Mm-hmm.
and be considered criminals.
Mm-hmm.
So if they ever caught with anything like that, then, they can lock them up
Mm-hmm.
or even shoot them down on the spot.
Shoot them on the spot
You
and
know
lay
what I
one.
mean? So,
Hey, look, take their hand and put it on the joint and lay it by them.
hmm
Make it look like they had one. You know what I'm saying? So,
a lot of people don't know down there in New Orleans,
yeah.
when they went into that brother Alton Sterling,
Uh-huh.
if you go and look at the video,
Mm-hmm.
you can see they was down there and he was trying to hold his hand over his pocket.
Uh-huh.
And he was saying while the dude had his knee on his neck, if you're listening, he said, "What you trying to put in my pocket?"
Right.
And then when he put his hand over his pocket, your boy holler out gun. And they shoot him point blank range
Wow.
while they had their knee on his throat. But
Wow.
all the while they were trying to plant it on him. And I don't
Right.
see why ain't nobody picked up on that.
Well, they picked it up, man. They
You
just
see what I'm saying? But I'm
yeah.
talking about even the lawyers didn't mention that. But if you
Well,
look at the video, you can hear him like, "What you trying to put in my pocket?"
yeah. You gotta remember too, man.
I think that was the initiation.
Yeah, but you gotta remember too, the lawyer is an officer of the court. He
Yep,
he his real first duty is to that institution even before his client.
yep.
Now he tell you that he representing you all the way out and working to do this and this and that.
The only one tell you the truth or who he is a public pretender.
Right, right,
And he called himself public defender.
right, right. Exactly. So that's what we dealing with, man. It's boy, it's rough, man, when you gotta battle this stuff by yourself, man.
Yeah. But see, that's why I did this measure today. Because I wanted them to know the root,
Mm-hmm.
of what we was talking about here. That's
Mm-hmm.
why I was like, the hate you gave, left infants fatherless, enraged.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thug life.
Mm-hmm.
And people don't understand is that the brothers got it worse
Mm-hmm.
because we got our women that have been turned against us. We against each other, and we got a system in the world that's looking at us like we savages.
Yep.
So for us to come up, we already know some of us just ain't gonna make it.
Right.
Some of us too weak to deal with that type of pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Some of our brothers, they gonna turn to drugs.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them gonna turn to self-destruction.
Right.
Some of them gonna turn to going out there trying to get it how they live or get rich and die trying, and they gonna die trying.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a cycle until we come together and we correct the measure through unity. Prophet
Mm-hmm.
Noble Drew Ali told the Moors, in unity there's strength.
Yeah.
Now, the only reason that we have become weak, a pygmy race, like Marcus Mosai Garvey would say, the harbinger, is
Mm-hmm.
because we refuse to unite.
Right. Right.
Our
He
lack
also
of the will of wanting to unite is the direct reason as to why we suffer what we do.
he also said we need to have our own schools.
Which
We
is
need to
why
have
I homeschool my son, my last
right.
youngest.
Right.
People need
Right.
to do that. He
Right.
graduated on the homeschooling.
Okay.
And
Okay.
you can get different grants for doing that.
Right. Okay.
For the books, you can get the apparatuses you needed,
Mm-hmm.
and all that. But that's where our people need to start. They need to do that because if the way school going now, you don't want your youngin to be taught none of that foolishness they teaching.
Oh no. Oh no, I watched it. I watched a brother in a town meeting with a city council. I don't know where it was at, but he was reading one of the books in the library, and I believe that it was a primary, like one a kindergarten, the sixth grade or seventh, eighth grade, something like that, and it was a book about homosexuality, and it was explicit language, explicit adult language, but in a child's book form. Okay, and so he started reading quotes out the book, and the council got mad and said it's inappropriate language, and everybody in the room, it's inappropriate language, but you got it in the library. That's the point that we making. They had the brother escorted out the city council meeting.
Wow. Crazy.
See what I'm saying? So you're dealing with a people that's trying to bring this realm into manifest on God's earth. What did Satan do? Went to and fro upon the earth seeking whom he could devour.
Hey, bro, but you know what, though? Last time they became this diabolical, it was the first time the Most High manifested itself physically.
Mm-hmm.
In the Bible, it said that the Most High came down, he ate with Abraham
Mm-hmm.
and sent them two hitmen to go tear Sodom and Gomorrah up.
Yeah.
So you know if it made the Most High that mad, the first time he ever showed himself, he came down himself
Mm-hmm.
because they was demonstrating what they was demonstrating.
Yeah.
And they doing it again right now.
Yeah.
And it ain't strange right now that everybody talking about, the Mahdi, and the Messiah is finna be on the manifest.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know,
now
he's
you know what they doing now, though. You know what they doing now.
mm-hmm.
Real funny. I don't know if you've seen any of it. So, our Christian brothers, ministers, now what they trying to do. I heard a man say today that he looked in something called the Vatican Codex and saw the symbols for the mark of the beast that's going to be on people's foreheads, right? Now you know what they saying that symbol is, right? Bismillah. They saying that symbolism, the Arabic script is saying 666 on the foreheads. So you know the brother got the bump from making the salat on the forehead. He got the mark on his head. That's what they trying to equate all this to. That the Mahdi is really the devil taking over the whole world.
And you know where that doctrine coming from?
Where?
The Antichrist itself.
Exactly.
The crazy part about it is that they saying Netanyahu. Remember I showed you that I was talking about that video where he was talking about they say make the Mashiach come.
Mm-hmm.
You know, now I just seen recently they saying when Netanyahu go out of the office, they saying that's when the Messiah gonna come, the one that they talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes sense too.
Mm-hmm.
Because if he out of the office and they was the one, he was supposed to be the one to make him come, that this one to try to come in there now to sway them back under his doctrine,
Mm-hmm.
so to speak, that he was trying to push while he was in the office.
Right.
But also why they saying that, the Muslims are saying that the Mahdi is on the manifest.
Mm-hmm.
So with all that being said, don't be surprised if you see people emerging on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
But if that is the case, I tell the people all the time, we might be at the end.
Yeah.
But also dealing with that, looking at everything it is, because Yahushua was supposed to come back too during the same time period.
Right.
But on another level, going deeper, it did say the righteous gonna inherit the earth and the wicked shall be removed.
Mm-hmm.
So though the righteous shall inherit the earth, the wicked will be removed. This is telling us that everybody ain't gonna be destroyed like people thinking.
Well, now, when you really say the ending, most people looking at it like a total annihilation, right? But is
It's
the
the
end
upheaval of wickedness is what it's talking about.
right? And is the ending really representing a new beginning? Is it meaning that things are going to change? Things are going to shift. It's going to go from the negative to the positive.
Yep, the new
See what I'm
heaven and the
saying?
new earth is a new way of
Right,
thinking.
right. There you go. You know what I'm
And that's
saying?
what I'm saying. But it said that these things gonna happen.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of things are the supernatural people gonna end up seeing.
Yeah, and they ain't ready. They definitely ain't ready for that part. They definitely ain't
They
ready for that.
already seeing it.
They seeing it, but they don't know what they're looking at.
They don't know what they're looking at.
Mm-hmm. It's going on right
Now,
now.
what they hollering about, talking about extraterrestrials and all that right there, that's them things.
Oh yeah. Oh
It's
yeah.
extraterrestrial us because we ain't used to it.
Right.
But this is what these are, pretty much the people that was there, the beings that were there before us.
You got the brother Billy Carson. You
They
seen him?
all over the place too, brother, showing themselves.
You seen the brother Billy Carson?
Yeah, I be checking them out. He be
Yeah.
talking about the Anunnaki a lot.
Right. Right. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
So
brother.
he actually says the word Yahweh is a word of Satan. I heard him say that one time, but I'm only seeing him on little clips, so I ain't getting
Mhm.
the whole full context. I
Some of,
you.
some of our brothers, though, I'm gonna be honest with you,
Mm-hmm.
they have right information,
Mm-hmm.
but what they doing is that some of them I can tell that they haven't thoroughly studied the
Okay.
information, even though they become popular because of their information.
Mm-hmm.
Being that I studied as much as I have, and I ain't talking about no superior, but I done studied,
Right. Right.
and so I know where a lot of that stuff is coming from,
Okay.
and it's coming from information they read. I done read some of that stuff too, but I know better. And
Mm.
certain things I just ain't finna say and accept as something. You see what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right.
I done
Talking about
read what they saying, and I know that ain't kosher.
talking about Anu and Ani,
Well, not just that,
and
because
Loki and all that.
we already familiar with Inky and all that right there.
Right.
But the
Right.
categorization, a lot of that stuff, I'm gonna be honest with you, a lot of them brothers is really using Malachi York information.
And which is
And his
Zachariah Stitcher.
Yeah, and which is Zachariah Sitchin books.
Mm.
Which I got all of them. I got the 12 Planet over here. I
Mm.
got all of them right over here. Let me see which one that is. Stairway to Heaven,
Mm-hmm.
Genesis Revisited, When
Mm-hmm.
Time Began. I got them all right here. Had them
Mm-hmm.
for years. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I mean? So, we understand that's their interpretation of it.
Right.
You got to stop taking other people's word for this stuff and do the research.
You gotta look at it yourself.
If that's the case, then explain how, when you go into the word Yahweh, we also find that it's found in the DNA.
Right.
So does that mean that the God code that we talking about is the devil in us?
Mm-hmm.
Come on, brother, we got to stop it.
The
I
Yod Hey
mean,
Yod Hey Vhe.
yeah, it's right there in us. That's the
Mm-hmm.
God code. It's in your DNA. It's proof that the Most High is present.
Mm-hmm.
God eternal within the body. So it's,
Mm-hmm.
it's based on, when you hear stuff like that, you see it's based on perspective.
Right.
What you been reading, brother, who you talking about? So you want to
Right.
apply, what they said it is. We know that Yahweh showed himself as a man
Mm-hmm.
in the Piscean records. We
Right.
know that in the Bible is a book that's based on legends.
Mm-hmm.
How do we know this? Because if you look at the books, the 5 books that compose it, dealing with, the Pentagrammaton,
Right.
it is actually Leviticus, Exodus, Genesis, Numbers, Deuteronomy.
Mm-hmm.
If you eliminate all them letters except the first letter, what you get out of Leviticus? The letter L, right?
Right.
Exodus, you get the letter E, right?
Right.
Genesis, you get the letter G, right?
Right.
Numbers, you get the letter N, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Deuteronomy is the letter D. What is that? Legend.
Mm.
What is a legend?
Mm.
A legend is based off of mythos.
Mm-hmm.
Mythos is said to basically be real, but it's explained in the form of a legend.
Right.
So those 5 books have historical references in them based upon legends that come from other texts.
Mm-hmm.
Kemet, some India, some Sumerian.
Mm-hmm.
And they put it together as an amalgamation in a hodgepodge
Mm-hmm.
of those particular measures without telling you that's what's really being said. And that's the simplicity of it. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So we know Prophet Noble Drew Ali told us the only devil that man must be redeemed from is the Lord self.
Right.
So this Satan, this Lucifer, Satan, devil, dragon, and beast took the form of a man. But if you gonna say that, it ain't Yahweh, brother. Prophet Noble Drew Ali tell us in the 102s, who Satan, Lucifer, Satan, devil, dragon, and beast was. He said they're
That's right.
descendants of the pale-skinned nations of Europe.
Mm-hmm.
You
That's
see what
right.
I'm saying? So, I mean, and not only that, but it's historical records that are consistent with that.
Mm-hmm.
Because Carl Linnaeus, who came up, with his little doctrine on the scientific racism when he was trying to compare the ape to man,
Mm-hmm.
guess what he called the ape?
What?
Lucifer.
Oh. Oh.
And then they say that they evolved out of that.
And then it's a
And
particular,
also troglodytes.
yeah, troglodyte. So it's
No, they call him the original troglodyte nigga. Let me
the
let me get it,
troglodyte nigga,
let,
yeah.
let me get it straight.
Yeah, troglodyte nigga. And
And
then
that was a European.
it's a specific ape. This is something with pink skin and hair.
Yeah, I know the one you talking about.
Yeah, I can't. I've been
I,
trying to
I
get
forgot
the
the name of
scientific
it,
name
but
of it. Yeah.
I do know that when they use the term, because I was actually given the history of this right here. You didn't see it because this was prior to you probably looking at maybe me going at them guys because I was supposed to do a debate with Ump,
Mm-hmm.
but he bucked it. You know what I mean? He
Okay.
refused to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And so I end up beating him up with the information. I mess with him every time when he come at me. I'd be like, "You still ain't got enough of that behind whooping."
Right.
You know what I mean? Messing
Right.
with him or whatever. But in this particular drawing, brother, we went into the history. I'm gonna show you real quick some of the stuff I showed. I
Mm-hmm.
got it right here. I'm gonna show it to you real quick. Watch this. And none of them been able to debunk this. Watch this. Okay, here you go. Entire screen. All right. I want to make sure you can see
Mm-hmm.
it. So I had went into. You see that right there?
Hold on, it's coming up. Yeah.
Okay. So the first go into this stuff because our people so technical. I had to show them what primary sources is because people like show me a primary source.
Mm-hmm.
And so I say, well, primary sources are immediate first-hand accounts of a topic from a people who had a direct connection with it. That's one.
Mm-hmm.
Primary sources can include texts of laws and original documents,
Mm-hmm.
newspaper reports by reporters who witnessed an event, or quote people who did. So these
Right.
are all considered primary sources.
Right.
But in most cases, when you show somebody a newspaper, that's just a newspaper clipping. This show you how much they know. But it
Mm-hmm.
even goes on and say speeches, diaries, letters, and interviews. So primary sources are very vast, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it says what the people involved said or wrote. Original research, your own original research is considered primary source.
Mm-hmm.
Data sets, survey data, such as census or economic statistics, photographs, video, audio that capture an event. So, man, you can go from many different measures dealing with primary sources.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of time people reject primary sources and don't even know they're rejecting a primary source.
Right.
You know, um so I went into also, since they want to be so technical, I say deductive reasoning is related to rule-based inquiries, those in which factual hypotheses is the source for the questions that conduct the inquiry.
Mm-hmm.
Analogical reasoning is related to a narrative-based inquiries,
Mm-hmm.
those in which allegations of the parties are the source of the questions. So people don't even know this. When you get into discussions, you either dealing with deductive reasoning or analogical reasoning.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And so both of them can be considered a catalyst for information. So
Mm-hmm.
that brought me to the fact, because everybody try to go against anything scientific outside of what the European came up with.
Right.
I gave you definition of what science was first invented. And it shows you 3000 to 1200 BCE, the earliest roots of science can be traced to ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia
Wow.
around 1000 and 1200. So this kills all the rest of them people that they be trying to push in the European
Right.
paradigm as scientists.
Right.
So that means, well, now we got to see what was some of the scientific methods that was demonstrated in Kemet and other. And it's easy to find that.
Right.
It's right there in the hieroglyphics.
Okay.
When they was demonstrating there, they was building, they was working with tools.
Mm-hmm.
So those they may have been primitive tools. Their scientific methodology still haven't been figured out today by the European, because they can't figure out how they was able to align them pyramids and build what they built without cranes and all that stuff.
Right.
You understand? So
Yeah.
that means their scientific method, in essence, is more superior than this modern day.
And that's what the problem is.
That's the problem. So we got to act like they didn't even know how they was building. They'll get there. The Europeans say that. They didn't know what they was doing. How? If they didn't know what they were doing, then how did you use some of their science to start using their method to build your stuff?
Right.
Because a lot of that stuff y'all doing started with what they doing now.
Mm-hmm.
You just made other machines to do it in a different way, a more efficient way. But
Mm-hmm.
still you have imperfection in your machine.
Mm-hmm.
So, I went into all this to lay the foundation. When this was gonna be all my PowerPoint to get on him, and he ran from this. Because they were trying to go in at get at us, and now one of them dudes will accept, and that's what Saul was saying today. He was like, when we talked, he said, "Brother Commission, them dudes feel you," and he ain't said that. This ain't his first time saying that.
Right.
He done said it with them being present.
Okay.
So he's like, these dudes fear you. And they do. They run. But then they want to come behind me convoluting after I give a measure. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I ran through all of this and I showed them their theories of Aristotle, and all these people they claim to be scientists. I went into who they call the father of scientists. When how can this be so when it just tell you science came out of Kemet?
Right.
So where these dudes coming from?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Then I went into Albert Einstein, who acknowledged the Most High.
Right.
Albert Einstein believed in God.
Yes.
He thought it was insane for somebody to believe that they can observe anything in science and not believe there was a divine mind was behind it.
Right.
So a lot of people misrepresent Albert Einstein, and he got many quotes where he tell you intelligent design is the order of the universe, but they
Mm-hmm.
cherry pick and they try to move it. So I went back even further, right? And I hit them right here with the science as it relates to the language. And we go into the breakdown of this word science coming through the French, all this other stuff dealing with to know, intelligent, skilled, book learning, theology and philosophy. So they were trying to rule out any spiritual books from dealing with science, but it's telling you right here that theology was the root of science.
Right.
Philosophy was the root of science.
Right.
It only became separated as a separate science later. So what are you talking about?
Right.
So like, okay, so check this out, right? Then I went into the Arabic and went into the root word for knowledge, which is ilm or ulama, which is what they say ulama,
Mm-hmm.
the Islamic Council. All
Mm-hmm.
that comes from the word science.
Mm-hmm.
Ilm. In fact, when the Knights Templar came together with the Muslims under the tree, they had the splitting of the ilm.
Mm-hmm.
And the splitting of the M is what caused their grand masters of masonry to be put at the stake by the Catholic Church, because they say they were secretly worshiping Baphomet. They say
Mm-hmm.
it's a corrupt name for basically it's supposed to be
Muhammad.
lovers of wisdom, but it's a corrupt name of Prophet Muhammad, they say.
Right.
And they were saying that they were secretly Muslims, basically. And so they
Mm-hmm.
killed their last 22nd Grand Master, Jacques de Molay.
Right.
And when they did that, this they actually, a couple of them died because he prophesied their death. It was in
Mm-hmm.
a book I read called Second Messiah, bro, where they went into all this stuff, and a lot of that stuff was put in the movie the Da Vinci Code too.
Right.
They had all that in there. The Shroud of Turin is a
Right.
hoax. It was really the shroud that was placed over Jacques de Molay body, the Mason, and not the body of Jesus. You
Uh-huh.
know what I mean? So it's a lot of stuff that people don't know. So,
Mm-hmm.
but this word ilum or im, the splitting of the knowledge has to do with where Masons first learned the practice of practicing secrecy, and that's taqiyya, the doctrine of taqiyya in Islam.
Mm-hmm.
You get into a hostile environment, you can act as if you're not Muslim.
Right.
You understand? So they learned that from the Muslims. That's where their doctrine of secrecy come from.
Uh-huh.
You see what I'm saying? That was a part of the knowledge. But the
Mm,
same word ulam in Arabic is associated with ulam in the Hebrew.
okay.
Where the O actually becomes the H and the A, ulam. And this
Uh,
deals with the knowledge that is behind creation. What we can see physically, meaning it's a deeper spiritual knowledge behind everything that we see with our physical eyes. So
mm-hmm.
again, this brings us back to signs and symbols. This brings us back to reading the book of creation. So the true book of knowledge is the book of creation. Reading signs within the macrocosm of the universe and reading signs within the microcosm, which us, a micro universe. You see
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
this is same word in Hebrew corresponding with the Arabic. But this is the true definition of science,
Mm-hmm.
observing creation. So again, science in its original state was spiritual as opposed to being physical, how they limited it. So, I went into all that, bro, and went into the breakdown of the words, how in the Ugaritic, it still
Mm-hmm.
means to be hidden, unknown, the lam.
Mm-hmm.
Arabic, again, it means to know, be aware, just like in the Hebrew.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing, hidden secret world. These all three different languages saying the same thing, basically.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And so they don't comprehend this, and they try to say everybody are Bible thumpers and biblical believers. So I got so deep, I say, well, let me go into the breakdown of this ilum, from the geometrical or the
Okay.
gematria aspect.
Uh-huh.
So when you add all this stuff up, you find that all of these letters bring up the C and the H. You
Mm-hmm.
see what I'm saying? And when you
Mm-hmm.
get the C and the H, then you get alchemy. So
Wow.
alchemy is the true knowledge of the world.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Because this is one, that's the letter A, L, the letter 30 here in
Uh-huh.
gematria now. And this is M, the letter 40. So when you add them together, you get 71. And 7 plus 1 equals 8, which is the alphabet CH. So you
Wow.
basically added those letters together, ALM, alum, and then this CH came in there. When you put that together, you get alchemy.
Wow.
Ain't that crazy? And the
Wow.
math work like that through and through, bro. I said
Wow.
science, an intellectual and practical activity encompassing the systematic study of the structure and the behavior of physical and natural world through observation and experiment. The
Wow.
world of science and technology, which it
Wow.
consists of what? Math, mathematical physics, physics, and ontology.
Mm-hmm.
So when we talk about knowledge of the world, the science has to do with understanding the elements all the way down to its alchemical basis. I
Supreme mathematics.
supreme mathematics in the periodical table, bro.
Mm-hmm.
So like when I went to hit them, I hit them so hard with it, and I showed the brother, because I was showing him, I say the name Allah,
Right.
in the Hebrew, this is a King James Bible.
Right.
I showed him, so you dealing with the same supreme being right here. Then I went into showing them since they wanted to refute it, I showed them the word Ra in Allah is synonymous with Ra and Alu in the Kemetic language.
Uh-huh.
The root word Nur, like the word Nuri, like the brother Nuri Muhammad, which
Right.
means light, it
Right.
comes from the root in Arabic Nara.
Mm-hmm.
And so the name of this surah is Surah 24, ayats 35 and 36. The surah is called the light. So the main essence or the heart of this surah would be dealing with something that pertains to the light. And that's how the whole Quran works. If it's called the cow, then
Mm-hmm.
there's a deeper message that's referring to the cow in that surah. If it's called the bee or the spider, then the spider and the bee is significant in that surah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this ain't something I read in a book. This is something that I came across in my
Mm-hmm.
own studies, and it just stuck out to me.
Yeah. The
So what
bee,
we
the
find,
bee, the bee, the bee represent being industrious.
there you go. You see what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
then it's a surah that relate to the bee, but it's gonna give you a measure on the bee in the surah.
Right. Right.
So this
Right.
right here dealing with the light, it say Allah is the light of the heavens and the earth.
Mm-hmm.
It now heavens really represent the mind.
Right.
The earth represent the body.
Right.
So Allah is the light of the mind and the body.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying? The parable of his light is this. Now it's telling you this is a parable. So this parable represents something. The
Mm-hmm.
parable of his light is as if there were a niche, and within it a lamp, and the lamp enclosed in a glass, and the glass as it were a brilliant star, right? So I
Mm-hmm.
go down here and I use the modern example to show them what's being spoken of here, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it's talking about the niche. See, the niche is inside of the lamp. The
Right.
flame is coming up from that niche. See,
Uh-huh.
that's the lamp. You
Uh-huh.
see, then it said as if it were a glass. This is the
Mm-hmm.
glass surrounding it, you
Mm-hmm.
know, and it says as it were a brilliant star, and you can see the star shape in the glass.
Mm-hmm.
Now, all of this is really symbolic to the Ba, which is the spirit, the
Right.
Ka, which is the soul, and the glass symbolic to flesh divine.
Mm-hmm.
Spirit clothed with soul made in the form of Allah. So that's the
Wow.
light, ray, clothing. Now I'm just breaking down the parable. And
Mm-hmm.
then it says, now watch what it say, lit from a blessed tree. And you see the symbolic tree, the olive tree over here.
Right.
It says, lit from a blessed tree, an olive, neither of the east nor of the west. That
Mm-hmm.
means that this light is not limited to the east or west. This
Mm-hmm.
light is universal light. It says, whose oil is well nigh luminous, though fire scarcely touch it. Meaning it ain't even being touched by fire necessarily, but it's still illumination. It says, light upon light. Allah doeth guide whom he will to his light. Allah doeth set forth parables for men, and Allah doeth know all things. Now watch what it says. Lit is such a light in houses, which Allah has permitted to be raised to honor. What do you think the house is? Temple of
Yeah,
perfect man.
that's right.
You understand? So
Mm-hmm.
for the celebration in them of his name, in them he is glorified in the mornings and in the evenings. That
Mm-hmm.
means the great God Allah is exalted and he is in remembrance, whether you're dealing with, the mornings or the latest of the nights or in the evening, you in
Mm-hmm.
remembrance of Allah. So this whole parable is really speaking about a perfected man, whom is referred to as Al Insan. You see, the
Uh-huh.
perfected man. That's what the Sufis call it, Insan.
Ah.
So this parable dealing with the light is referred to here as the light that refers to the light in man, which is his ruh. You see, the light is the spirit of man.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So when
Mm-hmm.
we come over here, this is called the exalted ray, you know, and then
Okay.
you come here, we see that Ra is the root in the Arabic for the word Ruh. It's
Right.
actually root of the Arabic word Ruh is Ra,
Mm-hmm.
Raha, and Ruh.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same thing when you go into Hebrew. So I was showing them this here, and that's why we have in our adept questionnaire in our group, we say, well, what is the symbol of Islam? Answer, the olive tree.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes sense when you see this. And then you see Aleph, lam, lam, aleph, ha. Arm, leg, leg, arm, head.
Right.
Huh? So
Mm-hmm.
that means that the Most High has used man as his conduit.
Right.
You know, the light of Allah is lit in your consciousness.
That's right.
You see what I'm saying? But you're able to govern your actions, your deeds. You know, if you're able to govern your body by the light that is above your neck.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That's the real storehouse of the light,
That's right.
knowledge. So when we say, what is the higher self? Spirit, clothed with soul, made in the form of Allah.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the questionnaires say.
Right.
You know, that's what the Quran say, basically.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so the higher self is identified as God in man. So what I did, they didn't want to believe it. So I go a step further.
Right.
I go to Kemet. And when I went into Kemet, right, and I went into the breakdown of this, we see the word Ur. Now
Mm-hmm.
the letter R is interchangeable with the letter L.
Okay.
A lot of people don't know that. I'm gonna show it to you down here, right here. You know, right here. See there? See
Okay.
how the letter R is interchangeable with the letter L?
Right.
Yeah, they interchangeable here. You
Okay.
know, and so when we go into this, when you transfer this word R into L, it becomes Aul. But if you add A to it, which means to rejoice, this means the name of a god, Aul, and A means to rejoice.
Mm-hmm.
So all plus A equals Allah.
Uh-huh.
See what I'm saying? Going all the way back to Kemet. Now it
Mm-hmm.
get cold blooded, good brother. I'm gonna show you something. How
Mm-hmm.
deep it goes. See this arm here? They'll tell you it represents the word Ah.
Right.
So this would be Ah right here, right?
Right.
But if this is the eye of Ra, this would be Ah Ra, right?
Okay.
But if you change that L, that is the R, it becomes Ah La.
Oh.
Now check this out. This particular image here is the image that all Christians and Hebrews use to attack the Muslim deity Allah. Because they say this is Allah right here.
Uh-huh.
They got the right idea, they just have the wrong intent.
Right.
This is not Allah. This is showing you that Allah has always spoke to man through man.
Through man.
See what I'm saying?
Right.
So they on the right track, but they so busy trying to debunk that they don't realize they God is also attached to this same expression here.
Right.
You see what I'm
Right.
saying? And if
Right.
it is said that when Ra himself, the light of Kemet, who got upset, when he got upset with the Egyptians and humanity, they said that Ra left and went into a field of peace known as Allah.
Mm.
See it here?
Mm-hmm.
So the field of peace is Allah. So
Mm-hmm.
Allah really represents a state of existence and a
Right.
state of being. See
Right.
what I'm saying? This is called paradise. This
Mm-hmm.
is called Amenti. It's also called third heaven.
Wow.
See, a lot of people, it's literally called that. I got books where it talk about, the fields of peace, Allah is being referred to as third heaven. So
Wow.
when Prophet Noble Drew Ali called his adept chamber the third heaven adept chamber, what was he saying?
Bring you into peace.
There it go. It says variation, the field of peace, Allah, plains of peace. In the religion of the ancient Egyptians, Allah, the field of peace was a field of peacefulness reserved for the souls of the redeemed.
Mm-hmm.
Remember in the Quran, the Grand Quran, where it say, "Come unto me, soul that is well pleased."
Mm-hmm.
When Allah say that right there, the soul is came to a point of rest. This is the
Mm-hmm.
same thing that is speaking of here in Kemet, the
Right.
redeemed souls. It was
Wow.
located in one of the four sections of Amenti in the underworld. The underworld really mean the upper world.
Right.
It's really the underworld, that which is under what you perceive to be the reality.
Right.
We was talking about that which is hidden,
Yeah, that's the halls of Amenti.
the halls of Amenti. It says, similar to the Elysium fields of Greek mythology, here the god Horus dwelled, waiting the time for his return to the earth, when he would reestablish the ring of the gods and restore the world to its original glory. So this is establishing the Allah as the actual heaven of the
Mm-hmm.
Kemites.
Mm-hmm.
You see how cold-blooded that is, how far The
and
word Allah can be traced.
Horus is Yehoshua.
Yes, sir. That's why
Mm-hmm.
the prophet said Yehoshua will come again.
Right.
Now watch this. It says, now this is a Sufi letter I was breaking down. And look at how it ties into this. It says Sufi adepts teach that the Aullah and their status, sometimes the physical and external body, the Zahir, that's the
Mm-hmm.
exterior, that's the
Mm-hmm.
body. Aullah is so weak that even if a mosquito were to bite them, they would be distressed and disturbed. However, their internal condition, the batin, it says is such that it contains the seven heavens within the self.
Wow.
Therefore, one cannot truly estimate the power and the vastness of the internal condition, batin, of the Aullah. It
Mm-hmm.
says, in terms of the level of their physical being, they are with the rest of creation. They're in the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
It says, but in terms of the level of their souls, they are constantly in the presence of Allah. They are not of the world.
Out of the world.
It says, so why then would their souls not be able to encompass the seven heavens? The average intellect is not capable of truly recognizing the status, position, and states and conditions of those that are in the proximity of Allah.
Finite minds cannot comprehend infinite things.
In other words, they saying that one is in that dwelling place and has become immersed in union with Allah. We call it being one with Allah through deific will.
Right.
So we can see in the Kemetic text what they're calling the field of peace represent the same state that's being discussed by the Sufis here.
Mm-hmm.
And when we understand it at this level, we see the name of a God having to do with the rejoice, all has to do with one state of elevation in their consciousness. So when
Wow.
we come down here, check this out.
Wow.
You know, it says Aru represent the field of peace again, a celestial city.
Mm-hmm.
ALU. Then you have Aru. You know, all you're doing is changing the letter R because you know they're
Right.
interchangeable. You have Aalu. Then you have Aru again, ALL, Ar,
Mm-hmm.
and then again ALL plus A is Allah.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So I even went so far to show them again another picture
Now you
of
can
that
get from
same
that. You can
person.
get from that. You can get from that. And Sarullah.
There you go. You see what I'm saying? And
Mm-hmm.
so I even showed them here. I say this is the same one, another depiction of that one I showed you above, having the arm there, that the Ah and the Ra, Allah.
Right.
But when we go deeper into this, we know that this I is referred to as what they call the wajet
Right.
in Key. But in Arabic, the corresponding word is waj. So
Okay.
wajillah actually means face of Allah.
Wow.
But that definition of this demonstration of face of Allah and this use of Ali definition. Look at what it says right there. He say wajillah is the transcendent essence of everything or the inner reality of each entity.
Mm-hmm.
Wherever you turn, there is the face or the reality of Allah. Holy Quran, Surah 2, Ayat 115.
Mm.
So when it said face, you know, turn your face toward the Qibla, this really
Uh-huh.
talking about your own consciousness. So what
Right.
does the word wajet mean then? In reference to wajah, the eye of Ra and Heru, the omnipresence of God in man. Come
Mm.
on, we can't get around this. We found out that in the original text of the Demotic text, you got it right here. Look at this glyph coming out of the
Mm-hmm.
Demotic text. See
Mm-hmm.
the Allah symbol there? And
Mm-hmm.
they have it up here again. So this
Mm-hmm.
means that they was constantly repeating this. And they got it in a couple of more places in this same document. This is where the Arabs got the glyph Allah from the Egyptians. Cold
Wow.
blooded, cold
Wow.
blooded. Now look at this Egyptian relic right here. Look at where it started off. What is that?
Allah.
Now look under that. On point.
Allah.
You know
Mm-hmm.
what I mean? So now that we understand that it's seen there and in even they so-called pictorials, so now we trace it back over here and extract it, and we see they call this particular one ayah, ayah.
Mm-hmm.
And then we find out that the word ayah becomes A-A-H, ayah. Then they had I-A-H. right? Then they had YAH. So we see that the root word Yah
Yes.
from Yahweh also evolved from this ancient Kemetic word.
Mm-hmm.
I just showed the evolution. Aya, you see, Aya and Yah.
Mm-hmm.
Then we have La. So
Mm-hmm.
we say Allah, Ayla, Yalla. You see what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? The
Mm-hmm.
Sufis say Ya Allah. See what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying? So you
Mm-hmm.
have ALAH, which goes back to the Kemetic and the Hebrew. Then you have AHLA, like I showed you earlier. Then you have AHLA, this is Hebrew, and then the
Mm-hmm.
Arabic, Allah. So
Wow.
when they are attacking Allah, they're attacking the same supreme being. I just showed you in the Bible how you spell Allah.
Right.
Right here.
Right.
This is my King James Version.
Right.
The same deity. So Allah is spelled AHLAH, and it's
Mm-hmm.
also spelled ALLAH in the Hebrew too. I got it over here in my dictionary, my
Okay.
strong concordance. So see, it
Okay.
says, thus presents God as the one supreme object of worship, bro. So they think they beefing with a different deity, but they beefing with Allah.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying?
Mm.
This was an excerpt from another book I had where I broke down what I said to you earlier already. The Ah in the law equals Allah.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But then it shows you here, and this is coming from the book known as the Sephra Allah.
Mm-hmm.
It's called the Sephra Allah, and this is actually written in Hebrew. But it says, thus was it the letter A became so sacred associated with the idea of deity, who was himself called A, Al, or Allah. It says the generic supreme name of God as a worshiping among the eldest patriarchs. The life of Allah or God was the life that the true Alias always desired to cultivate and lead. Hence,
Mm-hmm.
Aliism, or the life of God in the soul of man, was the most ancient mode of religion.
Mm.
Represented God as he is in the essence of ourselves. So when you go back to what I was showing you here, it all makes sense. When we go back to what I was saying up here, it all makes sense. You see what I'm saying? When we
Which
come
is
back,
which is why the prophets say, don't take the name Ali.
don't take the name Ali. You know what I mean? And so
Mm-hmm.
when we go into the essence of this here, this is it in this was actually amongst the Igbos,
Okay.
the Yoruba and all
Right.
of it. See, they
Right.
have Allah,
Mm-hmm.
it means to give and give to him and God also. But if you
Mm-hmm.
come up here, they show the arm, and this also means to give. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So like, come on, bro, we can't get around this. You know what I
Wow.
mean? So when you see this depicted in Kemet, this is a symbol that represents Allah.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying? So Ra and Allah is pretty much the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So look at what it says here. This is also coming from the book of Aliism or Sefer Allah. It says, in my youth, I was instructed to regard Al, the great God of the Bible, as my divine father. That
Mm-hmm.
glorious and ineffable deity assumed likewise the title of Allah.
Mm.
That omnipresent and universal Jehovah, who in vast series of his theophanies and divine manifestation revealed himself in the form of Rashi, the divine Adam, or the
Mm.
first image or similitude. This divine or protoplastic atom, protoplast, right? Remember I talked
Mm-hmm.
about that first form, man?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It says, whom the Jews call Codman Adam,
Yes.
Adam Codman.
Mm-hmm.
So the original man, Adam Codman, that's what they call him.
Right.
He was made in the image of Allah. The physical Adam was made in the image not of Allah, but Adam Codman.
Right.
When he said, let us make man in our image, man was being made in the image of the pre-Adamite, who was
Right.
made in the image of the great God,
Which is Ish.
which is Ish. There you go. And so now when we go back to Genesis chapter 2, verses 4 through 7, that's who it's talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Because this man was made before the plants, before the trees, and everything. The
Mm-hmm.
breath of life was breathed into him, and he became a living soul. Hence, spirit clothed with soul made in the form of Allah.
Mm-hmm.
The physical Adam was the one that was made on the sixth day. And that man was made after the plants and the trees. That's why we know that Adam Cod man and Adam Rashid, the physical man, is definitely different.
Mm.
Whereas one was physical and the other was spiritual.
Right.
One was made from the thought of Allah,
Uh-huh.
and the other one was made with the aid of the Elohim and spirit man himself.
Okay.
So it was spirit man along with the Elohim, meaning us. We were present in creating, the man that was made physically in
Right.
a spiritual form.
Mm-hmm.
And then we took on the physical form. And that's why I say man is truth and falsehood strangely mixed
Let us make them in our image.
in our image. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so it say this Allah, this Rashid, a divine Adam, also termed Adonai, Messiah, and Christ. These just degrees.
Yeah.
Who is the image of God in quickening spirit.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? It's reported tradition to have been written in a book called the Rashid or Sefer Allah,
Mm-hmm.
according to the creation with forms of Astordium of Genesis, the first book of the Bible. See what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? So these things here, it's there, but they can't get it because they got that European interpretation.
Right.
Even if you go into E. Wallace Budge Egyptian dictionary, look at what he had here for Aya, Jah, the great God, the Gnostic.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying?
Wow.
This is Coptic now. So he
Uh-huh.
got this letting you know he was drawing from different languages.
Mm-hmm.
When he put these symbols up here. That's why we don't do too much paying attention to the symbols. We know where the transliteration come from.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Then you had Ah here, which they say is the moon. They got the word breakdown for it. Ah, Yah. This is actually Yah here.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Then you have Aya, which is a God. When Moses was asked, well, when he asked God, he said, well, who am I to tell him who made me? He
Mm-hmm.
said, say my Aya Asha. I am that I am.
Right.
So this is the word Aya, which means a
Wow.
God, right? And
Uh,
this is the Egyptian version of it now. Then you see in Paleo Hebrew, there it go, Yah, Aya. See the Yah in the root, Ah, Aya,
mm-hmm.
Allah. See what I'm saying? Aya.
Mm-hmm.
It means look, reveal, breath, work, throw, worship. But then this is what it becomes Aya. Then notice it says limbs, members, arm, leg, arm, head.
Mm-hmm.
See the letter Yahweh forming a man?
Right.
But if you look at the original or oldest form that they call Paleo Hebrew, you see two images within the name Yahweh, YHWH. So that's a man and a woman.
Right.
See what I'm saying? And Yah, which is the Y, right?
Mm-hmm.
Go into the Y and the H. See what I'm saying? That's Yah. Then
Right.
you get the W and the H, but people don't know if you go backwards, who he, that's actually
Uh,
the Egyptian name for a deity as well. So
oh.
all this tied in, bro. How is that possible? Unless
Can't make
these, yeah, you can't make it up. And that's why
it.
I keep telling them through the etymology, bro. You can trace all of this stuff. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Look at this. So now when we get back to the issue, we understand now. They go, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Notice up here when you break this down in Paleo Hebrew, now that I got these elements up here, you see that the only difference between the name Aish and Isha is that you see it's two letters that just alike in their name.
Right.
This, which represents the letter A,
Mm-hmm.
and then this, which looks like a fence,
Mm-hmm.
horizontal E, that represents Sha.
Okay.
So this is what a, and this is where the Sha come from. So that
Okay.
makes this the Y.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, see, Y. But
Mm-hmm.
then you have over here also the A. So this is this portion. So Yah
Right.
is what unites Ish and Isha.
Wow.
You see, if they ain't got Yah in their life, their marriage and their bond is unsuccessful.
Right.
But you don't have the same dynamic with the name Adam and Eve. That's why we say Ish and Isha is our mother and father.
Yeah, I say the same thing.
Yeah, and we're not descendants of Adam and Eve.
I say the same
See
thing.
what I'm saying? It
I
makes
say the
sense though
same
when you
thing.
put it
I say the
together. No,
same thing. But people, I say, man, you gotta realize who. I say, I ask people that's in the church. I say, you realize it's two stories of creation you reading.
they don't know it.
They don't know it.
And
They
then if
say,
they
oh
get
no, that's. They say, oh no, that's Adam and Eve created before the fall. I say, no, it's not. I say, first of all, the distinction I draw is the original man and woman was told to be fruitful and multiply and have dominion over everything that the Almighty created. The
that's
second Adam and Eve was not they was not under that same order.
that's right.
They was not told to be fruitful and multiply, and they was not told to have dominion over everything, and he was made to till the soil of the garden.
There you go. And so when you go right here, a lot of people don't know. It says in Elohim, which is
Mm-hmm.
Elohim, Elohim.
Mm-hmm.
If you
Mm-hmm.
look in there, you see that the element Yah is also present in Elohim. So
Mm-hmm.
that means Ish and Isha and Elohim, are united. And that
Right.
means that we were present in the beginning of the creation.
Right. Right.
We were
Yeah.
present in the beginning of the creation, brother.
Yeah.
We came on the pilgrimage from the first day all the way up to the seventh day.
That's right.
And it was the seventh day in which man was formed in flesh, and the day in which he departed out of flesh.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying? A lot of
Mm.
people don't know. If you go to Genesis chapter 5, it say he created male and female and called their name Adam.
Right.
That's a different individual than spoken of in Genesis 1:26,
Exactly.
because they came up with the Adam and Eve concept.
Mm-hmm.
But the one that was dealing with Adam, and calling the name of man and woman their name, is talking about Adam Codman,
Right.
which really consists of Ish and Isha.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so we go to Genesis 2:4-7 up here.
It's talking about the elemental composition of man.
Yes, sir. We call it flesh divine.
Right.
It says Adam. This is the first five-pointed star dealing
Mm-hmm.
with the harmony, truth, balance, right order. And
Mm-hmm.
then justice came on the manifest. Notice this is the scimitar above the star after the
Mm-hmm.
fall of man, because the Elohim was at work here.
Right.
You know what I mean? And then what came with the physical naturally? Instability, inconstancy, weakness,
Uh-huh.
insufficiency,
Mm-hmm.
misery. That's the inverted star.
Right.
And that came into us falling into Asia. Asia means earthbound, Asiatic.
Right. Right.
See, it has to do with the earth.
Uh-huh.
This Garden of Eden, or Adam, is up here. So
Right.
when we speak of the Garden of Eden in our 101 in our questionnaire, this is the real holy city of Mecca.
Mm-hmm.
Ma in Ka, Ba in Ka, the Ka in
Mm.
the Ba.
The land of pineal.
Yes, sir, spirit and soul.
Mm-hmm.
So when we get down here, this is what we get into the flesh and the weakness and, Hadam al Rishun coming to manifest. So it's a difference. That's why he said they gave birth to Asiatics and Muslims.
Right.
The Asiatic is the earthbound part,
Right.
but the Muslim is that part that came with the spirit.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So in this symbol, which is normally an alchemic symbol, of what they call esoteric, teachings of the Orient.
Right.
Prophet Noble Drew Ali, who lifted this scimitar from the base all the way up above it. And
Mm-hmm.
that's why when you see us demonstrating our flag or the adept symbol of the prophet, it's a scimitar above the star.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's really rotation.
Right.
See, this is tetragrammaton.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? But if you notice on the prophet's sash, he has a star, and beneath that star, he has the letters M and A.
Mm-hmm.
You ever seen that on the prophet's sash?
I I don't know. I may have. I might just
That M and R means Moorish adept.
right, the MA. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what it is. But
Uh-huh.
it's on his sash. And so,
Okay.
all this symbol really represent the creation and fall of man.
Wow.
So the real use of the scimitar is cutting away the ungainly parts of our nature
Right.
that divinity may reign supreme.
Uh-huh.
And this is how swift angels are made. That's
Okay.
why I tell you about a angel standing in the garden, and he had that scimitar in his hand and
At
he was
the end.
turning in every direction.
Right. Right.
See, that's symbolic to when you become fully conscious, you refuse to let any thoughts of naught or the lower self to come into your guard.
Right.
So
Right.
here it is, we removing the mystery behind the history
Mm-hmm.
that they never told us.
Mm-hmm.
And then you hear the term Atik Yamin, which means the Ancient of Days. Now we know who the Ancient of Days is. Because they
Wow.
described him as a man, didn't they? In the
Mm-hmm.
book of Daniel, when he
Okay.
first sat down on the throne. Daniel chapter 7, verse 9. Like, come on, man. Them people don't understand that there's a science, to life that relate to us. It's been talking about us the whole while,
Yeah.
So yeah, man, I went into all this here. Before I can get through it, them brother was like, "No, brother, you done got Phil Valentine, Dr. York, all of them." This is what the brother aunt say. Tell my man, I'm done. Like, you get the whole Nobel Prize, man. I can't come against that. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Because and I didn't even get through my whole bill before I can get to the real deep aspect of it. Because I did Moja Mantra down here and showed
Mm-hmm.
them what air mean, the heart. And we say, where's the nearest place we can meet Allah?
In the heart.
In the heart. You know what I mean? So when we do the math and we come to the number 19 and 14 out of the math that was given here, we see
Mm-hmm.
ayah.
Wow.
The sign of Allah is represented in man. Come on,
Wow.
man, they better stop playing. And then if they think that ain't enough, but let's see what Ibn Arabi said about it. This is a Sufi right here. I know you know old boy Ibn Arabi.
Yeah.
I know you
Yes,
know
sir.
that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, one of his students. It said presupposes the absolute identity of God and man. Al-Jili introduces a subtle difference of the level between God's and man's attribute. Watch this. It says God made this name Allah a mirror for man.
Mm.
Arm, leg, arm, head.
Mm-hmm.
So that when he looks into it, he knows the true meaning of God was, and there was naught beside him.
Mm-hmm.
It says, in that moment, it is revealed to him that his hearing is God's hearing. His sight is God's sight. His speech is God's speech. His life is God's life. His knowledge is God's knowledge. His
Mm-hmm.
will is God's will, right? His
Mm-hmm.
power is God's power. And that God possesses all these attributes fundamentally. And then he knows that all the facade qualities are borrowed and metaphorically applied to himself, whereas they
Mm-hmm.
really belong to God.
Right.
God,
Right.
you know.
Right.
So you
Right.
think this arm, leg, arm, head belong to you? No, that's a loss,
Yes.
you
Mm.
know? And that ain't even going into the little hadith, what I call hadith al-Qudsi, because the Quran confirm it. It say the prophet has said one time, Allah said, he who is hostile to a friend of mine, a wali of mine, I declare war against. My
Mm-hmm.
slave approaches me with nothing more beloved to me than what I have made obligatory for him. And my slave keeps drawing nearer to me with voluntary works until I love him. And when I
Mm-hmm.
love him, I am his hearing, with which he hears, his
Mm-hmm.
sight, with which he sees, his
Mm-hmm.
hand, with which he seizes, his foot, with which he walks. If
Mm-hmm.
he asks me, I will surely give to him. If he seeks refuge in me, I will surely protect him. But if
Mm.
Allah has said he's became your arm, leg, arm, head, then he's giving you the means to protect yourself.
Right.
He's giving you the means to provide for yourself.
Right.
And this is an orthodox Islamic hadith right here. So
Mm.
next time they get mad at the people when we say Allah speaks to man through man, show them that hadith and see if they accept it then.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Allah say, know me when you worship me, brother.
Right.
So we know it.
Mm-hmm.
And he ain't no spook.
Mm-hmm.
You hear me?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I went into all of that, bro. I was gonna show them, the Hua and the Hawa, showing them the Hebrew and the Arab, bro. We talking about the same deity. They better stop that blasphemy.
Right.
Talking about they ain't dealing with the same God. You blaspheming against God and don't even know it.
Yeah.
Look at
Yeah.
this. This is actually Hebrew upside down right here.
Mm-hmm.
I was showing them that last night. Look at that. You take that word Yahweh, pull them together, flip them upside down, pull them a little closer, and bro, what you got?
Right. Right.
Come on, man. You think that's by chance?
Nope.
We can't make this up.
Can't make it up.
I showed this last night. Same
Can't make
thing,
it
bro.
up.
Look at
Can't
that.
make that up.
That's divine humor, is what
Yes.
that's called.
Yes.
You know, these people arguing over these things and don't even know they all just like the European. If they knew the name our limbs would say Allah, do you think they would have chose that name for?
Wow.
No, that was Allah showing his humor. That even in the ignoramus of these English people speaking the language, you know, when they say arm, leg, arm, head, little did they know they showing that man is made in my image. Kick,
Right.
kick, kick, kick.
Uh-huh.
You
Mm-hmm.
know, yeah. You know,
Yeah.
all the while they saying Allah is a pagan deity, moon god, but he put his signature on your limbs.
Right.
Let somebody cut your head off or your arm off.
Wow. Yeah,
You know what I
man.
mean? You can't even be initiated if you're missing limbs.
No, it's
You can't get your signs and symbols if you ain't got no hands. You
it
understand?
man, it just if we could get young children to pick up on this,
That's who
man.
we got to
because
get it to.
because they gonna take it to another level.
That's who we got to get us to.
You know
We
what I'm
got to
saying?
stop giving it to these individuals on the cognitive of dissonance
Right.
because it's a waste of time and give it to the babies.
Right.
And this is what we was talking about earlier, like, you know, that God code,
Yeah.
you know, dealing with the yah and the yod, hey, wav, hey, you know, and like they couldn't get around this. And they had never heard nobody, they wasn't ready for this when I went to getting at them. And I shouldn't have showed it to them. Even Sarnetta said that, brother, you shouldn't show it because that scared these dudes.
Right.
You're like, you know, you show it to him. He said, you want them to be sticking their chests out. You know, he know about that promo, right?
Right.
So
Right.
to get them out there. But when they seen it, they're like, no, bro, we ain't going in there against that.
Yeah.
You know,
They they
we are
they
not going against that, brother.
they um they um they man, look, I hear people use the term. It bewilders me when I hear people say, "Fake it till you make it." See what I'm saying? And
Right.
they have made that a normalcy for people. Fake it till you make it.
Yep.
And so, but in the process of faking it, they get a problem when they get exposed
Facts.
while they faking something.
Facts.
See what I'm saying? So, uh, you ain't calling nobody out. You just showing your research.
That's right.
They getting personally offended by it.
Personally offended by it. That's exactly. I had one brother say, so brother, are you telling me that everything about the meta? That's exactly what they saying. I got offense when you say that we use in Champoli. And so instead of hearing the information, they hearing that I'm attacking them.
Mm-hmm.
That's just like I got the breakdown in here and I was breaking down Lamari and where the
Mm-hmm.
name Lamaria come from. You know,
Mm-hmm.
they try to tell you Lamaru come from Lemur, which is monkeys on the island of Madagascar, right?
Uh-huh.
Come to find out the word Lamaris really means spirit.
Wow.
And then I took them into Hebrew and showed them Limera, which
Mm-hmm.
means light. See what I'm
Wow.
saying? Lamaru.
Uh-huh.
Come on, bro. Right there in the Hebrew Bible. The firmament of
Wow.
heaven. Now, was not Lemuria considered a heaven to the people that lived there?
Right.
Were they not considered light beings and spiritual beings?
Right.
So it's right there in the Bible, bro.
Right.
And then so this is where I was going to beat them up with their little signs from Carl Linnaeus now. So I went through all this information. You see this pseudo side they was out there trying to teach, brother.
Wow.
These
Wow.
actual photos now from Carl Linnaeus now, trying to talk about us being primates.
Right.
So they took the aardvark looking being, you know, this is
Mm-hmm.
crazy, insane. And then so what we found out as I dug deeper, these are older pictures. Look at the dog compared to the man. Look at this. Always Beauty and the Beast. You already see it.
Mhm.
These were their books. This is some of the stuff they was teaching, right? So
Yeah.
then I found the piece right here, and this killed it right here. It's called Linnaeus information right here.
Mhm.
Darwinism. Look how he got the European crawling on all fours.
Mhm.
Look how he got the European over here with hair all on it. The
Mhm.
fluoroid, the
Mhm.
troglodyte. You know
Mhm.
what I mean? But they want to call us that. No, that's where you come from, sir.
Right. That's right.
Not us.
That's right. That's
You
right.
know, the only reason they trying to say they come from us because they saying we the oldest form of this. No, that's y'all. And that's a
Right.
whole totally different species.
Right.
Look at that. He got the tail.
Uh-huh.
See what I'm saying? They been knew who they was.
Yeah, they know
So
who
they
they is.
say, no, we got to try to make this be them.
They trying to steal your
See?
birthright.
See that? Yeah.
Mhm.
The oh my goodness. I just called them
Mhm.
homo caucatus.
Mhm.
Homo caucatus. Ah,
Mhm.
God don't fight it.
And I put the definition from Black's law of a free white citizen. And it says that a Caucasian shall never be admitted to be a free white citizen.
See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? Now look at why were they so obsessed, brother, with being man and dog and man and ape?
Mm,
These are all real pictures like dealing with artwork coming from their culture now.
right.
This ain't just stuff people done draw now. This stuff really exists. Even
Mm,
in the Catholic belief they had.
mm,
See how and watch where you gonna see where they tried to come up with this stuff. Look, they got baby Jesus in the arm of a werewolf.
wow. Wow.
When I went to showing this, Aunt them definitely didn't want no part of this. You know, because
Wow.
I was showing them where all this bestiality, you know, the way the Romans got it from, and it's really look at that. Now they got Yehoshua up here with dreadlocks, looking like a male lamb.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Here's a nothing right here with the rat head. They
Mm-hmm.
gonna put the crown on the rat head. See what
Mm.
I'm saying? These are all real pictures here, bro.
Wow.
See the
Wow.
three wise men?
Mm-hmm.
Now watch this. This is where I really lifted the veil at. They didn't want none of this smoke, brother, by the time I got done. So, hey, they didn't want this. You know,
Wow.
even right here, look, they got Master Splinter up in between that demonstration, right? Ah,
Wow.
see,
Wow.
they got Master Splinter here before the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles got. So look
Wow.
at all these Romans up here, bro. These
Mm-hmm.
all Romans. Like, what y'all into that y'all seeing? This is what y'all prophets look like.
Right.
But we ain't heard they had now yet. Look at him.
Well,
Why are they?
we civilized them from bestiality. They was living with the
Yeah,
animals.
yeah. So look, Christopher, Saint
Mm-hmm.
Christopher, and they got the
Mm-hmm.
symbol of the werewolf.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Why are they so obsessed with this stuff? They done seen this stuff in their time.
Yes, they
Them
had.
people wasn't depicting this type of stuff for no reason.
No, they wasn't just making that
Look at
up.
them. But why they got him toting baby Jesus though?
Wow. Wow.
You know, this is crazy, bro. We can't make this stuff up. And see, this is the
Wow.
one in the full man form. But they got the beast told him too now.
Right.
It's the man form.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? Look at where they got it from. See, I'm
Wow.
stealing.
He got it
Now
from
you
Anubis.
see Anubis. You seeing where it's coming from. That's
Mm-hmm.
exactly where they got it from. Now watch this. Remember what I was telling you earlier? See the
Mm-hmm.
name down there? What that say?
I can't see it on my
It
screen.
say troglodyte.
Right.
Troglodyte. Right
Troglodyte.
here.
Okay.
And this say Lucifer.
Wow.
This is Satirius. And this is Pygmaeus.
Uh-huh.
Know what I mean? Go
Uh-huh.
look who Lucifer look like.
Got a tail. Ain't that something? Wow.
Like we can't make this up. Look at them names, brother. You see it? Troglodytia or
Okay, I
troglodyte?
see it now.
Yeah, that's the troglodyte nigga. That's Lucifer, his buddy.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So they trying to
Wow.
say that we originated from these species. Not me.
Wow. Not me
That's why
neither.
they had brothers asking the question, am I not a man and a brother?
Wow.
Yeah, man, this is crazy, brother. You know,
Yeah, man.
they
And
dehumanize our sister.
that's the sister Venus. What's her name? The sister
Yeah,
you just went off of.
that's our sister Sandra Bark.
Yeah,
But she had another name in her African name.
Venus
Well,
something.
yeah, I forgot the last, and it is Venus Submerged. You're right.
Yeah,
I have to look it up. That's the Roman name they gave her.
right.
But also, right here, a lot of people don't know the 8 was actually the K9 in ancient Kemet.
The
So I
baboon.
asked Unc now, yeah, I'm like, so since y'all, y'all apes, y'all come from that, do y'all practice this too? Because we see the ape over here catching the brother trying to get away.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? So y'all
yeah,
K9, y'all
yeah.
part of that K9 unit,
That's the
y'all the police.
baboon. Also, they call it a mandrill.
Yeah,
You know.
that's what I'm talking about. Talking about they use them as police. So I say, y'all the
Mhm.
police too?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, catching that brother.
yeah, yeah. Ain't that something? Yeah,
Hey, hey, and you know they'll grab you just like that. I'm gonna show you some. Watch this. This on my Facebook page. You know they'll grab you like that, right? I just put a video up here, funny as all know what. Watch this. Watch this. You gonna trip when you see this here. This is crazy. Hold up. Let me do it this way because if I use the other thing, they're gonna
check
here you
it
go
out.
right here. Look at
Look at that. Look at that.
that.
Ain't that something?
Oh, you see it riding him down, bro?
Yeah,
That's the real definition of monkey on his bike. That little,
yeah.
yeah, he got that little joker. That
Ain't that
dog, yeah, that crazy, man. And so
wow,
we can see what they was depicting now. Yeah, look at
wow,
it. Wrestling him down, bro. That's crazy.
wow. Ain't that something?
That's
Man,
crazy,
I'm
bro.
telling you, man. I'm telling you, man. There's so much stuff they done hid, man, and covered up and trying to.
Yeah,
I always equated to the Eddie Murphy movie Trading Places.
yeah. So I showed him, bro. I was like, look at the DNA sequence, and I was
Mm,
showing y'all that last night. But if you look at it, you can see the human DNA sequence is different from the chimpanzee.
right,
It's different from the gorilla, different from the common ancestor.
right.
You know what I mean? So if that's the case, then that means they two different species.
That's right.
What are you talking about? We come from one. Even the
Right,
chimpanzee is different from the other. They close to each other, but they still different.
right.
So everything in creation has its own DNA sequence. They like,
Mhm.
well, we 90% chimp. Well, it says right here, if you go on the list, it says humans and humans closer. They say humans and chimps supposed to be 98 and 8, but humans and dogs is close. But do we
Right.
look like them?
No.
90% humans and cats, but do we look like them?
Nope. Nope.
But then they go down here and say pig DNA is 98%. They can even use pig hearts to help you live.
Well, that's what they've
But
been
does that
doing.
mean that we pigs?
No.
No. You know what I mean? Even lettuce. They say lettuce is not, they say lettuce is like 100% human. But are we lettuce? No.
Wow.
They say we share the same DNA as dolphins. But
Right.
are we dolphins? No. So how are you crazy people coming up with talking about we come from apes? Because
Mm-mm.
they don't understand what they read.
Right.
They really got upset when I showed them that it was a sheep mentioned in ancient Kemet, 4,500 years old. That's old as the language of ancient Kemet right there.
Wow.
Sheikh El Beled, bro. Ka Eper, Sheikh El Beled. You can go and look him up. He was El and almost a Bay.
Wow.
That's
Wow.
why we too cold blooded for them, more.
Wow.
They can't get over on us. Watch this. And if they think it's a game, right, we always go there. All you got to do is do this right here. Watch this. Watch this.
Wow.
This in case they think I be photoshopping it. I ain't got to type it already all way in. It done came in already. See that right there?
Uh-huh.
Who was Sheikh El Beled? Let's go see who that was. Sheikh El Balad was an ancient Egyptian scribe and priest who lived between the dynasty of four. So this is saying that this Sheikh was one of the first writers of the Medu Neter.
Wow.
Oh man, come on,
Wow.
man, the head man of the village. Come
Wow. Ain't
on,
that
bro.
something?
We can't make this stuff up. But when I show them this, they tried to argue against it, but they really couldn't. Their argument was crazy.
Right.
Because it's too much out here. It's all over the place,
But
bro.
I'm gonna tell you something too, man. Another thing we gotta realize too, man.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, man, when you put a lot of stuff on the brain, if your brain ain't been conditioned,
Right. It
it
turned into water,
yeah,
like the prophet.
that's what the prophet said.
I can
See
tell
what I'm
you
saying?
some things that turn your brain to water.
That's right. See what I'm saying? So it's now whether after hearing it they can disseminate it and absorb it and process it properly, that's a whole nother question. But like you say, you you hitting them right there in one session and dropping all that, and they looking at it. So like they say, we don't see with our eyes, we see with our mind.
Right.
Our eyes is just a reflection,
Right.
okay? But we actually seeing it with our mind through the neurotransmitters and all those things that's going on with that arrangement, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they getting all that information, man. That hit that thing hitting straight in their brain, at all in a force, and it's hard, man. When you live under those conditions that you describe, what you call it, something mania, sophomania, or something like
Yeah,
that.
sophomania, yes, sir, and
When you,
monomania.
yeah, when you suffer from that, those can, I'm gonna say suffer, but when you have those conditions present in you, and you don't realize that's what it is, and you getting all this information, it's like crossing the circuits up. Really, that's
Right.
what's going on. It's like in the Matrix. What Neo did, he caused a disruption in the frequency, which made him be apparent. They could see him now. See what I'm
Right.
saying? As
Right.
long as he was in harmony with the frequency and plugged in, it didn't make no difference. He was part of the system.
Mm-hmm.
But when you arise and you awaken and you create a fluctuation in the system, now all eyes on you, as Pac say.
Right.
All eyes on me against the world.
Yes, sir.
See what I'm saying? And he had a Maru in his name too, in his appellation.
That's right.
See what I'm saying? So, come on, man. Uh, it's a lot of information, man. But you got
Yeah.
to be willing and open to wanting to receive it. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Pac named his last outlaw Young Noble, because he was actually wanting him to take the name Noble Drew Ali. You know
And
that, right?
they was from out of Jersey.
Yeah. You know that. Did you know that though?
Yeah, I know. I
So he
know
was
when
trying to
they
get
was.
him to take the name Noble Drew Ali, bro.
Yeah, I was listening when they was little boys.
Yeah, yeah. And then it's a measure where Pop was talking. So that lets you know he was studying the prophets literature around that time.
Right,
You know what I
right,
mean? And that's
right.
why he named his last album the 7 Day Theory,
Mm-hmm.
because he was studying the Circle Seven at that time.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
That's because he wouldn't have come up with the knowledge of who is Noble Drew Ali
Right,
unless he had read it somewhere. And the internet wasn't around at that time. So
right,
he was reading the
right,
actual literature.
right,
And then
right.
we even have a video when I was giving the history on the Moors with him, John Henry Clark, Khalid Muhammad. I got a breakdown and pockets in there talking about, yeah, man, we should go back to the time where we was Moors. I would love to go take our people back to the time we was Moors.
Uh-huh.
So people they don't even know that stuff. You got to dig deep in the archives to get that.
Yeah, man, I tell you, man, it's been said so many ways and so many forms, and it says some people have to have what they call eyes to see and ears to hear.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people don't have that,
They ain't got it.
and you hearing a lot of, I don't know if it was Bob Marley or I know it was it said the truth is there for those that have eyes to see.
That's right.
See what I'm saying? So, and I think everybody get to that point in a certain time frame, but it's also how much you want it. You
How
know what I
much you
mean?
want it. That's right.
Yeah, how much you want it. You know what I'm saying? Are you a truth seeker or you just faking it till you make it?
Yes, sir. That's why I
That's
keep telling them too, brother. They don't realize they cut my video off last night before I even got into it good. You know, when I was getting it and I had, man, about 30, 40 minutes went. I'm gonna have to go edit it out.
right.
But yeah, it's crazy. They shut me down, brother, when I
Yeah, I
first
saw.
started.
Well, what happened was, so I don't get. Now I'm gonna tell you something. I don't get your alerts on my phone.
Everybody telling me that, bro.
But if
That's
I
how I
go,
know. Go ahead.
if I go on the page on YouTube and actually be on YouTube and look at my notifications, I'll see it.
Yep. That's
But
why I know I'm shadow banned.
right, but on my phone, like I get all my other alerts, I don't notifications. I don't get yours.
It won't give it to me. I know that's why I know I'm shadow banned, bro.
Right,
You know what I mean? That's why I be telling our people to share it and like it and subscribe.
right.
Because that help us kind of get it up through the algorithms a little better.
Yeah,
Sometimes
but
uh
they is who they is though. They know what you're saying. You know
yeah,
what I'm
yeah,
saying? And you know, you ain't saying enough for them to strike you, but
yep.
you saying enough for them to try to hinder it from
Hinder.
getting
Yeah.
out.
Yeah. They
You know
don't
what I'm
want it to go.
saying? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So
And you see people up here talking with the potty mouth all the time and they got millions of followers.
well, yeah, because that's what they promote.
That's exactly what's going on.
You know, it's
So I'd
the
be like, well, what do they classify as hurtful speech then? When you got people cussing people out and they making all this money and getting all these followers up here.
yeah, but
That
see,
don't make no sense. But
controversy sells.
controversy sale. That's exactly what's going on.
Controversy sells. So if you got, if I'm gonna use this term because it really don't apply to actual people. It apply to a mentality.
Yeah.
If you got a niggardly mentality thing going on,
Mm-hmm.
that sells.
That sells.
If you got something trying to bring you out of that mentality, that's cutting into somebody's pocket.
Yeah. Right.
You know what I'm saying? So you can't stop it because it's you have the ability to the First Amendment, free speech, and all of that, but you can slow it down,
Mm-hmm.
try to slow it from being heard. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I'm saying? Because that's going to draw the people from the niggardly part to that part.
Mm-hmm.
That's not going to make no money.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So the whole thing is about profit.
Mm-hmm.
That's the bottom line, profit. You know what I'm saying? So, it is what it is, man. But like, man, that stuff you giving them people, man. That stuff you giving them people, man. The stuff you giving, man. I ain't seen nobody talking about it. And
Yeah, and that's why they be saying it. All the stuff you got commission you made up.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's saying. It come from you. Don't nobody else got that knowledge but you.
Now what happened was that stuff has been there the whole time,
It been there the whole time.
and them people you got people that's been getting it, but they've been concealing it.
They been hiding it.
Right. See
And
what I'm
I'm
saying?
putting it on them at one time. And so they like, whoa, wait a minute, whoa, whoa.
Yeah.
And I'm
Yeah.
like, and it's unbelievable, basically. It's unbelievable.
Now I had a brother turn me on to C. Freeman L.
Yes, sir. Good brother.
So now I watched him, but what I kept looking at, he had his feds decorated.
Yep.
So the brother Sadiel, I think I told you this. say that he
Mm,
ran into C. Freeman L down there in Atlanta
yeah.
in a Popeyes one day and asked him why is he teaching more science, and C. Freeman L got up and walked away from him.
Mm,
And that's him telling that story. We'll never know both sides.
mm,
So, but you know, I have to look at what C. Freeman L was teaching though. He's on point. He giving it to you.
yeah, he getting it to you.
See what I'm saying? So
He wasn't hiding nothing.
right. See what I'm saying? Even though his feds was decorated, prophets say
Yeah,
don't
he
decorate
wasn't.
your feds.
It was. Yeah, he said on market fair, but he wasn't part of no lodge though.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
he
See what
wasn't
I'm
part
saying?
of no lodge.
Yeah.
He knew
See what
what
I'm
he
saying?
had on his head, but he wasn't part of no lodge.
Right.
You got to
Right.
remember he was dealing with that what you call it, Zodiac Freemason.
Yes, sir.
And they
Yes, sir.
mark their feds as like that.
Okay.
You
Okay.
know what I mean?
Okay.
That's their thing. I got a whole bunch of feds from the Zodiac people, not physically, but pictures of them.
Right.
They got one with Clock of Destiny wrote on
Yeah, that was CM
it.
Bay.
Yeah, they got yeah, that was CM Bay demonstration. So your boy come through that same thing.
All right.
That's
Okay.
why he
Okay.
talked like he talked.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
but he had some pretty good measures, as far as the way that he taught it. He was
They
very
call
wise.
they call they call themselves mechanics.
Yeah.
They don't use the term Freemasonry. They call themselves mechanics.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And they got a program. You can go through their program and all that. I done seen it online, but I just that whole thing that happened with my old man put a bad taste in me about that whole group of people.
Yeah, that ain't for us.
You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
if
definitely
you
ain't for us.
if you telling me that I'm your brother as long as I pay my dues, that's saying something to me.
I know a bunch of dudes down here that I used to talk to that know I'm a more, and they would talk to me about how they was being treated.
Yeah,
Man,
you know what I'm
man,
saying?
them cats, man, the dude I know, he wouldn't even vouch for me, man.
Right,
Like, I had like dude telling me these stories about what they go through.
right,
Like me, the dude I know all my life, man. Got
right,
up there, man. I'm thinking that if I'm finna get up in the degree, man, this dude wouldn't even vouch for me.
right,
This a dude
right,
I'm just talking to on the fly because he was working in Walmart.
right.
And he just came off the hat with it.
Wow.
So so this is telling me how these dudes be working.
Mm-hmm.
It's about who got the most money, who gonna pay the dues, and they can buy their way. I did hear that. If you pay enough money, you can buy yourself through degrees now
Right,
without
right,
memorizing nothing.
right,
Somebody come and ask them something, they don't know what they got going on.
right. I heard a brother from up there in New York. So I used to hear them say, "Yeah, man, you walking down the street with some light on, and you can't represent the light, we'll beat you down right in the street and take it off of you." So I was saying to myself, I, 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 I
They
had
be
put my I had put my father's ring on before and wore it out, and they'd be like, "Where you hail from?"
Yep, that's exactly what they be hollering.
I said, "I hail from my mother's womb." So the guy, when I said that to him, "Oh man, why you do that to me, man?" I said, "What I do to you? I told you the truth. I lodged with my mother for 9 months." He walked out the door.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Cause
They upset. I don't
it had
have some of them try me.
yeah,
I don't
man,
have some. Go ahead.
it's something about the woman that they trying to keep us. I was around an elder one day, and we was sitting in a American Legion, and he had a lady with him. He's older brother. She was elder as well, and these two brothers was over on the other table talking. Well, they was loud. They was talking about large stuff, right? Now the elder gentleman I was with, he in the lodge, but he ain't saying nothing. So the woman asked him, "What they over there talking about this and that?" I said, "They talking about you." He he kicked me on my leg under the table as if to say, "Don't tell her that." He talk.
What?
I said they talking about you, not talking about her in general, talking about her from the woman's standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
Like they was, talking about stuff about women and whatever. And he kicked me on my leg underneath the table. I started laughing. You know what I'm saying? Because this whole thing about the Moabites is something very key about Ruth, man.
Yeah, yeah. They want to subjugate the woman.
Right. See what I'm
So
saying? So,
that's what
you
it
know,
boiled down to. They believe in separate man and woman and
right,
all that nonsense.
right. See what I'm saying? So, you know,
Yeah, but like yeah, I have ones be testing me. I run them too. Like
right,
I had one come at me talking about, man, that's a whole lot of light you got on there.
right,
Yeah, but this light a lot more ancient than the light you thinking about, brother. I said,
right.
I'm your daddy. I don't even
Mm-hmm.
play with it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what you mean? They be telling me, I say, who made you?
Right,
What you mean, brother? Where you coming from? Anderson's constitutional law, brother? Oh, I come from Lord. So I didn't ask you what Lord you came from, brother. I asked you who made you.
right.
Man, you got me, bro. You got me. I said, you ever heard of Noble Drew Ali?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, no, never heard, man. That's the Egyptian stuff. I said, that's
Mm-hmm.
exactly what it is. By the
Mm-hmm.
time I got through, he was humble, but that's what you get for coming to play with me.
Right.
You understand? Cause you didn't know what it was. Like, man, you way up there, bro. I apologize, man. You know what? I'm like, that's crazy, man. These people got y'all trained like that. And I
Mm-hmm.
remember this one guy. Um, we used to take my son to get his hair cut up there. And me and the brother started talking. He seen me. We was talking about the prophet. So
Mm-hmm.
the guy that's over the place that owned the little barber shop, he didn't really like the vibration, but we didn't engage in it. Cause me and my
Mm-hmm.
wife got out and my wife told me the dude was looking kind of crazy though. She was
Right.
like, and she never took my son back there again.
Mm-hmm.
What ended up happening, I ended up running into this guy with a different guy. And
Okay.
his guy seen me and the guy started trying to talk to me. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I mean? And I went to hitting him up with that information. And I guess he was young up under this other guy, cause I guess he got him, he bring up, but he remembered me from the other guy he had I was talking to. So he went to talking and we went to going there. And he went to trying to go there. Talking about he from African Lodge 459 and such and such and such and such. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? I said, well, what you know about the Moorish right? You familiar with that? I already know such and this and that, that. And so as I was walking out the door, he hit his hip and drawed like he was drawing his sword on me. And before he can
Right.
do it, I took mine and pulled my
Right.
star.
Right. Right.
I,
Right.
the people in the store looking like, what the hell going on here? But just as quick as he had draw, because he gonna stand in the fence of that dude.
Mm-hmm.
Because the dude was just having a conversation. But he like leave my litter alone, basically, is what he was
Right.
trying to say. But before he can draw, I draw that demonstration out so fast and
Mm-hmm.
then hit him a couple of times
Right.
and he kept going. You know, I cut the ethers with that demonstration
Yeah. Yeah.
and kept going.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
know every time I ever see him, it's always gonna be a challenge with this guy. He
Yeah.
looking
But
at me as a troublemaker, but it was really mutual respect. He know I ain't nothing to be played with.
right.
Yes,
Right.
sir.
And
Yeah, you know.
what happens is at some point, once they start to get outside information, they start to realize, man, did I make a mistake coming in
Mm-hmm.
here with these people?
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna read it the other night, the Holy Covenant of the Asiatic Nation, to them when them brothers was on the other night, and let the bonds of affection therefore unite thee with thy brothers that peace and happiness may dwell in our Father's house.
Yes, sir. You know the prophets said they were gonna be the last one to accept the truth.
Right. And when ye separate into the world, remember the relation that bindeth you to love and unity, and prefer not a stranger before thy own blood.
That's
And
right.
then if thy brother is in adversity, assist him. If thy sister is in trouble, forsake her not. So shall the fortunes of thy father contribute to the support of his whole race, and his care be continued to you all in your love to each other.
That's right.
Now, I, in relation to them, associate that with the cable tow. If
Yeah,
it's,
they talking about how far would it let you go?
if it's within the length of your cable tow, you must come help your brother when called and when he's in need. See what I'm saying? So, I just see a lot of the stuff, man, and I be wanting, like you say, they getting in there for some type of prestige and be able to put emblems on their cars and hope that they get a pass dealing out here with these people out here in the world, and all of that stuff because they throw a sign or whatever. And I'm like, man, I ain't looking to, I ain't looking to get no pass from them. I got the Almighty supporting me. Why am I looking for a pass from them? I'm looking to be right with the Almighty,
That's right.
with
That's
Allah.
why. That's right. That's why I tell them all the time when they be saying that my light way more ancient than yours.
Right.
We ain't trying to be you. We ain't trying to act like you. But we can entertain you though.
Mm,
You
mm,
know.
mm. Yeah,
So, but
it's
yeah,
rough, man.
it's
It's,
terrible.
yeah, it's rough.
Yeah,
And
boy.
what we dealing with though, we got to deal with it. It's a test.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How we gonna deal with it while we in this form? You
That's
know.
right.
So that's the battle.
Yes, sir.
And say we put on the armor of God. We ain't battling against the flesh.
That's right.
We battling against evil and darkness in high places.
That's right.
Principalities in high places. So,
That's right.
if you know that's what you know, I hear people talk about Jesus, Yehoshua. Says people think I came for peace, but I came with a sword to redeem the lost sheep of Israel. He
That's
ain't,
right. That's right.
but you got them teaching them in church that they just supposed to sit back and wait for Jesus. No, he told man, it's really crazy. If it says that don't worship me, worship my Father, some of you will do great things, and some of you will do even greater things than me. Why are you sitting there waiting? It's telling you that it's all within you to do greater things than him. He just was an example. He gave you a blueprint, just like the prophet did. So but it's the woman, she was uh I think she was either secretary of education, department of education, or assistant secretary or something. Her name was Charlotte Isberet. She wrote a book called, when she retired, she waited till she retired, stepped down. She wrote a book called The Dumbing of America, where it was an agenda that the Department of Education was never an original agency of the United States, and it was created by the Rockefellers. And the object of it was to dumb down the masses so that they would have a perpetual flow of employers for the government. They wouldn't think for themselves. They would go to college. They would go through the education system just to come get a good, what they call a good government job. and that's how they kept their workforce going. All going back to the Willie Lynch.
Right.
See what I'm saying? So
Sure.
it's just it is what it is, man. Just when you come into the enlightenment of what it is, man, how you deal with it. So you know, you can only be thankful and give praise for those that suffered and to bring this message to us and what they had to go through, man. And just try to honor them and don't let their life be in vain. You know what I'm saying? And what they bought be in vain. You
That's
know,
right.
got to keep it going, and even if some of them don't pick it up, you can't worry about that. You gotta keep putting it out there.
You gotta keep putting it out there. That's right, brother.
It's gonna be those that pick it up and carry it on to the next level. So just gotta give them the opportunity to hear it and see it, and then it's up to them from that point. So yeah, man. So I tell you, man. We've been on here again to the early twilight, morning light.
Yeah, yeah, man. You know we gonna draw for it, man, off that light, man.
Yeah.
You been a grand drawing, brother.
Hey, I was about to turn it in, man. You gave me some more energy. I woke back up. Yeah, it's
All
all
is well.
it's all good, man. So
Yeah,
yeah,
we'll
man. So
we'll
go ahead.
definitely be up at the next hour.
Yeah, well, I ain't like I say, man. I don't. It don't take me too much to rejuvenate. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Uh, uh, I'll be right back up after I get off here with you. I'll lay down for a few hours and get right back up. But
Yeah, me too.
you got to rest. You know what I'm saying? And that's all. That also is part of being your own boss.
Oh yeah, yeah, yes, sir. Yes,
You
sir.
ain't
That
part of the Willie Lynch thing was having a workforce. Was the
mm-hmm.
origination of it.
Mm-hmm.
Having them people up at the break of dawn in the field and sitting back down at the end of the day when the sun went down.
Yep,
From sun up to sundown, they was working.
that's right.
You know what I'm saying? And so time come to get the harvest out the field, you done hung all the men in the trees.
Right,
They they in the trees rotting. You can smell the flesh rotting. You
right,
know what I'm saying? Now ain't nobody to get the harvest out the field when it's harvest time. See
right.
what I'm saying? So it was a scheme to develop a workforce for the plantation owners.
Mm-hmm.
And what greater plantation are we on? Just the United Snakes.
Yep.
You
Now they
know.
talking about AI. They don't need a Negro no more.
Well, I listened to that part about the AI. Some odd reason it's gonna backfire
Oh yeah, it is. It
because
is.
because the AI see what's gonna happen, man. The AI can start thinking for itself.
Yep. And they done dumb the population down, so the population ain't gonna know how to shit the AI down.
Yeah, but see, like that movie I was telling you about, the creator. Um, if you watch it, the AI was amongst the common people.
Mm-hmm.
It was the higher echelon people that was trying to shut the AI down.
Mm-hmm.
The AI was going against them,
Mm-hmm.
but the AI was camouflaged amongst the common people. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? And what the common people had got to the point where they had the AI was in there thinking and creating more AI on their own.
Mm-hmm.
So that means they was programming and putting it, assembling it, assembly plants and everything. And I just got a feeling, man, that stuff gonna backfire because
Oh yeah.
when it start thinking for itself, it's gonna realize who is the real threat. It's gonna
I
be
keep
programmed.
saying,
It's gonna, huh?
now I was saying, I keep saying to our people that look like to me that Atlantis and the Lemurian tales are really more prophecies than ancient history.
Right, right, exactly.
You know what I mean? They saying a civilization turned in on itself and technology turned against civilization. You know, that sound more than familiar with me.
Right,
Sound
and
like a
then
prophecy
yeah,
more than looking at history.
and then watch this now, because we talk about those what they say extraterrestrials. How more are we related to them than not related? Are
Hmm.
we really an extension of them? But we just got put asleep.
Good
You know
question.
what I'm saying? We don't use 10% of our brain capacity.
Good question.
There's a time they trying to figure out how them stones got moved and stacked like they did. Well, it was a time when we communicate, we ain't have to open our mouth. They got
Yep,
telekinesis and everything. We got all those qualities within us. We just don't know how to access it.
that's right.
Telepathy, all those things. You know what I'm saying? So the science community tried to delve into it and figure it out, but it's in the brain. You can't. You just. I look at all that, man. And they be talking about the stuff that's in the walls over there in Mesopotamia, of the spaceships, the pictures of the aliens, all that stuff that's carved in the wall, just like it's things carved in the wall in Kemet.
That's
So,
right.
you know, we look at that as science fiction, but really we are in the cosmos on a vessel. I watch I watch people talk about maritime law. Man, that's the law of the ocean and the this and this and that, right? And I said, but what you think you traveling on every day? They said, what you mean? I said, what you think the planet Earth is? It's a vessel in motion. It's spinning on an axis at 1,032 miles per second. And we look like we standing still.
Yep.
Do we contemplate all those things? We revolving around the sun. The earth is tilting back and forth at a 30 some, I don't know exactly the numbers, 30 some degree angle.
Yep.
We don't contemplate that science. You know what I'm saying? So when Star Trek came out, Gene Roddenberry, the theme, to go where no man has gone before.
Mm-hmm.
What's the prime directive? Go into other cultures and don't disturb them.
Yep.
All these things, man, they was telling us stuff, man. I don't know. From a child, I listened to all those that little stuff like that just kind of tripped something in my mind when they kept saying that.
Yes,
You go
sir.
into all these people did that we seeing the so-called here on ruling, they have went into other people's cultures and disturbed it.
Yep.
That's a violation of the prime directive. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, star travel, space travel, um, astral travel, in the mind. See what I'm saying? Be able to leave your body while you not while you have transform, while you physically here to be able to take your spirit and leave your body.
Yes, sir.
These are all practices that they did over there in those places, man. This is a part of the meditation. You know what I'm saying? This is all part of the things that we can achieve. Uh uh the Merkaba. What
Yes,
was the
sir.
Merkaba? What was the Merkaba?
That
It,
was us. That's right.
See what I'm saying? So, all these things is within our capabilities. But like I say, they cut our culture. So we could, and they trying to figure it out for themselves, and they haven't been successful because a lot of it wasn't meant for them. They'll
Yes,
never
sir.
figure it out. They'll never figure the code out.
Right.
I'm gonna ask you one more thing. I ain't gonna hold you. I wanted to ask you this. I'm get it. Came back to my mind.
Mm-hmm.
You ever seen them books called uh what is they called by a guy named Robert Lomas? Is this the Key of Solomon?
Yeah, I stayed away from them books.
The high keys and lower keys?
Yeah, yeah. The Lesser Keys of Solomon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never touched them books. I was talking about that the other day.
Why you stay away from 'em?
Cause of the spirit that I got off of them.
Right.
The only books I ever read that I had a spirit that came off of.
Wow.
And it tell you in the beginning of the book, if you ain't pure, don't read it.
Oh.
You know what I mean? And so I know that I'm good people,
Right.
but I know that that book was definitely some heavy magic in it.
Right.
I didn't want to deal with
Right.
because I ain't interested in trying to move nothing on my own like that.
Right.
You know what I mean? People
Right.
get fascinated with trying to do that, but they don't know how dangerous that is.
Yeah, because you opening up other things when you get into it.
Yeah, when you open up them type of things there, boy, you in
Yeah.
trouble.
You
So as
opening
soon as
up.
I read that, I close that book up. That and the 67 books of Moses. If you want to know if I got limitations, them books there, I literally felt the darkness in it. Yeah, for real. Yeah, I closed them books up. I
Yeah,
don't know what's in them. I
I
don't
done
know
did.
what's in them, and I don't want to never know what's in them.
Yeah, I done done that before. I done got that. I done got that from some stuff I done picked up. But yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
it's
they can
amazing.
have that.
They talk about Aleister Crowley, right?
Yeah, I already know.
And how crazy he was. And he was this and that. You see pictures
You
of
got to
him.
watch the book, the movie Chemical Wedding.
Chemical what?
Chemical Wedding.
Okay.
Yeah, it's online. You can get it and look at it.
Uh
You
huh.
get on there and look on your Netflix.
Uh
Man,
huh.
that thing, they got an actual story with that boy. Man, them spirits, they raped that boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, he was out there acting crazy, and yeah, it's crazy. I
Yeah.
seen the movie. Even the movie was spooky.
Yeah.
All I know is from what we know by what was said about him, them things devoured that boy
Right.
by the end of his life.
Right. Because it's a compromise.
Yeah, yeah.
You
And that's
participate.
how I'm saying that's how he went out.
Right. Right. And another thing is
I got his book up there, the 777 book.
right.
And I ain't read it yet.
Wow.
I had it for like about what, 7, 8, 9, 10 years?
Wow.
Yeah, I ain't opened it up. I scanned through it. But it ain't nothing really harmful in there. I don't feel no vibrations. It's just him trying to take certain information and claim it as his. And that's where I think his conflict came from. Trying
Okay.
to mix all that stuff up.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
What's the I don't know if that's Aleister Crowley or Manly P. Hall, the Golden Dawn.
That's Crowley.
Right.
That's what that measure it touch on somewhat, but not much.
Right.
I got Blavatsky up there.
Okay.
Isis Unveiled, and I got the Secret Doctrine right here next to me. I just bought that, but
Okay.
then I got Manly P. Hall up there. So a
Mm-hmm.
lot of them I done scanned through because I read them years ago. but I ain't really, went all the way into it. I'm starting to read a lot of my books
Right.
because
And
I'm a speed reader.
right, you tell me.
Yeah, I'm a speed reader.
Yeah.
I can go through a book and I pretty much know what's there. But I get the best out of it though when I concentrate and go into one.
Right.
And you
Right.
see, if I can get what I get out of it by speed read, you already know when I immerse myself in one, it'd be crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Because I pretty much take the whole book and know what they saying.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
And you familiar with the man? What's his name? Nicholas Roerich.
I think I might have read some of the material.
He the one talking about Shabbat Shambhala.
Yeah, I read some of his stuff.
He was with Blavatsky and him. He was from Russia.
Yeah, he was with what a name too though. Edgar Case.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So man, information is powerful. You know what I'm saying? And like you
You
say,
just have to guard your consciousness for against certain things. And
well, it's like the prophet say.
certain books, certain books carry spirits, man.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
So
Yeah, they do. Yeah, man. It's something, man. It's
so
something, man. I'm telling you.
you got to be careful.
That's when the person is writing it, that's their spirit going into those words.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying? So that's its intent is for it to be emanated in the reader. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? For it to be transferred in the reader. And a lot of them they casting spells when they write.
Yep.
So it's their intent for someone who's picking it up to read it to be engulfed with what's in it. You
Mm-hmm.
know, so so like you say, you got to be straight with yourself when you start to go into that stuff, man. And it's just interesting to me. You know what I'm saying? Because
Oh yeah. Yeah.
uh,
I see a lot of it out here. It's a lot of stuff out here now.
I done met
Like
people, man.
certain information what I put down recently dealing with actually being able to go into the numbers real heavy and look at certain things.
Right,
And I closed them books up.
right,
So they told me things about being able to see certain things, and I don't want to know nothing about what's going on in the future.
right,
You know what I mean?
right,
So whatever I learn in that, I never say nothing about what I seen. You feel
right.
me?
That's right.
Cause
That's
that
right.
ain't meant for I don't feel like it's meant for me to indulge in that.
Right.
You know,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
so something you don't want to know.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what
But
I mean?
you got to realize too what they call having a discerning spirit.
Oh yeah.
And so when like those things come into your presence, uh Satan know what you like.
Mm-hmm.
You're a knowledge seeker. You like reading stuff and gaining knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Now you gotta be cautious about what certain knowledge is being set in front of you,
Mm-hmm.
and or how it came into your presence.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So when we look at it from that viewpoint, and it kind of make you look at them brothers that you dealing with when you giving that certain knowledge of what's keeping them bound from opening it up where we think is this and that. We don't know what frequency they on and what message is being sent to them telling them to reject it. You got to look at it from that viewpoint too. Could be something just telling them reject this. Don't pay no attention to it. That times it might not be personal in certain cases, but
Oh
it
yeah. We know certain information ain't meant for everybody.
there you go.
But I
There you
know
go.
it's a spirit and measure that don't want people to know certain things.
There you
Cause
go.
sometimes it already have them.
Right.
And it's like, yeah, you get this gonna free him.
Right.
Don't listen to that. So, we
Right.
definitely know about that one being under the spell.
Mm-hmm.
I call it the controlling unknown that I read about in Ralph Ellison book
Okay.
when he was talking about, in the New World Order and all that, but in the talk about that spirit, the people that ain't affected by it, those are the people that um they got a stronger spirit, so to speak. But people that are infected by it, and they are blinded, so to speak. That's because they have a hold. They under the spell.
Mm-hmm.
We can see because we ain't under the spell.
Right.
They can't see because they under the spell.
Mm-hmm.
No matter how clear it is to us, they still got that veil over.
Right.
So
Right.
you already know it's a chosen few.
There you go. That's it right there.
And if I was ignorant, I would think it was normal to be the way they is.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
we definitely know our limitation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we always are growing too though.
Uh-huh.
So
The more
uh
you know, the more you grow.
the more you know, the more you grow, and just like when you're ready, things will come to you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So like I say, when the student is ready, the teacher appears. So, this is a universal concept. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? So, uh, but it's the creator ain't gonna put no more on you than you can handle.
That's right. Yeah, I
Yeah,
already know.
yeah,
I believe that if I was in that particular mindset to go there,
right,
that ones have been prepared to demonstrate in certain words.
right,
I'm humble.
right,
I don't want to go that route. You
right,
understand where I'm coming from?
right, right.
It may be the path for me to know that to be able to aid and assist one to help ones out or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't. Me personally, I follow the dictates of the way the Most High demonstrate as it normally has been given to me. Because I know, like I tell people all the time, with me, I don't have no problem. When I communicate with the Most High, anything that I ask, bro, He manifests it.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't need no other way to trying to climb up. You understand?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And like I said, I can't tell nobody else if they don't have that same vibration.
Mm-hmm.
Some people feel like they have to go through other means. They're gonna put the Bible on their dashboard. They're
Yeah.
gonna come around their neck a
Yeah.
stone.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Hey, more
Mm-hmm.
power to them. But
Mm-hmm.
when it comes to me, everything I ask, I literally will or speak it and it come into manifest.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
That's how it
Now it
happened
took
for
me
me.
time to be able to come up into that drawing, but I know all I got to do is put it out there,
Yeah.
and it come back just like I asked for it.
Yeah. I
They
explained.
ain't got to do no rites and rituals, and you know what I mean.
Right. Right.
Yeah,
Right.
that's why
Right.
a lot of them other people, that's why it's a lot going on in our community too. You got a lot of them cats that open up the gates of hell
Yeah. That's right.
on themselves.
That's right.
Some of them openly out there talking about that's what they are. Yeah, the voodoo and the priests. I do my seances. All right, keep on.
Mm-hmm.
Keep
Mm-hmm.
on calling on what y'all calling on.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? As weak and broke down you is with that cross spirit of the European and see how it come out.
Mm-hmm.
The ancestor spirits might see a little bit of you, but when they see a little bit of that Roman in you, the ancestor spirit might turn on you.
Yeah, they
Gotta be careful. You might be in the bloodline of somebody that had did some demonstration to one. You
yeah,
know what I mean?
because
And they unleash that wrath on you.
hey man,
They see that huckleberry lineage.
yes sir, yes sir,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. Paul, I know. Jesus, I know.
right, Right.
Who are you?
Right. Right.
You know what the book say? They ran them up out of their butt neck. Ain't had no clothes on. Go get up. Say them
Yeah.
spirit tore their behind up in there.
Man, I'm telling you, man. It's
You know what I'm talking about, Mo.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, ain't nobody playing, man.
yeah,
Yeah, no, 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 no. No.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
When you see that Da Vinci Code, when the girl was trying to, she kept having uh images of when she was little, and the man that had they, it came out at the end of the day, had adopted her. He wasn't really her uncle or grandfather, whatever he was. But she caught them in a ritual, peeping in this room one night, and they was all in these robes with these masks on, and the guy that was supposed to have been her grandfather or uncle was had this woman on the altar getting ready to have sex with her. She witnessed him having sex with her, but it was a ritual, and she caught him, and they turned and seen that she ran, and you know that guy, that girl was supposed to have been in the lineage of Jacques de Molay
Mm-hmm.
in the Da Vinci Code. That's what the whole thing about them finding the Holy Grail was,
Mm-hmm.
and why they was trying to get to her, because she knew, she had it embedded in her through the stories and the songs and the things that they was teaching her. But that was that society that was raising her to carry on the traditions of the thing that they was involved in. She had all the answers embedded to her, but when she got to dealing with Tom Hanks in there, he was invoking it in her. He was bringing stuff out from her memory. You know what I mean? But as they started to realize it was about her, they was coming to her trying to kill her
Mm-hmm.
and get the information. So I say that to say how they look forward down to the generations that coming to implant stuff and instill stuff in them, even though that they don't even know what it is. And then when they get older, or whenever the time comes, they come back to them to get it. They hid it in them secretly, so nobody else will find out. So they do all types of rituals and all that type of stuff, man. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, man. But the strange thing about it, like I say, they showing it to you through the TV, through the media, and all that.
Yes,
We
sir.
just we looking at it as entertainment,
Mm-hmm.
but they really sending a message.
Yes, sir.
I listened. Somebody told me to watch something, and no disrespect to nobody, but everybody do what they do. It was the San Francisco Gay Men's Choir, and they was singing a song saying, "We coming to get your children. We coming for your children." You can look at it. It's on YouTube. But man, when you listen to the tones and the resonances of the notes that's being and how it's being sung, man, my hair raised up on me when I listened to that. Eerie, scary, like it was a ritual being done, and words being recited. So we coming to get your children. You done taught your children to hate us for so many years. Now we coming for your children. I don't know, man. It's just wild. But But like you say, many called, few are chosen. Many called and few are chosen. So man, we definitely dealing with the force of the lower self, the carnal self, and in the struggle about what side of it we gonna be on. They say the sons of lightness and the sons of light and the sons of darkness. It's always a consistent battle. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. It is where we live at. It's where it was already foretold we was gonna have to deal with this. So some people picked it up and took it and doing what they doing with it. And some people just choose to be complacent with it. So that's just a simple thing of it all. Ain't nothing you can do about it. Just keep doing what you're doing. That's all you can do.
That's
Try to
right.
be positive and give some relevant, pertinent information that somebody can take it and go further and dig deeper. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I told somebody the other day, I say, this is a rabbit hole. They said, what you mean? I said, well, once you get through into the first levels of it, and it's interesting you ain't gonna stop. It's gonna keep getting deeper. You just delved into a little rabbit hole. It's no ending to it.
Mm-hmm.
It's knowledge that you're gonna continue to seek. And as you move along in life, you start to pick up on things as you moving through your daily activities.
Mm-hmm.
It starts to make sense, like a puzzle coming together. You know, and so it is what it is. Like my grandmother, man. My grandmother, 97 when she passed, never went past the seventh grade. But it was something about her connection with the Creator that when you heard people talk about mother wit, common sense, them people had a level of common sense. It didn't have nothing to do with no book knowledge. They just had a thing about doing what's right. You know what I mean? And being able to think things out. You know, take the simplest possible way to get something done and be effective with it. You know what I mean? And we overcomplicate a lot of stuff. I don't think it's that complicated.
That's right.
I'm gonna let you go, man. I'll talk to you later on tonight.
Oh yeah, you already know we gonna be on again, brother.
Yeah, we'll talk to you later on tonight, man. And
It was a powerful bill, brother.
man, always, every time, man. It's always, man. Like I say, I find myself looking like a couple nights. I know you got rest too, so couple nights last week, I was looking for you and you didn't come on. I said, well, the brother probably had something else to do. He gave us enough in the early part of the week to carry us on through.
Yeah, I had like a slight I guess you can call it under the weather
Yeah,
week.
yeah, it's all good.
So yeah.
It's all good, man. Every change of the season, you're supposed to do a cleansing anyway.
Mm-hmm. Man, I stay cleansed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So every mode of the season change affect your body differently.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So now we coming into the point where we getting the less daylight as possible.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So all that play a part on your system, and you gotta be adapting as you go along. So
Mm-hmm.
it's all good, man. Gotta take care of your health first though, before you
Yeah,
go.
man. Yeah,
So
that's the thing. I don't normally have no measures that come up. Like I go years without colds or none of that.
right,
But unfortunately, sometimes when I do have a measure, it get down on me because I ain't used to it.
Yeah, but it's
Yeah, I go like 3, 4, 5 years, brother, without being sick.
but
So
it
my
ain't.
body ain't really, it ain't, you know what I'm talking about? It's not, my body ain't adjusted to it because I don't have it all the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
Like,
it ain't nothing but a signal. It's just a
mhm,
message. Say, man, slow up.
yep.
Do this right here.
Hmm.
Re- Rejuvenate your body. Give it a chance to regenerate and
Yep.
rejuvenate, and you right back on the move.
That's right. That's right.
That's all it is. It's like a it's like say, man, you need to take a rest. The creator tell you.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it is, man. You know what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying? Body gonna fix itself. You
Mm-hmm.
gotta support it with the right stuff. It's gonna fix itself. So, you know, you needed you needed an oil change and filter change. That's all.
That's
You know,
right.
that's all it is. So, people start panicking. Just no, slow
Nah,
down,
nah,
pay
yeah, you
attention.
don't never panic.
Yeah, people be panicking. Oh, I'm I feel like I'm dying. You ain't dying. You've been in the box.
Yeah, nah, yeah,
You know
nah.
what I'm saying?
We ain't never seen that type of sickness right there.
Right. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
what
But
I'm saying.
what we call light, what we call light stuff, most people
Mm,
they think it's major.
nah, nah, nah. You
You
know
know what
when
I'm
it's
saying?
major.
Right. You know what I'm saying? So, man, it's
Like I
nothing.
said, it's just a situation, a cyclic measure. Like I said,
And
I have little spells of it, but it just ain't a. I don't get sick often. You know
right,
what I mean? And I ain't
right,
even sick now. To be honest
right.
with you, more like let's just say certain things on my nose might get stuffy. You
Yeah,
know
but
what I mean? Something like that. That's
that's
normal stuff though.
yeah, that's normal. And
That's
that's
why I'm
changing.
saying. But I
That's
don't get it
changing
all in
season.
my chest where I'm, you know.
Oh
I
no,
don't
no.
never experience that type of sickness that I see other people experience. You know
Right,
what I mean?
right, right,
You know,
right.
I don't never really, and if it get there, that mean it got to be something heavy. And most
Well,
of the time, I can't even get no sick unless my son them. It
yeah,
got to be them because I can lay
right,
next to my wife and she can be sick and it'll never get me sick. You know what I
right,
mean?
right,
But
right.
if my son them, if they get sick, and I'd be like, get ready for me because I already know. You know, they like my kryptonite.
Well,
You know, but
what it is, is they part of you.
that's right.
So
So they
that
can break down the first line of fence.
right. So what it is also is that connection never, even though they cut the cord, they never cut the connection.
Mm-hmm.
So what happens is you share. They ain't really pass nothing to you. You sharing in what's going on with them.
That's right.
See what I'm saying? So it's just affecting you in that way. Cause like Saban say, what is a cold? Ain't no such thing as no cold. Ain't nobody never figured out how to cure a common cold. He says it's
That's
mucus.
right.
It's just mucus.
Mm-hmm.
So now we in the change of season, getting colder, colder. The mucus in your body starts to get thicker,
Mm-hmm.
and it's got to come out. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is. So when you think of it like that, it's just a common sense thing. Drink more
Mm-hmm.
hot fluids, soups, and
That's right.
different things like that,
Mm-hmm.
and put some other type of stuff in there to help push this stuff out. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? A lot of it starts in the gut.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because when you
See, I don't eat meats and stuff. I only eat vegetables. You
yeah,
know what I mean?
but your digestive system still produce mucus when that
Yeah.
stuff come in there
Yeah. Most definitely. Yeah,
in your
it had to do with what you call it. A lot of time too, like you say, the change of the season. You
right.
know, and a lot of it, I'm gonna be honest with you. Um, it has to do with the way that you have your temperature set in your house too.
There you
Because if
go
you
too.
ain't got it balanced right, it'll actually dry your nostrils out.
There you go.
Yeah.
There
So
you
and
go.
so that's what it was more dealing with me.
And like
You
my
know,
grandmother house,
like dry
she's
all your stuff out on the inside. Have it
it's still radiators in here.
mm-hmm.
So that's a different type of heat than that force blown heat.
Mm-hmm.
That force blown heat from that furnace,
Mm-hmm.
with the vents, it's a dry heat.
Yep.
That's what help dry. That's what's drying you out. But that
Yep.
radiated heat is a moist heat.
It's different. That's right.
Right. See what I'm saying? So,
And
it's all
really,
good.
to be honest
Huh?
with you, it's really having a mixture of the two.
Right.
Because some people, the nature of women. Women like to put heat, when it's cool. I mean, heat when it's heat and coolness when it's cool sometime, and then mix them up. You know,
Right. Up
you
and
know,
down.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
You know
Up and
how it
down.
is.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what it really boils down to. I know that's what it be. That definitely gets you on that dryness aspect.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I know
Yeah.
that a couple of times.
Yeah. You just gotta have it come
Balance like it's supposed to be.
set at one number, and then you add layers and take them all on your
That's
on
right.
yourself, on your body.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But had the general ambient temperature at the same the whole time. Really,
Mm-hmm.
you can set it. You can set it on a 72 and leave it there the whole year.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? But as it how it affects you personally as you go along, okay, well, I need to put another shirt on, or I need to take a
Mm-hmm.
shirt off, or
That's
put
right.
some socks on and take the
Cover
socks
your
off.
head
Right. Yeah. You know what I'm
up.
saying? So, but like you say with the women, they don't look at it like that. So,
No, sir.
yeah, they got to get up in the middle of the night and turn that joint up.
That's what
You know
I'm
what I'm
trying to
saying?
tell you.
Then
You know.
then the next morning you sweating
Mm-hmm.
and dried out. You know what I'm saying? So it's all good though.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
That's what
So
it be. Just different aspects of it. But yeah,
mm-hmm.
we'll definitely we're gonna turn it up. Probably later on. I'm gonna lay down, get me some deep sleep,
Yes,
and then
sir.
I'm gonna be at it again, brother.
Okay.
You
All right,
already
bro.
know.
Yeah, man. Great bill, man. I appreciate you.
Oh yeah, likewise, good brother.
Okay. Have a good day. Talk to you later.
Yes, sir. Peace and love.
Peace and love.
All right.
All right.